Hello, everybody, and welcome to Smite Prime. We're here with the Summer Bash event with an NA Conquest tournament. My name's Morty. I've got Musey with me here in the booth today. Musey, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. I'm excited. This new patch has been a ton of fun, and I'm really excited to see what the best and brightest here at Smite Prime have been cooking up so that we can all leech off of their builds and play the game just a little bit better.
You're probably wondering, what is the Summer Bash? Well, let me show you. It's a month full of fun events here with Smite Prime that we've got going on every Saturday from all the way from earlier last month to August 1st with over $8,000 worth of prizing.
Wow. 8,100 big ones. Well, specifically for the here and now and today, they get a piece of that pie, 2,000 real American dollars to be taken home to their pockets, split among the winners. There can only be one winner, Mort, of this NA Conquest. So, very excited to see who walks away with it all. Speaking of the winners, or the potential winners, here's our bracket for the day.
A couple teams to look out for. Mushroom Kingdom, always some hot contendants that, while they might not have had the best success earlier on with their start, they've slowly grown to move well as a team, right? I feel like this Mushroom Kingdom team is definitely one to look out for. Also, Kaveka goes to Chang? I don't know how to pronounce that. And Hydrogen Bomb, which is a team that we definitely know. Oh, Shingleborgen too.
Oh yeah, shout out Shingleborgen. Big ups for Shingleborgen. Got a couple of buys here as well. So already in the quarterfinals is Nerf Jungle. That's the TTV Centaur team, and then Bacchus Dispensary, the BRE team. So some bangers waiting later in the day, but a lot of blood to be shed out the gates right in the beginning. I mean, for our eyes in particular, I think you mentioned it more, Michael versus Mushroom Kingdom. Now, I am pretty pumped. The Michael team looks solid. That's Karmic, Valo, Jingaru, Rongyu, and Tuba. It seems that Karmic has kind of found a new home with a new batch of gamers, whereas, the Mushroom Kingdom team is kind of the same as it's ever been, right? Mario Bro, Tempo, Chunga Bass, Shadow, and then Dishonored, which is actually, I think Dishonored, is that a new addition? Because I feel like they were running with Crow for a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. So now they've got Dishonored. Oh, Timer. That's right, Timer was there. No more Timer. So it'll be interesting to see if this small adjustment for the Mushroom Kingdom will let them make it just a little bit further. I'm always excited to see what Shaga Best brings to the table. I feel like she is able to push forward a lot of unique characters that we don't get a chance to see too much. I always think about that Yamoja mid. But when it comes to mid laners as well, Mort, Kronos is in the game, is able to be picked, and he has made it very clear that his time is now, because this guy just does so much. I mean, just a ton of damage and crazy amounts of attack speed. I've never seen a character build Nimble Ring so effectively.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Nimble Ring, it allows for this playstyle that's more centered around attack speed and intelligence. We don't get to see that all the time, but definitely going to be a guy to watch out for, not just in mid lane, but with the aspect of relativity, maybe even in support as well. But that wasn't the only change that we've had since our last Smite Prime event. We also had a change throughout the base stats for a lot of the gods, a lot of health and prots all taken down. It has been a big change of pace as far as how early game goes specifically.
So this change, in conjunction with the flat pen changes, has made it so that squishies are able to really blow up other squishies fairly early on in the game. Like, a lot of mages are building Spear of Deso, Soul Gem, like, first item is where we're getting, or even World Stone. I've seen a lot of players start with World Stone first thing. So the fact that everybody is going to have a little bit less base stats, but the tanks have a little bit more base stats as a whole, kind of leads into a point that we get to talk about later. Penetration. Now, your percent pen is different. It's been spread around. So before it was just Titan's Bane and Obshard. Now there's a whole slew of items that get to have this, percent penetration. I think one of the big ones to think about, Dreamer's Idol, Avatar's Parashu, having percent pen is very nice, like last item, luxury item, if you're able to fit that in. But if you're a jungler, Heartseeker has now, been super core to go with your Titan's Bane. Your intelligence items, you know, you've got some flat pen here. World Stone is really good. I like playing with Cosmic Horror quite a bit. I think Doom Orb is kind of slept on. Not seeing too much of that, but there are just a ton more options to play with. I think Soul Gem is also very highly valued as well.
And a couple more changes to the Conquest map as well. Not just items, not just a new god and a lot of god stat changes, but Conquest itself has changed up quite a bit. Lane minions have definitely been pretty strong, right? That whole base race scenario that happens with minions, it definitely happens a lot more now. The totem is going to be a little bit nicer to handle for the team. Ancient Fury helps against taking down towers with just flat damage that it deals. There's so much to love about all the changes that we put on Conquest.
I think one of the big changes here for me is the fact that jungle mobs, their base HP being taken down, kind of helps the lane clear. Well, jungle clear, not lane clear. For the junglers that have to kind of roam around the map, it's a little bit easier for them to keep their farm up, makes them a bit more relevant in this game, and especially with the flat pen changes, they want to get a couple early flat pen items, farm up their jungle, and then go get active in some of these side lanes. As a solo laner, somebody kind of hangs out in that left-hand side. Totem of Conq has been very, very fun to play around with. The fact that you get XP kind of whether, like, as long as you hit it, you get some. So you really need to make sure that you contest this totem as much as possible. It is worth it to trade a bit of your life. Even if you don't end up getting it, you just want to be part of it. And the fact that it gives experience for the team makes it really, really good, even for your side lanes or your mid lane, your junglers, who are like, oh, I just need a little bit of a push here, then I'll be level 5 for this next engagement. I just want a little bit more. Bomba, right? I give to you Totem of Conq. So it kind of reminds me of Smite 1, where my mid laner would just be like, can my solo laner get a totem? It's and he'd be like, you may not. I'm getting pressured out of lanes, so sorry. But it just kind of makes the solo laner feel like they can have some more impact on the map outside of just outright rotating, which I think is very, very fun.
So the best way to wrap that up with a bow and put a bow on it, tanks are still very much so alive, but when it comes to squishy on squishy violence, squishies blow up a little bit faster. It no longer takes rotations of abilities to cycle through somebody's health bar. Now you can hit a couple when you pick up your early flat pin and just destroy people, but meanwhile, tanks still being very much so relevant. Musi made sure behind the scenes to tell me, hey, don't tell people that tanks are not real. They are absolutely real. You just got to go the right build.
I mean, you have Dwarven Blade, Berserkers, Draconic Scales. Obviously, next week we're going to have a patch that changes some of that, but that's in the future. For the here and now, as Banco put it, your Rata-Tahuti prot items that increase your protections via a percentage amount. So Breastplate of Determination, Berserker Shield, and the Draconic Scale. Sorry, Dwarven Blade, not Breastplate of Determination. It's got the same art. I'm still Smite 1 brained, even after all of this. But you stack those things on top of each other, it becomes very, very hard to kill you. Picks like Achilles, who come out of the box with batteries and with protections to go with them, suddenly become uber super duper tanky that they've been for a while, but now it just gets really, really hard to kill them.
We've got our picks and bans ready for the first game of the day. Michael up against Mushroom Kingdom. It's happening right now. When going into picks and bans, we can take a look at the team. We know Mushroom Kingdom. This is a team that has stayed together for quite a while and found a lot of success recently. Looking over on the other side here, Michael. So you've got Karmic from Hostile Takeover, right? Formerly known as Overtime, formerly known as Clocked In, longtime solo laner. Also with Food Drive for Globe for the Founders Series. Valo, as well, a very known jungler. Jengaru, who, if you've been around since the SPL days, you know Jengaru. Rongu and Tuba joining the fight as well. So this is a team that it consists of a couple different players from a couple different teams that we've seen in Prime, all here now for this one-off conquest.
It's a very solid collection of talent. I'm excited to see what Michael can do. I'm also really excited to see some of these bans, Aphrodite and Giannis, off the board. Now, Giannis is a pick that I definitely was thinking was going to see some play, but now I'm kind of wondering if we never get a chance to see it hit the field, because ever since we saw the flat pen changes, Giannis has felt a little bit more viable, right? His Unstable Vortex just hits you for a gazillion damage, right? And we saw in the last EU Conquest Smite Prime that even during the proc slot meta, Giannis was able to effectively one-shot somebody in the late game. Now we can do that a little bit sooner. So if I'm thinking about other mages that are going to be problematic, Agni can't be played today. Discordia, to me, is one of the next best mages to be able to pick in your game. She's able to use Flat Pen really effectively. She has a lot of really good CC, so I would definitely expect to see her somewhere in the mix.
Couple bands that we're used to seeing. Aphrodite offers a lot of counterplay. Let's get rid of that because we want to be able to just run at you, right? Bastet has been taken off the board as well, a very strong jungler, especially with the flat pin introduced to not just intelligence items, but also Jotuns and a couple others for strength items that junglers like to go. So Bastet's still just as strong. But a couple new bans. Yorm, we don't see banned too often, and neither is Uller.
Yeah, Uller is an interesting one to me. I haven't seen too many rumblings for Uller. That might be a call out to Mario Bros specifically, or potentially Shadow, who could be running the Uller jungle. But I would imagine that with the flat pen changes, Transcendence getting a little bit of flat pen does make that character look pretty good. Heartseeker 2 is percent pen, so math checks out. Uller can just delete people, but this Mordred in the first pick for Michael here is another pick that I really enjoy. This is a character that's able to build the, protection scaling items and still deal a ton of damage, utilizes Bluestone very well, has a really good engage ultimate, definitely worth the top pick.
Definitely worth it. Hu Yi and Sobek to be going over to the duo lane, supposedly the duo lane. Very small chance it's solo Sobek, but let's assume support for now. I think that Dishonored has many more gods in the bag, but that looks like a pretty nice early aggression duo lane. You've got the Plux to set up for potential early kills. Hu Yi can do quite a bit of damage out the box. Base stats still look pretty fine with him, even without your first item. I mean, as long as you can find the stun through the jump, assuming there's no aspect, then there's a very good chance that first blood happens in duo lane.
Especially too, Hou with his aspect is able to deal quite a bit of damage, and I feel like the only problem with picking your Hou early here is that it does open you to the potential of Michael drafting yourselves a Cupid, but as far as like prio picks for ADC, I think Hou's fairly safe outside of the Cupid matchup, just because he's able to deal a ridiculous amount of damage and just have really good scaling into the late game.
Jengaru will probably be getting this Newt pick in the mid lane, and Horus going to Rongu. And we've seen Horus quite a bit throughout Smite Prime since Horus has been dropped into the game, with some success, some without as much success. One of the few players who made Horus look really good every single time was Rongu. Rongu knows this god very well, and it's not just about the lane pressure you put out or how you can peel so quickly in team fights by just jumping to your teammate, healing him for a bunch, giving him protections, but also if you play his ultimate correctly to the skies, there's no limit on this Uber ride for Horus's ult. You can take your whole team wherever you want to go, and this whole idea of splitting the map is kind of not a thing if you know what you're doing as Horus. You know what I mean? You could have your whole team on top of Gold Fury right after burning FG if you play your cards right. Things like that where, moving everybody around so quickly can really make the map feel a lot more open.
Meanwhile, Mushroom Kingdom respond with the Umoja Achilles, and I cannot help but wonder if it's going to be Umoja mid or Shunga best. And Achilles, again, just kind of an unkillable demon in solo lane. I feel like has an okay matchup into the Mordred here. I kind of prefer the Mordred matchup just because Mordred is able to really stick on the Achilles and just kind of unload on top of him. But Achilles with the health shield, or physical health shield that he's able to pop, kind of helps him survive that lane a little bit more. I saw the Chronos hover over there for Michael. They opt not to go for it. Instead, Hecate, which is another character I think is really good. Just always very, very viable to pick because she can do it all. She can split up a team fight with her ultimate. She has a lot of range damage. She's offered a little bit of utility for her team because of the magical shield that also does a ton of damage, that also gives her movement speed. Like, it's just a character that has everything you want in the mid lane.
Oh. Wait, hold on. So
I see now.
Support, Achilles solo, Mulan jungle, or no, maybe Achilles jungle.
Achilles jungle. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That
makes sense.
Right. That looks nice though.
Yeah,
so,
well, and
right.
I'm. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I've been seeing this Achilles jungle quite a bit. In some scrims that I've been watching, as well as just games being played. where Mulan has been a little bit on the rise. I kind of think she slept on a little bit, right? And that might be a little bit of a hot take, because Mulan traditionally has been this lane bully character that, you know, once she gets out of lane, maybe she's not as effective. But I will tell you something right now. She does a crazy amount of damage. She doesn't even need the flat pen to be pumping all of this damage. She just kind of does it, right? So if you're going to have a character that can kind of match into what the Mordred does in terms of just hitting you in the face really, really hard, I like what the Mulan can do here a bit better than the Achilles. Plus, then we put this Achilles execute on... like we put it on a car, right? Because where is it going? It's going everywhere. To dual lane, over to mid lane, over to solo lane. I feel like an Achilles rotating onto a Mordred, especially if the Mulan can grab them with the arrow and set up for the Achilles ultimate, suddenly this Mordred doesn't really have a chance to interact with anything too much. But you also have to think about the fact that we see the Osiris over in the left side for Michael. Kind of slipped our notice there. That makes me think it's actually Mordred jungle and Osiris solo. So Osiris versus Mulan. I still feel like I favor Mulan.
Well, I guess we'll have to find out as we get into the game. Who's going where? What's going on? We're diving right into our first game of the day. It's Michael up against Mushroom Kingdom. First game of the bracket. Morty and Musy in the booth. We've got the prime team behind the scenes. And Musy, tell me what you see.
I see with my eyes. And with my eyes, I do notice a couple of things here. It is Mulan versus Osiris in that solo lane, and Valo playing the Mordred jungle, and Achilles playing jungle as well. I see a migration of Mushroom Kingdom kind of jumping around. It's a little scary, but the blink start for Shadow does mean that they're not going to have anything like an Aegis or a Beads. So if you are, in particular, if you are the Horus, maybe the Newt, look for some ranged roots. Look for some dash stuns. Should be able to lock that guy down. But outside of that, it does feel business as usual. One of the things that I like talking about for this Mordred jungle pick is the fact that they have a couple of options in terms of build path. Mm-hmm. A lot of Mordred jungles still like to do the int Mordred. You're going like Bracer the Abyss. You've got Mike Typhon, which kind of is the namesake of the team Michael here. But you can just go full tank Mordred jungle and run at people and kill them, right? The same thing that Mordred was doing in solo can still happen in the jungle. So I wouldn't even hate to see that, because that does give really solid engage to this Michael team, right? Where Horus can go in, then Valo can go in, Karmic can go in, and then Tuba and Jingaru are just kind of hanging out next to each other, offering each other peel and throwing out abilities at range. Like, I feel like Newt's effective range is a little bit stubbier as opposed to Hecate, but Hecate can just throw that shield out on top of a teammate and blow somebody up instantly, and Newt can kind of handle anybody that tries to run at the Hecate if they slip past the dive that Michael kind of sets up for themselves. So I really am liking what I'm seeing as a whole so far.
I'm a big fan of seeing Newt in the carry role as well. I feel like we've seen so much Newt mid for quite a while, especially with, you know, intelligence being so strong. I had a feeling that could be the move too, but I feel like there's a couple players, Donut Doug specifically, who makes this Newt carry pick feel very traditional, like natural, like that's where she belongs, even though we've seen so much mid play from her. Because of that death toll, with your one is Newt, you can get so many death toll procs off and sustain very well, but how much sustain will be happening here in duo lane, it just depends on whenever these plucks can start coming through. Tempo and Mario Bro can get aggressive at a moment's notice. It's much like this Fracture that pulls beads off of Mario Bro.
To build off of something you were saying, the build that Tuba goes is going to be very interesting to me here, because traditionally we would see Kaveka do like Transcendence, Book of Thoth, but ever since the changes to those items where they share a pool in terms of what they can give in terms of mana, it feels like you can't really build both of those items anymore. You're mostly building one or the other. So for Tuba's build, I'll be interested to see which route they take.
Fracture onto Tempo, updraft to follow. A slow from Mordred's 3 brings Tempo down to 50, down to 20, hiding under the tower, but gets hit. One stray basic takes down Tempo. That's first blood for Michael.
And an interesting rotation there too from Valo. Felt like they were over here very, very early, right? And it looks like in the mid lane, Jingaru is going to be, you know, boxing around with Shadow, who could have took the more traditional route, whereas Valo was up sitting next to their purple buff, just chilling and waiting there. So I feel like this will have some implications because in the next 20 seconds, right, those firebrands are coming up and Valo's going to have some assist gold over their opposing jungler. The kill did go to Tuba, which I would have liked to see it go to the jungler, but I mean, Tuba's playing a gold scaling character, right? So getting an extra 500 gold is going to give them a lot of pressure over Mario Bro by simple fact of they're just going to have more items than them and they're going to be able to deal more damage.
2-on-2 skirmish by the solo lane. It's both teams getting ready to show up to the firebrands, which both mid laners are reporting to as well. So potential 3-on-3 here in just a moment. We're positioning up so far. Michael feel very confident. Mushroom Kingdom on the back foot as Michael walk into the Fire Giant pit, but collapse for a kill instead, finding a slow onto Dishonored. A good root and ult ready, but not even needed. Karmic's able to find the kill. Open the gates is out to look for Shadow after Dishonored's gone. And trying our best, not even showing up over there. Didn't even bother. Good pluck takes Rongu off of Mario. Okay, so weird skirmish over in the left side too, going for the purple buff, and Mushroom Kingdom can't defend theirs.
I feel like Shaga Best was able to sneak those rocks when nobody was looking. Because Karmic, Valo, and Jagaru had walked up to go kill Dishonored there. And then Chaga Best like kind of starts that rotation, but then leaves. I feel like she had cleared out those rocks and then just dipped. Like, all right, mission accomplished. Sorry, Dishonored. I will catch you on the flip side. Yeah, W. It's worth. And Chaga Best playing this Yamoja aspect mid. We've seen it a few times in the past, right? Where it just does a surprising amount of damage. With this aspect of downpour, right? Your abilities are going to have higher intelligence scaling, so your items become a bit more relevant. And your Mending Waters, that's your second ability. It doesn't affect your allies anymore, but it just bounces off of enemy health bars. And that just does so much damage so quickly for anybody who's grouped up together. You do lose a bit of your CC. Your Moonstrike doesn't stun, but that's fine, right? You still have your Yamoja walls, which force options like the shell. You see a shell for Rongu and Karmic in hand there.
Good pluck onto Rongu, but able to move back, protect her surge, but off of the fracture dash, a stun is found from Shadow, slows down Rongu for a moment. Sunbreaker thrown down as well, but no kill found as Rongu's quite tanky and able to heal up a little bit through Resolute as well. Shadow's going to settle on this middle buff instead and grab that and walk away.
It really does feel like ever since that first blood, Mario Bro and Tempo are just going to have a tough time into that lane. Horus and Newt as a dual lane just have so much damage and a lot of CC. Newt's CC is very, like, tough to deal with. When she throws out her second ability, it roots you if you hit it in the center, but if you don't hit in the center, it's got a little bit of, like, a slow going on there. So as long as you get hit by the circle, it's tough. It's a giant circle, by the way. Like, that thing is the size of a baseball field. So the kill potential between Rongu and Tuba, very, very high. Even if you have Shadow try to walk over and gank, even with that blink, closing the distance can be kind of hard. Especially now that Tuba has their Tearfing first item. Interesting. And Rongu opted for Thebes, which is a little odd to me as well. But I want to start with this Tearfing, right? You mentioned it before, Mort, how Tuba is able to utilize this Death Toll really effectively because of the way that their first ability works, right? It goes pew, 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 like 5 shots. Empty the clip. Well, Tearfing says, hey, well, whenever you hit one of those shots, I'm going to deal a bit of bonus damage, right? 15. And then you get a little bit more every time I hit somebody. Ba, 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 ba. So suddenly, you empty the clip on somebody. They're taking like 15 times 5. That's a number. You can't expect me to do math this early in the morning. But imagine it is a big one. The point being is that that's a very important spike for Tuba here. To be able to just look at somebody and kind of take them off the board. Rongu opting for Thebes right away is a little odd to me, but Tempo goes for the Yogi's necklace. So it kind of feels like maybe supports aren't valuing the active items as early, but just getting some health online, which, because mages are going to be going a lot of flat pen, it does make sense, right? Because if you can't get early protections, you can't get early health, which is similarly effective in terms of keeping you alive.
Valo gets plucked and forced to ult, but can't get
What
far.
happened to him?
Gets body blocked, and Tempo is able to take down that one. Valo deceased as the ritual is being sought after. Michael only have Rongu around, and Garu's somewhat nearby as well, but Mushroom Kingdom have the numbers game. It's favoring them. They're capturing the mid lane beacon. Rotating over is Dishonored as well to make sure that that goes well. Rongu's catching a bit of damage, hiding on the left side, and Ritual Sight is secured.
Michael have a little bit of time if there are any rocks up to get on the map. There are not, so they can't even tie with Mushroom Kingdom. Karmic.
Okay, ult for ult, but in XE range. Shadow still chasing. Can we find it? Yes! And connection is secure. Karmic is dead. That's a kill for Shadow.
Looks like Rongu went for the ultimate as well. They're forced to back off. So it's a loss and another loss there for Team Michael. Man, it is crazy how quickly Valo died there in the mid lane. You really have to make sure that you are paying attention. Because once you have Spirit Desolation online for Shanga Best, and she does have it there, you got some flat pen, a really solid in spike. If you are a early game anything, you kind of get pieced up a bit, right? 10 flat penetration, a little bit of cooldown rate, but also think about how good this is for a character like Yamoja. Oh, I kill somebody and my non-ultimate cooldowns take 3 seconds off. My ultimate cooldown gets 10 seconds off. Yamoja, the character that simply wants to spam and kit dump, if she kills anybody inside of her ultimate, it's going to be devastational. It's like when Zeus catches somebody in an ultimate, they got Spirit Deso, and then all of a sudden they ult again, and you're like, that's back up? Are you kidding me? It's scary, scary stuff for Michael. So you just got to make sure that you give Shanga Best the respect that she deserves. You can see Jingaru opted for a Book of Thost first, and then the Spear of Desolation. It's a little bit slower for their damage, but it does help them scale a bit towards the late game.
Oh, open the gates, utilize. Pursuer of the week from the left side. Valo looking for a flank, hits 2 on the knockup, and a Moonstrike to follow through. So Valo takes a little bit of damage, but is still continuing the chase down Tempo, who is finally killed. Shadow takes down Valo in response. Nobody's in the river to take the rebuke. Rongu shows up a little bit late, but better late than never, right?
At least he's here. Arm Carver from Valo got a lot of damage across the board there, especially with that Bluestone. He's able to get a ton of value. You might have Yogi's Necklace Tempo, but your health bar can be shredded regardless. Kind of crazy. But you saw again, like Yamoja ultimate goes up, and Valo has beads, no shell. So the Mordred, if they don't have ult, they definitely get caught in there. And I would expect that they die pretty consistently off of an ultimate like that, just because there's nowhere for them to go. Very, very scary. And I know Shanga Best was posting on Twitter when the patch came out. They have been very excited to play this. There was, in fact, a healing. And we're seeing the Mending Waters now. I mean, they're not healing as much. They're dealing a lot of damage, but still, getting the value off. Excuse me, are we building Rada Tahuti second? My god! Hey, I've got 3,000 gold. Why not just build Rada Tahuti? Sure, I guess. I mean, it's interesting because this item is like, usually you build this later in your build so it can scale a bit better. It has that extra oomph. 5% penetration, which usually isn't as relevant until later in the game. But 25% intelligence from your items, 85-inch, slap it on top of it. It feels like Mushroom Kingdom want to force a fight soon off of such an important power spike for Shanga Best here. The question is, what can they force on the map, right? Pyromancer is up and available. Gold Fury is too, but we haven't been seeing too many, like, positionings to go for it. Feels like every time Mushroom Kingdom's able to get a kill on Michael, they end up suffering a loss in turn, or they can't really take it anywhere else. I attribute a lot of that to the fact that their dual lane is just kind of in a tougher spot as opposed to their mid lane, and Mulan has not really been able to rotate out of lane, although it does look like Mulan has stabilized versus Osiris.
12 minutes into the game, it's 3-3 with a very minimal goal lead for Michael, less than 1,000, and it is still anyone's game. A little bit of a slower early on, and I think you mentioned how part of it is because of itemization. We're looking to get Book of Thoth stacked up for Jengaru. We're still waiting on big objectives to fight around. The Gold Fury, Pyromancer are all available, and another round of Firebrand spawning at just a moment. Karmic and Valo already on top of it. Dishonored watching from the side, but not going to walk in. Oh, will walk in, but will they catch a stun? Is there going to be a fight that emerges from this? Dishonored gets stunned, but Valo is not feeling it. Let him walk away.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Valo values the kill onto Mulan, right? Well, and you kind of look at the map, you see the Mushroom Kingdom is like in the area too, ready to respond if it comes to it. So Michael have been winning these small time objectives, right? We've been invading purples, we've been getting rocks. Now the question is, what can we turn that into? It looks like a Pyromancer pull, but Mushroom Kingdom is here to try to contest it if they want to. Frenzy Dagger available for Achilles. Just got to get in there.
Less than half health on the Pyro. 2,000. Rongu and Valo are taking it away, but Tempo walks in. Maybe looking for a pluck, gets stunned off the fracture. Moonstrike over the wall, does some damage.
Chang'e best.
And no way, Chang'e stole it over the wall. Valo says, I've got to pursue the weak for you. I'm looking for revenge. While Shadow takes down Orangu with a fatal strike. Jengaru getting chased down, putting into X-ray range. Chomp goes Tempo, lurking in the waters. Gets the kill, down 2 members of Michael. About to make it a third as Karmic is getting chopped away at, but able to find a 2-man stun from Dishonored and Tempo. Does a bit of damage and then walks away. So unfortunate for Michael there. They lost 2 members and the Pyromancer, but Chang'e did fall in the process.
They were able to find Umoja. So it could have gone worse, but Michael started that Pyro. They started that Pyro because they wanted to fight Mushroom Kingdom, right? That is the entire point of that Pyro pull. Let's pull the Pyro, let's get him in here, let's get some action started, let's get the ball rolling. But Chang'e Best stealing it over the wall was not according to plan. And then Umoja waters go up. She pops that ultimate, and suddenly all hell is breaking loose. Mushroom Kingdom are able to surge forward. Shadow, eternally useful because they have that execute. And then you have the double execute there too. Tempo chasing after Akate. When you're in that lurking in the waters, you're able to slow who's ever in your giant circle. Akate, notably, no real movement abilities, right? She doesn't have a dash or anything like that. She can pop that shield, a little bit of movement speed, but beyond that, not too much. So Sobek is a really good pick into her for that engagement. Valo's ulting? Oh.
Pursue the weak. Whiffed. That's a shame. I think Tempo dodged that pretty nice with a charge prey. Now we're going for the Oracles. 3 members of Michael. Well, make it 4 around here by Gold Fury. They're not starting a burn, but at least showing face, trying to get vision. You don't want to overcommit to that because the Queen Naga has just spawned. We're 15 minutes in, Muse, and a lot of objectives to look at still.
See, now we're on a bit of a timer. Queen Naga, when you get it, does give you some permanent strength and in scaling, which would be very handy for any team that's able to secure it, but also that Moonstrike ritual so that you're able to pop that consumable it drops and get some extra damage on objectives via the meteors that fall down when you hit damaging abilities. But a first gold for you would be really nice to get out of base. So it's kind of like an option paralysis. To make matters worse, the ritual in the mid lane will be coming up soon. Pyromancer's coming up soon. So the bases are loaded. This is what I like to call the turning point in the game, where this is like a very big deciding factor for me. Whichever team walks away with like at least 1 or 2 of these objectives kind of gets to dictate the pace of the game for the next 5 minutes or so, because it really sets you up for the Fire Giant to come.
Chang'e all alone here in mid lane, and Rongu was hiding in the bush waiting for a fracture opportunity. But a pluck from Tempo into the team. Not a lot of response, though. I don't think that Shadow or anybody was expecting it. Wait, Michael are burning Queen Naga. It's down to 2K. Is that just a distraction while Rongu moves back to the team? Michael grabs the Naga and then runs for their life right after. Shadow blinks in, looking for a stun. Doesn't find one. And now walking away, safe and secure. Michael got exactly what they wanted. Mushroom Kingdom tried to take advantage and go towards a Pyromancer. They're burning it very quickly, mind you. Valo goes in with a Pursue the Weak. Skyfall in response. Knock up 1 off of Pursue the Weak. Open the gates. Does not connect with anybody, but it does give Valo an out. Oh, River's Rebuke thrown down and almost walled off all of Michael, but a slight opening lets them get out. Karmic takes down 1 in the back line, though. Mario Bro kills Tuba, and this fight is spilling out into the mid lane. Ritual Sight is being ignored. Everybody just wants kills, and it's about time. Heart Slash slows down Dishonored for a moment. Tempo shows up and Rongu there to kill Shadow. Tempo all alone is what it seems like. Maybe looking to find a pluck, but I don't think there's going to be a great opportunity showing up here. Mike will have the man and health advantage.
No ultimates in hand for anybody. Mushroom Kingdom just kind of waiting around for their opportunity, but it might be Sobek who gets jumped on.
Another heart slash ready to go, lurking in the waters, tried and used to maybe escape that one, but didn't look like there was any opportunity escaping away from 4 members of Michael, who not only got the Queen Naga, grabbed a couple kills, and now look to take the red buff away from Mushroom Kingdom. You can't have anything if it's up to us.
No, just nothing to be had here. Karmic's level 17. They've got the Dwarven Plate and the Berserkers and a getaway car because of the open the gates from Jengaru. So it's a squeaky clean delivery there for Michael. Love the way that they played that engagement around the Pyromancer, right? Valo is going to be that first layer to go in. I feel like Tuba's ultimate maybe layered a little bit not how you would like to see it, but I still like what it did, right? Because it covered the space that Valo wasn't able to cover with their own ultimate. And then as Valo is, starting to make their getaway, and you see Shunga Best throw up a really good River's Rebuke ultimate there, you have Osiris dive the backline. I mean, Karmic, with their Dwarven Plate and Berserker's Shield, very, very difficult character to kill. If their passive is fully stacked up, they have damage mitigations, and if they pop their 3, they have damage mitigations. So he's able to really harass out that backline.
Speaking of harassing the backline, pursue the weak right to Mario Bro, who was full health, hanging out in duo lane. Valo says, I'm here, here's an ultimate, and does half of his health bar and then walks away right after, shoving Mario Bro under the tier 2, while the rest of Michael are walking towards this Gold Fury that might not have been for a kill. It was really meant to push away Mushroom Kingdom while Michael will go for this gold, but they can't burn it fast enough, so they end up dropping it as Mushroom Kingdom grant vision. Michael no longer going for the objective.
Shunga Best has a combat blink in their build now. Very, very expensive build. A lot of expensive items. Whereas you look at Jengaru's build, and it feels like all of their items are pretty cost effective, right? The Soul Gem is able to do quite a bit for you, even if it doesn't take too much in terms of a gold investment. A little bit of flat pen, a little bit of damage. A lot of flat pen, actually, for Jengaru. It feels like Jengaru is designed to kill squishies, maybe not so much the tanks. So we're leaving that to Tuba, who is building percent pen. And when was the last time we checked in on Tuba's build? Hold on a second.
When's the last time we checked in on... Oh my goodness, Shadow gets taken into the air and just destroyed. Oh my goodness. That was a really nice pursue of the week to set up the rest of Michael. Now they'll go for Pyromancer because nobody else from Mushroom Kingdom is even around to notice. So a free Runic Bomb for Michael. No chance of Chang'e stealing this one. Valo secures it and Runic Bomb in pocket for Rongyu. But will they be going for fire? No, they're hopping into the skies. Dishonored's in trouble. Look at where the bird is going. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's the entirety of Michael diving under your tier 2, but able to get away through her own ultimate. Dishonored barely able to escape, but now with 5 members of Michael in the weird side of the jungle, they're forced to go back to base.
Something that I talked about before that I feel is going to become ever relevant now is the fact that Shadow doesn't have beats. If Valo wants to find an alt target and guarantee a hit, it's Shadow, right? We just pursue the weak, we hit the Achilles, and then we follow up and kill him. And Shadow is going this, like, pseudo, kind of like a bruisery jungle build, where you've got your Void Shield, but also you have Avenging Blade, you've got Dagger of Frenzy. I see Engrave Guard there, as well as some magical prots. So I know we're going to be getting even more protections, but none of this is CC immunity, right? So we don't have an answer to this Mordred ultimate.
And Jengaru in a really bad spot, able to find an escape route through the Fire Giant pit. But Tempo says, you won't be escaping today. Able to hit a pluck and take one down. River's Rebuke thrown down as well with 4 members on top of Michael's backline. Sunbreaker thrown down, and that makes everybody from Michael escape. Mushroom Kingdom did not find more than 1 kill, but they took a lot of resources away from Michael.
Tuba has finished up their Titan's Bane, so now we have some percent pen to deal with the Mulan, as well as Sobek, and even Achilles to an extent, whereas Jengaru is just all in on flat pen. Look at that World Stone there as well. So we're going to be reducing our ultimate cooldown so that we can have even more open the gates, which is such a pivotal teamfight ultimate. Just completely ruins the positioning of a team fight by swapping places with people. It's very disorienting, but also gives you a little bit more of that max mana, which is very relevant to the Book of Thoth that we have in our build before. So Jengaru, like I said before, very much so scaling, right? Scaling and scaling, getting little bits and building blocks to make it to that late game. You look over on the other side of the water there, Shung got best. Obshard, right? There are so many big ticket expensive items in the hands of Shung got best that is going to make her hit like a freight train with whoever she connects with, right? I mean, yeah, we're lacking a little bit in terms of flat pen because we've only got the one flat pen item, but we make up for it with the fact that we have a ton of percent pen and a lot of cooldown just attached to the Spear of Desolation. We're not really looking for sustained engagements. We're looking to pop our ultimate and just explode on top of everybody and then leave. And we do see Magi's picked up for Shadow. So there was that engraved card that we saw there before, a little bit of CC immunity, very much needed for this Achilles, now that Valo feels a little bit more emboldened to just look for ultimates on top of the Achilles. It'll help dissuade him and give this Achilles some more room to breathe and some more space to play if Valo decides to choose them as the target.
Check out Michael as a team walking up towards the Fire Giant pit. They pick out Shang Best, who gets taken down, while Conq is running down Dishonored. So Michael setting up for what could be an FG burn, or at least they're just showing up to maybe look for kills. They did get one, but can they find more? Conq continuing to walk up, and Michael haven't made up their minds on what their big game plan is. Is it the tier 1 in mid lane? Is it the Pyro? Maybe an FG. Pursue the weak, force out as Valo gets plucked under the tier 1 tower. Looks like Michael are committing to the Pyro burn, and they're doing it rather quickly. Mushroom Kingdom do have eyes on it, but don't have the means to take it away, especially not with Chang Best around to throw a Moonstrike over the wall. That's a good pick and a good objective secure. Conq still zoning in the front line.
He's very tanky. He's able to make a lot of space, but not really able to do too much unless the team follows up.
And I think that's what they're going to do. Sunbreaker thrown down. Jengaru knocked up for just a moment. Dishonored in a bit of an awkward place. Open the gates, thrown down. And like you said, disorienting. Michael are turning Mushroom Kingdom over on their heads. And Tempo seems to be all alone. No, Dishonored got to the back of the fight as well. To the skies takes Rongyu back to the team. Conq still zoning in the front line. This guy has more health than he does mana. He's been up there for minutes now.
Like I said, Berserkers and Dwarven Plate. We even got a Glad Shield there as well. So if he falls below that 60% health threshold, not only is he getting attack speed as well as percent increased protections, he's also going to be getting a bit more damage because Glad Shield sees the percent increase of protections and says, cool, I'm going to do some more damage. So we are dealing more damage with every sickle that we throw. We have Golden Blade, so we're hitting people and getting some extra damage. Now we also have our upgraded Sundering Axe, so we have some sustain. Karmic playing this Osiris, very, very hard to kill this character now that they're in the late game. I mean, they've got so many damage mitigations, so many scaling protections, and an ultimate that's on a 70-second cooldown that he's able to pop whenever he feels like. The only way that you're really able to take this guy down is effectively from something like an Achilles ult, or Tempo and Shung Best just gang up on this guy and CC chain him all the way to bananas and back. But it just feels like it can't happen because Michael plays the team fight so well. Like, they just constantly shifting and scooching people around via Horus ultimate or that open the gates.
Open the gates did not connect. 4 members of Mushroom Kingdom up against Michael's 5. Ritual Sight is being dominated by Michael. Mushroom Kingdom have no intent to run up to them and try and take that away. They'd rather keep their lives and save their resources for a more important objective. Speaking of, we haven't seen a single Gold Fury in 26 minutes. What is up with that? You know, you talked earlier about how Chang'e Best is going for this expensive build. I mean, it'd be pretty nice to finance it with a Gold Fury.
Extra golden pocket would certainly do the trick there, but it felt like we were never able to look on that left side because Tempo and Mario Bro had to take an early knee because of the rotation from Valo, right? Like right at the start of the game, right at the 2-minute mark. And the ripple effect from that has been devastating too, because while Valo was able to find some early kills with the dual lane, we were also able to follow up around that 3-minute rock mark where Dishonored went down. And just off of those couple of kills, Michael have been kind of chilling throughout this whole game. I mean, you know, chilling in terms of the fact that, like, they're winning. But they've put Mushroom Kingdom in a position where they can't really execute on anything. They were the aggressors once, and now they've kind of been on the back foot. So now if you're looking at Gold Furies, it's probably because you're trading out things like fire giants, right? Maybe not a pyromancer, because now the Gold Fury is an ancient Gold Fury. It's definitely worth contesting over just splitting the map. But if I have to choose between FG and AGF, I'm going the FG every day of the week, and Michael have a ton of shred to take down an objective like that.
Michael also have a ton of members over by solo lane. 3 members took the teleporter up to the pusher on the right side, walking up to the tier 2. Karma goes into the jungle with Tuba, and we're looking for a pick onto 1. Tempo seems to be a bit of a rough spot. So does Dishonored, who gets yoinked back to the team. Pursue the Weak knocks up
there
2, and going for a ride afterwards. Rivers of Buke thrown down, but it won't slow down Michael. Amazing player from the Horror Soul. Tempo is still trying to get out of there. Plux 1 says, get out of my way, but can't find the escape route. Down goes Tempo as well. So both frontliners dead for Mushroom Kingdom. It's just Achilles and a 500 health Shanghai Best, who has no intention of walking up to that FG. Shadow, on the other hand, grabbing red buff and might walk up in just a moment, but I don't think there's much steal potential that Mushroom Kingdom has. Maybe a Sunbreaker? That's really the only means, but Mario Bros not even around. So FG is getting secured, and Michael just got it.
That team fight looks so good for Michael. What I was talking about before that happened around the Pyromancer was executed perfectly around that blue buff. Valo scoops up a couple of people with their ultimate, and Tuba times their ultimate perfectly afterwards, sucks everybody in for a ton of damage. And then the old slip and slide, the switcheroo there from Rongyu and Jingaru, where, oh, we're gonna open the gates, oh, and then we're gonna Horse Ult back out, right? Disgusting. The mobility that this team has when utilized properly is very hard to play into. Mushroom Kingdom does not have the same kind of movement that Michael has available to them. They are very much a lock you in a place team, hold you down, pump damage into you, you can't get away from me. Whereas Michael is like, cool, I'm gonna Horus Ult out of a Chugga Best ult, I don't care. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. Good luck, right? You look at Dishonored and Shadow, we have stuns, we have roots, we have executes. That's how we want to play our game. Whereas Michael says, hey, I just airdropped a Freddy Faz Karmic into your backline. What do you want to do about that, right? The solo laners get a little bit quirky at night, especially now that we have a Spirit Robe. So Karmic is nigh unkillable as this Osiris. It is going to require, like before it was, oh, yeah, the execute would be nice. No. Now you need the execute in order to kill this Osiris. Tanks are broken, right? This guy cannot die. And now Michael strips the map of farm. They got a Pyromancer, now they got an Ancient Gold Fury. So now with all of this gold, we're rounding up some of our builds. You see an upgraded Aegis for Tuba, not a combat blink, notably, because they don't need to worry about movement so much. That's what their team is for, so they can just stand and deliver with all of their damage. You see that Valo as well has the Dwarven Plate Draconic Scales. It looks like we're going to be upgrading a relic. I would love to see either like a Sunder or an upgraded Shell, just for some added damage, or just straight up tanking it so that nobody can kill you. It just feels very hard for Mushroom Kingdom to play into this comp because the answer lies in other characters.
Stuns, roots, and executes. That's going to be the name of our late 2000s Smite Prime boy band. 30 minutes into this game and approaching the left side of the map. We just took down the tier 2 and now walking up to the mid lane, looking to take down another tier 2. Open up this map a little bit more. We've grabbed enough objectives. We got a Gold Fury, we got a couple Pyromancers and FG. Let's start taking down towers. Let's really start nailing the coffin into this game. And down goes another tower. Michael walking away right after though.
So now Mushroom Kingdom are in a position where Michael is going to be knocking on the Phoenix doors. You have to ask yourself, like, how are we defending this? I mean, with your ultimate from your Yamoja, it is very good at locking down options so long as you can force away some of these shells that they have, right? So you need to force Rongyu and Karmic to shell somehow and then lock them in with Shunga Best, who has a ton of damage. 2 Killing Stones in their inventory. So we're getting a Dreamer's Idol as our next item. This is the greediest mid laner build I've seen in my life. This is the greed that they talked about in the Bible. Like, that's a sin. You can't do that. Like, and the fact that we're like so far down and still going for these big ticket items, Mushroom Kingdom is banking on their defense to be super good. They are banking on turning around a singular team fight, and if they can't do it, they're gonna lose the game. And you know what? Now that I say it out loud, ball out. I love that. That's kind of, that's kind of sick, right? Mario Bros got Deathbringer and a Rip Talon, so we have some percent pen to go with our crit. Looks like Titan's Bane should be around the corner for them. And Dishonored's pretty tanky too. If you talk about unkillable God King Osiris, Mulan is able to play there as well. But you'll notice we don't have as many scaling protections. It looks like we opted for like a Yogi's Necklace, Phoenix Feather beat to kind of be a super healer, which I don't mind, but remember who you're playing into, right? Osiris, who has so much anti-heal, to kind of turn all of that off. So the Pridwin is there too, because you don't see any erosions from Wrong You, Karmic, or Valo. So we're going to get the full benefit of those shields. Now with the way that Michael is grouping, it makes me think, well, Mort, it's going to be time for that siege. The Dreamer's Idol online for Shang Best. Is it going to help them?
Let's see. We're walking up. Left side, Phoenix, and a lot of damage thrown down from one Runic Bomb, still saving two. Open the gates, utilize Sunbreaker out as well, and Valo's going in for a Pursue the Weak, but turns right back around and says, now is not our time. Michael tried for a quick little siege on this left side Phoenix. I thought it was interesting considering, okay, EFG's not up yet, and maybe this is a good try, but didn't go successfully. So they're going to recall back to base, spend some of the gold they earned, and then go for the EFG.
Yeah, that Enhanced Fire Giant's going to be very polarizing for the rest of the game. Mushroom Kingdom have a lot of AoE with Shunga Best and Mario Bro ultimates. Michael, similar story though, right? You look at Tuba's ult, you look at Jengaru's ult, that open the gates, it covers a very wide margin. But if you can catch Mushroom Kingdom as they walk into the pit, maybe you can find a pick here. It doesn't look like there's a ward in that bush, so Mushroom Kingdom looking for ambush tactics here.
Ambush tactics, the rat strats, will they thrive into the late game environment? 34 minutes in and circling around EFG. A lot of ultimates online. We're missing tempos and Mario Bros, but still a good amount of resource across both teams. A lot of relics ready to go, a lot of ultimates as well. So looks like teams are operating at full strength to make sure whatever they want goes well. We'll be looking at the ritual site first as Karmic and Valo show up on the left side looking for a pick onto Dishonored, who seems to be out of position, and in goes Shadow with a blink stun, but turning back around, Valo finds a nice knock-up onto Dishonored, who gets chipped away at and killed by Tuba. Mushroom Kingdom down their solo laner, and Michael walking up still, but looking to the back line. Jengaru gets picked by Chang'e Best, blinks in to find the kill. Rongyu takes the rest of the team right onto Shadow's head top. Fatal strike away, but it won't take you far. Karmic takes him down too. So 3 members dead of the Mushroom Kingdom. Michael looking for a siege.
The way that fight starts, look at Karmic's positioning. Positioned above where Mushroom Kingdom was in that mid lane, forcing people to look at him. And then Dishonored is like, oh, yeah, I'm a solo laner too. I'm going to go do the same thing. But Valo gets that loop-de-loop around, completely isolates them out and says, all right, cool, kill that guy. Right? And Karmic is going to live way longer than Dishonored every day of the week. So Karmic can get away with that, while this Mulan really can't do that. So for as much as Mulan's able to bully out in lane, she does fall off a bit in the late.
6,000 health on the EFG. Karmic is looking at Chang'e Best, but around the corner is Tempo too, who goes in with Lurking in the Waters. Maybe a little bit too early because now he's getting focused down. 3K on the EFG. Runic Bomb thrown down to secure. And Michael are gonna get it. Everybody but Jengaru gets their hands on a belt as Tempos ran down. Karmic gets that kill. Obsidian Dagger in pocket for Tuba as 5 members of Michael are running up there. No, 4 members. It's pushing up the left is Jengaru, who's trying to get caught up to the action.
Man, you couldn't have waited like one more second for Jengaru, guys? Come on. Come on. Yeah, he was right there. But it's a good Fire Giant fight there for Michael, keeping Tempo away. And now that we have this enhanced Fire Giant, the world is your oyster, right? You have pushers walking down the map. You have an Ancient Gold Fury that's able to be scooped up. You've got another bomb in your pocket just now. So the play here, in my mind at least, is if we get that Ancient Gold Fury, we hit the fast back, and then we take teleporters if they're available, probably up that left side, because that's the one pusher that hasn't really been acknowledged yet. We can wrap this in. We put a bow on it, right? So if you're Mushroom Kingdom, we're on red alert. We got to be able to take care of that pusher. We have to try to find a way to either ignore Karmic, good luck, or deal with either Tuba or Jengaru, who are able to just, it feels like they're able to kind of free cast whenever they like. Jengaru recently looked up by Chang'e Best, but it costs a combat blink. We have to find a way to make it work without expending too many resources. Again, I think about our Dreamer's Idol, I think about our Chang'e Best Ultimate, I think about these defenses, and I go, this is a good defense for Mushroom Kingdom. It's just gonna be really hard, because if Michael is able to walk away, they will regen with that enhanced Fire Giant. And they have the Horus healing too, so extended fights do not benefit Mushroom Kingdom here. They have to end it all at once somehow. Whereas Michael is very happy to just sit here and be annoying forever. Rongyu's got a doublet of binding to connect on top of somebody, offer a lot of dampening, and with the Spectral as well, makes it very hard to get any damage off on him.
Couple members of Michael on the left side bird, a couple on the mid lane, 1-2. So down goes the left bird and down goes the middle bird. A great split of resources from Michael. Now walking towards the third. Phoenix, maybe they could take this down too. Seems like Michael are a little paranoid. They're a little scared that something's not going to go correctly. Dishonor finds a rope pull. Valo goes in with Pursue the Weak, but gets up down by Mario Bro. Turns around, hits the knockup. Dishonored goes into the air. Open the gates, utilize. And beads pulled from Valo as he runs right into the back line, straight for Dishonored. Fatal Strike kills Valo. Down one member. Michael are now walking away, but locked in by River's Rebuke. Rongyu gets the third bird, but can they escape with their lives? Zangaru puts on the juke shoes through a portal and goes into the back line just to get wiped by Tempo. Rongyu fractures forward, looking for more stuns. Skyfall gets the kill on a Mario Bro. Tuba from downtown, all net, no backboard, but still going in as Rongyu, who's just walking at what's left of Mushroom Kingdom. So I don't know what's going on. It looks like at least they got the birds, but Michael can't get much further. There's no way they end the game without the rest of the team.
Tuba and Rongyu still full health. As long as Tuba's able to live, the damage could be good here.
Do the Skies takes them out. I think this is an official escape strategy for Michael, but Karmic just won't stop walking at them. I can't blame him. He is full health. Fracture combo off the updraft, and Dishonored gets dropped immediately. Karmic is still alive. Oh my god, maybe Michael can end this game. Shadow goes into the back line, trying to dodge away, but gets rooted and killed. Roots, stuns, and executes. This is crazy to see from Michael. Fire minions pouring in, and they cannot defend the Titan. Michael will be moving on in the bracket.
Man, I mean, that was disgusting. And it's like I said before, a sustained engagement from Michael benefits them way more than Mushroom Kingdom because they have that enhanced Fire Giant to give them constant regen and constant healing. So as long as Tuba is able to keep their health bar up, the damage is good, right? I mean, this Newt was just ripping through health bars. Did you see how much damage the Mulan took there? That was disgusting. Terrifying. I've been writing like notes and stuff like that. I'm adding Newt to the sleeper picks because what did I just watch? That was insane.
This Newt pick has looked, it's kind of a sleeper, you know what I mean? We're used to seeing it mid lane, and even from the carry role with strength instead of intelligence, it's still doing burst damage. And I mean, that was a pretty awesome build. We'll be sure and let y'all know when to write the notes. We'll have the items coming up here in just a minute.
Yeah,
but that was, like you said, copy down the builds. You mentioned earlier on when we first got into the games today that I like watching Smite Prime. It tells me what the pros are doing and tells me what I should be building. Well, here are the builds. Write them down.
So we had, it was Tearfing, Braggies, Bard Carver, Titansbane, Timelock Aegis, and the Heartseeker. Oh, the Heartseeker. So you have a little bit more percent pen there as well. Not too shabby. Look at the damage on numbers on that too. Well, I mean, we will look at the damage numbers on that too. There it is. 42k. Karmic. Ooh. Still able to gap the lobby though, 53k. To tell you something about this Osiris pick, it just can't die more. Like, it's not possible unless he puts himself in an execute range and then gets executed by an Achilles. It's just too many damage mitigations, especially in a tank meta where you're just building a ton of percent prot increases. Osiris sees all that and says, yeah, I love building berserkers. Oh yeah, I can build a dwarven plate. Oh, sure, Draconic Scale sounds good. Yeah, I can have all of that, and a shell, and a Glad Shield, a Golden Blade. Oh, this is all yum, 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 yum. It just makes them so easy to pick.
Well, we've got plenty more games waiting for you down the bracket, but before we go down that way, we got to take a quick ad break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Smite Prime here with one of our Summer Bash events. The NA Conquest Tournament is happening right here, right now, and we're going to talk about it. Morty in the booth today with Musi next to me. And we've got the whole Prime team behind the scenes. It's Red Rosie Panda, it's Testai, and Jithin's helping us out today, making all these pretty colors you see on screen happen. Musi, we just watched a pretty nice game, and we've got plenty more games to go.
Very informative game, I believe. You know, I think Newt has a lot of potential in the future. I'm excited to see how that goes. But if there was any doubt about what tanks could do, I think Karmic's Osiris showed us that, well, the sky is still well and truly the limit for what you can pick and play. Because, man, they just look so good.
Bracket's ready for us, so we can take a look at who is moving on. How's the bracket looking so far? So I love Roma. I do too. They're moving on to take down Nerf Jungle. I love Romania. Okay. And then we've got Kveka goes to Chengdu. That's where Kveka is now, up against Hydrogen Bomb. And that's a team that we definitely know, Hydrogen Bomb. But this Kveka team consists of a couple new players.
Say, it'll be interesting to see how the new Kveka comp is able to kind of shape up after some of their changes here. But it is you mentioned Kveka goes to Chengdu, because that is where Kveka is. I think they're just kind of hanging out there in Chengdu right now, but still got some time for Smite Prime. But it is kind of some names that we all know and love from Kveka goes to Chengdu, right? Because obviously you've got, you know, that John rowing action still there, Inbound, Wake, Globe, like, oh, I'm loving all of this to be had on that roster there. I think Inbound is on the bench with Coast there, because I see Tito as well as Cherry. So honestly, another really solid team. I'm excited to see how they do. I feel like Cherry has been looking better and better every time I see them, especially in support. They seem really comfortable there.
Mix and band's ready to go. Let's take a look and see what's waiting for us as we get a closer look at the rosters here. I've always been a big fan of watching Globe. I feel like Globe is kind of like an innovator, and I got that first thought from back during the Founder Series days. We go back and look at what happened in Vegas, and Globe is playing Shock Aspect and mid. And granted, you know, back then we had a bit more of a limited god pool, but it's cool. You know what I mean? For us, you know, it's the first time for us seeing it. We're like, that's crazy. You can do that? That's viable? So Globe has always been trying out these new things, kind of like how you talked about with Chang'e Best last game. Some of the innovators of what's happening in the mid lane compared to, you know, we're used to seeing the Merlins and the Discos, whatever, but the fun picks are always fun to talk about as Afro gets banned away. First ban of this picks and bans. Kronos to be joining her on the red list.
Yeah, again, just another one of those characters where if you have a Kronos player on the other team, probably take him off. A character just does a ton of damage, just absolutely rips through people, and has a ton of movement speed as well, especially with their accelerate. So they're very, very tricky, very hard to pin down there. So I don't hate seeing them off the board for similar reasons that I like the Giannis ban as well. Dude is very, very mobile with a ton of damage and that unstable vortex. And with that through space and time, you can 100% just kind of one-shot snipe somebody, especially because everybody's just a little bit squishier now, especially the squishies because of flat pen.
Of course, banned away as well to deny a bit of global presence that Rongyu was able to give a lot of last game. A big reason why I think that they did so well. Rongyu on this Horus pick is just so good, but Horus is not going to be picked by anybody this game. Instead, taken to, again, the rest of the bans. The Giannis, I don't think we see today. You know, I think there is a little bit of prio on that too, because Globe has also been running Giannis since he came to Smite 2, so that's, you know, another reason why we banned it away. But just in general, I feel like Giannis able to just destroy people is, we're not going to be seeing it anytime soon. But same thing with the Willix, who also is benefiting from this flat pen early on. Another jungler that can really dominate from the get-go. You get one nice pluck from Gravity Surge, and then your snowball begins from there. Hu Yi is going to be the first lock-in for Hydrogen Bomb, and this is one that Hydrogen loves to play with.
Yes. I mean, Hydrogen likes to play with the aspect. They can play without the aspect. A lot of flexibility there. But Hou is just one of those picks that is generically safe, I think, in ADC and gets a lot of damage off. Plays very well into the Jing Wei. And if you want to go for a counter matchup, you're like, all right, cool. Well, hey, do you play Cupid? You want to try to play Cupid into me? So kind of forces them to look at something along those lines there.
Bastet and Aladdin, and there's a couple different ways we can look at this. Now, this could be Aladdin jungle, with Bat Spect. Is that how we say it? Bastet Aspect.
Really?
Maybe moving her to support. Or this could be Globe taking Aladdin mid.
I wonder if it is Bastet Aspect. You know, I like Batspect, but I kind of want to keep that for when Camazotz is in the game and they have an aspect. You know what I mean? Some future planning there. Bast Spect?
Oh,
Says Tess.
okay.
That's not bad at all. Bast Spect. That's kind of hard to say. We'll say it for the one time. But
Okay.
what this Aladdin's able to do, I think Aladdin's a character that also got really strong with this latest patch just because squishies are able to die a little bit more quickly. Flatpen's really good. You can go full into Aladdin and just kind of own people really, really hard. So I'm hoping Bastet Aspect support Aladdin jungle because, well, Bastet Aspect support, maybe not the strongest thing, but being able to carry people over with the cats, it is very, very annoying to play into for sure.
Jingwei is going to be following through, and I think this goes on to, you know, this very strong late game team that we're looking to see from Kaveka Goes to Chengdu, but Bracken screams early game dominance. I don't know. I feel like you kind of get the best of both worlds from this comp. Maybe an early Wealth and Power Wish gets Aladdin on a bit of a snowball. You can get, you know, strong through that. Bracken's already got early game pressure. You know all about that in the solo lane. There's a lot to love about both early and late game from this team.
Bracken is just one of those characters that is very polarizing in solo. He can kind of do it all, right?
Yeah.
Pressures you out in lane. He doesn't really have too many bad matchups. I might even wager he doesn't have any bad matchups, to be honest. Like, he just plays very well into a lot of what's good right now. His ultimate force is Shell. He's able to harass out mages. He locks down the E set and the Morgan Le Fay, even Mordred to an extent, you know, as long as they don't have ult or anything like that. So, feels like it is a good frontliner for Kaveka. We just need a little bit more. Maybe I don't want Bastet support because I want another big tanky health bar to play with this Bracken.
One thing that you were talking about for quite a while was the E-set solo, right? You saw that picked up by Banco and thought, okay, so maybe there's a possibility there, and then MLF mid. But now I'm looking over here and thinking, what are the odds it's E-set mid and then MLF with her aspect of the Cursed Crown? Maybe that makes her the front line that Hydrogen Bomb needs. And then we look on the other side with Bracken and Yorm. One of those is probably the support, but we thought it was Bastet support this whole time. There are a lot of wrenches thrown into the plans for both teams. I'm a little confused here.
You know what? I feel like it might be Cheerio playing Bracken support. Just straight up. I think it might be Bracken support, Jormungandr solo, Aladdin mid, Bastet jungle, Jingwei ADC. That is, and now that I'm kind of seeing the pieces fall, that's where I would kind of put everybody kind of based on how they play, like, personality-wise. Because I feel like Cheerio and Bracken feels very natural. That guy wants to get in your face and get active. He plays like the Amir too, so it's kind of similar in terms of just, hey, I'm going to get on top of you and you're going to die, right? Hydrogen Bomb, you're right. There's a lot of flex potential here. And I do think it could be the Mordred jungle because we've seen Sunprod play that Mordred jungle before. So then Morgan Le Fay solo and ESET mid, I think you're onto something there.
Well, let's see if I'm onto something or maybe I'm crazy. We'll find out how loco I am as we get into the game. Find out what's going on. Hydrogen Bomb up against Kaveka Goes to Chengdu. It's happening right here, right now. Morty and Musy in the booth today with the whole Prime team behind the scenes. And Musy, we've got our aces in our places. Tell me what you see.
Bastet mid. That's what I see. I see a Bastet mid. Right. Interesting. You know what? Sure. She does a lot of damage. She can be kind of like a physical mage when you think about it. Able to get in, get out. Although, me personally, you know, in kind of the talks that I've been having with other people, I feel like I maybe don't prio the Bastet as much as some of these other assassins nowadays. But when you have an Aladdin, hey, go for it, right? This is like your physical mid laner to balance out your physical magical kind of gaming here. So that, you know, Hydrogen Bomb doesn't stack too hard up on your magical defenses. But Sunprod is going to be playing that Mordred jungle, and Snatty is playing the E-set aspect solo lane that we saw Banco really start to innovate the last time we saw them play. I do like this aspect of the Life Warden. It makes her very tanky and gives her a lot of utility, right? Dispel Magic, you don't need to hit anybody, it just shields somebody regardless. The Wing Gust doesn't have damage scaling, but you do get movement speed to allies. And when its projectiles hit an enemies, all allies with Transference are healed. So, where is this E-set getting its damage in, Mort? It's gonna be with this Boomba's Cudgel and with the E-set auto chain. Because E-set's able to chain her autos really well because she can Wing Gust auto, Spirit Bomb auto, Silence auto, and your Boomba's Cudgel is gonna be getting damage off of that every single ability that you fire off there. So it is actually very, very hard to play into her. She lives forever, she has a ton of CC, and she's able to smack back. John rowing on this Yorm, I feel like is just gonna try to not interact with her as much. I'm gonna clear lane, I'm gonna go home. I'm not interested in you. I'm a Jormungandr. I'm gonna play for like a mid to late game, get some items online, and jump on Kaidan, right? I'm gonna jump on Kaidan, I'm gonna jump on Hydrogen, I'm gonna call it a day. Not interested in fighting Snatty whatsoever. We haven't heard the Wealth Wish popped from Wake yet, though, on the Aladdin. Usually, I feel like you hear that right as you're about to get red buff. It did get popped? Okay. I couldn't hear it over the sound of my own voice. Thank you, Mort. Okay, so that's good. Aladdin should have, like, crazy GPM, 609 tapering down. There it is. So, it is weird when I think Aladdin players don't do that. It's just, like, the safest way to use your Wish and get inherent value off of it, especially because these early games kind of hit or miss with whether or not they are action-packed, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of action-packed, over here, solo lane showing up, and Snatty looking to get damage on the rowing, down to 50 health, but able to show up and help out. Wake will secure first blood, but Snatty falls. So does John Rowing, and Sunprod there as well, looking for the slow, dashes through, under the tower, hits the 2, and Sunprod finds revenge. So 2-for-1 trade-off. Hydrogen Bomb get the upper hand.
Man, it looked like Wake was kind of taunting Sunprod to walk up into them, but that was not a fight that you actually wanted. And unfortunate there for Kaveka goes to Chengdu because those deaths are at a very inopportune time. Rocks are going to be spawning in 20 seconds. This is going to give a fair amount of pressure to Snatty and Sunprod. Like, you can eat an early death at the solo laner, and it's kind of whatever. Your lane can equalize, but eating an early death and then losing objectives after the fact, taking a bunch of damage as you come back, that's where it starts to get a little bit sketchy for you. So you just need to make sure that you're playing safe, which Jorm can do. He does not really have to fight into Snatty at all. He can just play at range, throw the spit down, and hang out, because this E-set has hands and wings to be able to beat away at you. So don't play into their game. If your Kaveka goes to Chengdu, me personally, I'm looking at dual lane, right?
That's where we have eyes. Take a look as Wake dives right on top of Baby Gup, but Hydrogen Bomb is in trouble too. Hydrogen dumps over the wall and able to take away the purple. No, here comes Sunprod. Pursue the weak through the wall, hits the knock up onto Wake and taken up for a ride down to 100 health, but Sunprod can't find the chase. Hits the 3, able to take down a Wake. 1 kill found, and Cherry could be next on the chopping block. Sunprod is dashing straight to Cherry. But can we find the pluck? Yes, we can. Brings him straight back to Sunprod's arms. A double kill. Maybe we make it a triple. Running towards the purple buff and dropping it and walking away. Teeter wants nothing to do with Sunprod. I am not going to get on your plate. Just walk away.
Man, Sunprod already 3-0 at this point. What a great pursue the week. It cuts straight from underneath that purple buff and hit onto Wake again. Wake dead twice before 5 minutes. Kind of kills his start as Aladdin, to be honest. Aladdin's like sneaky good in the early game. The Kufik Invitation does a ton of damage. He has a lot of really solid clear ability. But now this Mordred, a character who in solo lane excels at taking leads and just running away with them. This guy's a lane bully. He is now a map bully in the jungle. Yeah. So if your Kaveka goes to Chengdu, you're scaling. You're like, okay, well, we lost early game. That's just kind of how it goes. Let's scale with our Aladdin. Let's scale with our Jingwei. Let's play for a little bit later. Maybe we can show up near the first mid-ritual, but, you know, any more losses at this point, and Hydrogen Bomb is going to start completely barreling over you.
Look at the damage that Snatty is doing. Very nice circle of protections. Does a whole bunch of damage. Wing Gust catches John Rowing before he can ult away. So JR dead. Snatty using the last bit of his mana to secure yet another kill.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there. I mean, John Rowling just keeps trying to tango with the E set, but she out sustains, she out damages, she out utility and out values. Like, as long as Snatty has ultimate, you can't really kill them. It's not going to happen. Plus, they still have their shell up too.
Jerry finds a root, blocks off one, but Sunprod says, I'm just going to go straight through it. Throwing the Sunbreaker down. Hydrogen is throwing out a lot of damage. Jerry able to walk back to the other side of the map. Kaidon slows down Globe, takes him down. Cherry has nowhere to go. Sunprod gets that kill. 2 dead for KGTC. And Hydrogen Bomb can do whatever they want with the map, really. They'll go towards mid lane and look for that ritual in just a moment.
Well, maybe? No. I mean,
Holy
this is the
crap.
state that the Aladdin's in when even Baby Gup is beating the crap out of Wake, where you're just down. You're down and you're out. Barb Carver's up for Sunprod, so the damage is just going to keep on pouring in. Whoever Sunprod decides to go on is facing a very, very tough scenario. But now that you've got so many early game wins, where are you taking that? You'll notice that we haven't really looked at gold quite yet, but this mid-ritual should be up in less than a minute here. If you're Hydrogen Bomb, to me, it feels like the flowchart is, let's get this mid-ritual, let's look for a fight, let's go pull gold, right? And if they try to contest us on a Gold Fury, they should just kind of win. They should just own, because Sunprod is insanely massive. They were trying to stop the John Rowing push there on that bottom right side. I heard the ult go off. That was funny. But something else that I think is kind of interesting here, Mort, is that we have a Bancroft's talent for Kaidon, which is not a first item we see very often.
We have a lamp for Kaidon, too. Here, you can have it. Let's take you into the lamp and try for a kill. Kaidon down to 150, now 200. Sherry walks into the lamp, but so does Snatty. 2-on-2 and circle of protections. Oh my god, down goes Wake in his own lamp. Embarrassing. John Rowing hops into the ult to disrupt what's happening on the outside. Baby Gup takes down Sherry as soon as they all escape. Sunprod with 50 health walking away by the skin of his teeth. That was a crazy exchange, but yet again, Hydrogen Bomb just winning at everything. Snatty kills JR in the right side jungle. Another kill going the way of Snatty. So 4 kills for Sunprod, 4 kills for Snatty. KGTC are in trouble.
Man, I mean, we just started talking about this Bancrofts for Kaidon, and immediately it comes in clutch there. Did you see how much healing that Morgan Le Fay had? That was disgusting. She was dead to rights and then suddenly alive. And, like, yes, absolutely Snatty being there contributes to that. But it is crazy because the lower you make somebody's health when they have Bancrofts, the more, like, lifesteal that they get from the item. So it just makes it so that Kaidon is able to kit dump on top of somebody and suddenly they're, like, full health again. Yeah, you get 10% increased lifesteal and plus 60 intelligence when you're at 40% health. So it doesn't even take that much, honestly, to reach that cap. You get hit by a couple abilities and you're there. So nearly 20% lifesteal to be able to fire back with. I mean, Kaidon's just very, very hard to kill. And you have that Sands of Time there too, which is another interesting starter because I feel like a lot of mages have been going like a conduit to start things off, but Sands of Time offers a lot of cooldown for a character like Morgan Le Fay who wants to spam abilities. I'm really interested to see what Kaidon builds next. Because where are we going with this Bancrofts? We could go to Spear of Desolation. That feels like the quote-unquote right thing to do. I feel like every mage can fit a Spear of Deso into their build. Yeah, there it is. A full buy Spear of Desolation. So we just had, like, what, 2,700 gold in pocket? It's chill. That kind of tells you how the game's going so far for Kaidon. He's like, I can hold 3k. It's no big deal.
Okay, so 2-on-2 skirmish in mid lane. Globe kind of watching as Cherry gets chipped away at. Plucked back towards the team and lurking in the waters, ready for a chomp. Away goes Cherry into the gator teeth that Baby Gup got. The pusher going towards the mid-tier 1 tower. I don't think Hydrogen Bomb can take it away, but at least, you know, some damage can be dealt. Globe almost dies by walking up for just a moment. Hydrogen almost able to get a kill over here on the left side of the map. Teeter take it down to 200 health, and in goes Sunprod to clean up the scraps. Another kill for him, but Wake's there for revenge. Pursue the weak use to go for a kill onto Wake, but doesn't want to dive the tower. Instead goes back to the purple buff, and Wake will hide under the tower. Doesn't want anything to do with that.
Interesting. I thought Hydrogen would maybe go for the jump over the wall there. John Rowing's dead. Soloed out by Snatty again. Tells you how the C-set's going. You got the Runeforge online there too. So remember all those autos we were talking about, all the damage they can do? We're getting even more damage across the board now because of our Runeforge hammer. A little bit of strength and some health regen there too. So you hit a CC and then bomba. You hit a auto to follow up. Very, very hard to play into.
We're 10 minutes into this game, make it 11, and it's a pretty present gold lead, actually. A pretty present gold lead for Hydrogen Bomb. And KGTC are trying to find footing wherever they can, but with constant invades happening from Hydrogen Bomb, I mean, it has been an absolute mess for them. But it's been fun to see so far. We're having a small technical issue. We'll figure it out in just a moment. But Muse, we're in a pretty fun spot with the game. We're seeing a lot of momentum being built. We talked about how this team comp is good early and a late game. You know, they're not just going to fall off at a certain point. This team is only going to get stronger.
Yeah, it feels like the snowball potential here for Hydrogen Bomb is just able to just one foot in front of the other break into a full-on pursue the weak run. Because at some point, Snatty's going to be rotating out of that lane. And when they rotate out of that lane, they're going to be bringing with them a crazy high lead and everything you want in a team fight to keep everybody else sustained, to enable Sunprime, to enable Kaidon and Hydrogen there too. So it really does feel very, very difficult to play into. I feel like if you're, Chengdu, you are just taking a couple of steps back. Only putting your foot down around certain objectives. Maybe we show up for the Moonlight Queen Naga. We try to make sure that we have some presence around mid rituals. But beyond that, it feels like maybe we just gotta let it go for a little bit until we can stabilize a little bit, stop getting picked out, stop getting caught, and start farming so we can get some items so we can be a little bit more on the competitive side in terms of these engagements. Because it really does feel like at this point, they're just getting run at and then they die. They get barreled over. There's not even too much of a response. But you have really good late game scalers, right? I mean, Jing Wei, you have the Aladdin. Like, it's all here. The pieces are here. You really are just playing for like 28 minutes at this point, which is never something you want to say out loud, in the middle of a game. But you do have to acknowledge it, that at some point, you just got to say, listen, we're not winning this anytime soon. Let's try to stop this. Let's try to slow this down. But with the understanding that it's going to suck, but, winning is going to matter a bit more than the friction that it's going to take in order to get there.
I think what kind of slows this down a little bit too is I feel like what's going to make it harder for KGTC to get into this game is the fact that they don't have a lot of objective stealing opportunities. You know what I mean? I think their burn is pretty good. They're able to DPS away pretty quickly, but it's a matter of trying to take objectives away, right? When you see the enemy team, you see Hydrogen Bomb burning away an FG and trying to, grab objectives around the map, but they have no means to seal it. That kind of makes it hard to contest anything, right? You maybe hope for easy plucks or kills, but other than that, your opportunities are limited. But our opportunity to see the game is pretty limited as we see it. We're going to figure out some technical issues. We'll come back in a couple minutes. We'll let you know what's going on. Hello, everybody. We're back. Sorry for the quick disruption, but we're here. A couple of names missing, but I'll shout them out. I won't forget. Trust me. We're back into it, and it's been a fun match so far. It looks like the snowball is still in favor for Hydrogen Bomb, and I don't think we're letting off the gas anytime soon here. One Gold Fury taken down, and Queen Naga about to spawn. The big objectives are showing up here, Muse.
Looks like Sunpride did take a bit of a knee here. So you see 5-1. And then building more off of the build that I was interested to see from Kaidon is going to be the Soul Gem after the Spear of Desolation, so even more lifesteal. So that's kind of cool to see. Very sustaining Morgan Le Fay here, as it looks like the objective burned down.
Queen Naga is getting chipped away at. It's burning rather quickly for what I assumed Hydrogen Bomb could put out, and they did a good job there. Good objective pull. And we find a kill right after Chariot, but out of position. Goes into the backline looking for a pick on a Kaidon. Hydrogen takes down Cherry, and Globe looks to pounce back to the tier 1 tower, but Hydrogen catches them as soon as they land. Pursue the Weak takes Wake Up into the sky. Wake Up, you're dead. Hydrogen gets a triple kill in the mid lane right after the Queen Naga. What else can they grab? The Ritual Sight about to spawn, and Pyromancer is their next objective. A Runic Bomb in pocket for Sunprod. Things are looking up and up.
Man, and it's going to be a ton of gold in hand for Hydrogen there. They finish up their Deathbringer to go with their Musashis. Now we just need a little bit of penetration. And this whole Yi is going to be chunking away at just about everybody. So, Hydrogen Bomb took a little bit of tumble off screen. Cameras put back on them. They're looking really good again. Feels like everybody from Hydrogen Bomb has kind of had their moment to shine. A triple kill for Hydrogen. Sunprod's been going crazy. Snatty's kind of owning everywhere he goes. It is worth mentioning, though, that even though, like, we're... Oh no. Don't do it.
Oh, no. Okay, Globe, no. You've got to get back, but can't get away from Hydrogen Bomb. A great kill from Kaidon will let them have complete control over the Ritual Sight in the mid lane, where they'll send pushers down in about a minute or so. Gold Fury and FG, both objectives to be looked at. Cherry hiding in the bush, and nobody knows better. Wait, what's his game plan?
Don't get caught. Don't be seen. That's the game plan. Like, gulp. They're right behind me, aren't they? Oh, we dropped the Gold Fury. Uh-oh. That's all right. We got it. Yeah, good job. Good job, Hydrogen Bomb. Another Gold Fury. So, okay. This game is looking pretty rough. Kaveka goes to Chengdu. And the age-old question to be asked at this point is like, well, how do you turn this around, right? How do you fix this game? Your jungler is not too terribly far behind in terms of levels and experience, but the gold difference, I imagine, is going to be fairly significant. Same deal with, like, your mid laner's 3 levels down. That's just a tough ask. I mean, it's like I said before we went to that break. We just gotta buckle up and get ready for the 28-minute mark. We have to find a way to survive the next 10 minutes. How do we do that? You keep the birds up. You probably give things like tier 2 towers, and you might have to give up the FG as well. You are playing Jingwei, so you can split the map really well. Because you could just farm. If somebody tries to go on you, you ult away, you dash away, you back to base, you go back to lane afterwards, after they leave. So, splitting the map really does feel like the best way to play into this.
Pursue the Weak utilized after a stun from Snatty. Takes Cherry into a really bad spot, and Cherry has no way of getting out of this one. Throws the walls down just for cosmetics. I just wanted to mess up the feng shui of the solo lane, but another kill going to Hydrogen Bomb.
It does add a certain je ne sais quoi, all the server racks and stuff like that. It's very techy, very, you know, it's kind of homey when you think about it. I like it. Yeah. I like what it adds to the plays. It's very cool. Maybe a dead snake too. That could be heat. A little snake rug.
Snake rug? Yeah, that would be pretty heat. I guess that's Hydrogen Bomb agree. Maybe some FG belts would be nice to hang in the closet. We'll be taking those here in just a moment. And Sunprod pursue the Weeks away to try and zone away Globe. Baby Gup takes down FG. Obsidian Dagger in pocket for Hydrogen, and still chasing after Globe. Sunprod is bloodthirsty. He's just running into the jungle.
He's got a bunch of prots. I mean, Glad Shield, Barb Carver, Nemean, Killing Stone? Oh, are we doing Sphere Negation? That's kind of neat. It's kind of interesting. I like that. Just to keep him up and alive for longer. So, you can see too, Jingwei on the left-hand side. They're going to be splitting the map. That's how Kaveka goes to Chengdu gets anything done here. Because they really just can't fight into Hydrogen Bomb. Everybody's too big. You have to give up so many things. This looks like a dead bird in the making, to be honest, Mort.
Yeah, Pursuit of the Week. Yet again, I can't believe that's back up already. Sunprod is going in, but couldn't quite find the knockup. Rack and wall thrown down to force Hydrogen Bomb under the tower, but Hydrogen Bomb want to be under the tower. Snatty is tanking it away and shaking off every single tower hit. John Rowing goes into their ultimate to try and create some space, but it's not going to stop the burn on the mid lane Phoenix. Sunprod goes in yet again. Maybe Gup does the same, but just creating enough space so Hydrogen Bomb can get the tier to the Phoenix in the mid lane. Now they're going up the right side. Can they do the same there?
More than likely, you've got FG for a little bit longer. However, ults not really favoring Hydrogen Bomb this go around. They don't have any, like, Pyro Bombs either, so they have to do this Phoenix the old-fashioned way.
Cherry blinks in to find a stun onto Hydrogen, but walks away right after. Lower health, and when he walked in, Teeter is getting poked down a little bit too. Hydrogen are having a bit of a rougher go at starting this burn. They just can't outright eat the shots. The potent damage from KGTC is a little too real. Circle of Protection's thrown down to buy them a little bit of breathing room. It does a pretty nice heal on top of that. Cherry again walking in, looking for some type of engage for the team, but can't find a stun onto anybody long enough for them to get locked down. Hydrogen Bomb take down the tier 2 yet again. Oh, the Phoenix yet again. And look at Globe returning to the back line, gonna get chopped in just a moment. Sunprod will get that kill instead, while Cherry is getting zoned and killed by Snatty. The damage is just too real, too dead, and almost making a third. Wait, no, Wake shut down Hydrogen. What is happening up there in the front as Baby Gup watches? Too low health to do anything. Teeter flies down from the skies looking for some damage with John Rowing focusing on Kaidon to the back line, forces away Aegis, and Wake kills another. Kaidon is dead, but dagger in hand, steals it away and use it in the right time exactly. Wake gets the dagger revive and then walks away right after, but Hydrogen Bomb do have some fire minions pouring in. That doesn't mean they feel confident with starting the burn. They lost too many members.
It felt like Hydrogen Bomb was playing around maybe a little bit longer than they should have because they knew that they could get away with it at the end of the day. But Wake finds a couple of kills, and that is going to catapult them towards some very important items. You see that Ratatouille online for the Aladdin now too. So our int scaling just went bomba. So now our Aladdin is kind of a player again, which is good in terms of being able to find and hunt some of these squishies. But look at Sunprod's build. We do have that Sphere Negation. It looks like the Dwarven Plate should be right around the corner, so the Mordred will be harder and harder to kill. The reason why it took so long to burn away that Phoenix on the right side was because we were waiting for all those ultimates to come back up when you're Hydrogen Bomb. But once they got those, go buttons back in the pocket, they're able to just completely take a fight afterwards. And Hydrogen as well. I think I saw, during that fight, I saw a crit that was like 1004. I was like, oh my god. Well, we're just hitting people for real. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, Rip Talons in hand, that item gives you 10% penetration now. So it works to be able to not only take a look at some tanks, but also like structures and everything like that as well. Pans out pretty well there. So you have your defense. You didn't lose the game. I feel like that's a win for Kaveka Goes to Chengdu, right? Because you could tell that Hydrogen Bomb wanted to try to win the game there. They wanted to go for a cheeky end call and make something work. They fumble a little bit. They end up handing a lot of gold over to Wake, and by proxy, giving John Rowing some time to get back into the game. And, Tito, Cherio, and Globe, maybe they're not there for the moment, but now their map is a little bit more available to farm. Ooh, left side, actually.
Oh no, this is a really bad pick for Hydrogen, who jumps over the wall to escape, but can Sunprod do the same? Sunbreaker thrown down, and holy crit, that was some damage. Down goes the health bar on Glow, but Hydrogen gets walked right after. Wake gets that kill. Sunprod still 1v3ing what's left of KGTC. Forces Globe and Wake back under the tier 2. Baby Gup blinks in, looking for a pluck. Not needed. Snatty gets the kill. Globe is dead, and Hydrogen Bomb continuing to run up the left side of the map. Oh my goodness, the damage is on the line for this team.
Man, what started as a really good engage for Kveka Goes to Chengdu gets completely turned on its head because Sunprod is just too far ahead, and this Mordred cannot die. The whole time this is happening, Hydrogen Bomb lays a trap and cuts off the options of the retreating, Wake and Globe to be able to catch them out as they try to get back towards their Titan. So it is just a lost fight overall.
Yeah.
For Kveka Goes to Chengdu. They were not able to kind of get what they were looking for. Hydrogen got way too much off before they died. Holy crit is right, Batman, because good lord, this whole Yi, I don't know what they're shooting. They got bullets in their quiver. That is not a bow. That is a full-blown 50 cal. Like, people are getting blown out of the water. It is insane the damage that this Hou Yi is able to show up, which is really funny to think about because the general opinion right now is that the weak roll is ADC, right?
Yeah.
The weak roll is ADC. I just saw a Bastet get crit 3 times and nearly die in the process, right? Like, a 4th auto, and suddenly I've got PETA outside my door asking me what's going on with all these dead cats. Like, somebody help the Bastet, please. Somebody, please, help this team out. Because between Sunprod and Hydrogen, the damage is just way too much. And then, of course, you've got Kite on there to cut him off and run the fade. I mean, that is just wild.
So, I feel like there's a lot of strong players. You said this earlier on, and I feel like this point is still pretty prevalent, that everyone has had their time to shine. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen like a lot of like all-star plays from Snatty, from Sunprod, from Hydrogen Bomb. It doesn't feel like there's one real dominant player. They're all kind of holding their own weight, but we are still having some technical issues. We're going to figure those out. We'll cut to a break. We'll be back with you as soon as we can. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, everybody. It is time for some more Smite Prime Summer Bash. Sorry for the technical difficulties earlier. If there was ever a doubt in your mind, it was Hydrogen Bomb that walked away with the win at the end of that game. My name is still Musey. I'm joined here actually by Spirited Book next to me in the booth here. Hello, Book. Welcome into the mix. Good to see you. Tess, Jithins, and Morty on the cams, making sure that we can see everything and everything goes as smoothly as possible. It's been an exciting day so far, Book. I think you'll be very interested to see the bracket that we got coming at you here, so you can kind of get a lay of the land for what's going on so far for the Smite Prime game that we have today.
Yeah, I'm curious to see kind of what's shaking down here for today for our Summer Bash, our month, and what's going on. And especially with this new patch, curious to see what's been played and what's been happening.
I agree. Well, let's take a look at those brackets and, try to see what's all going there as we get a look and put our eyes on everything. So it looks like I Love Romania versus Single Bind. And then we have Bread versus Hydrogen Bomb. So good luck to Bread, because Hydrogen Bomb coming off the heater of the game that they had before. It's gonna be tough to follow that up, but they were able to deal with Bacchus's dispensary. The RE team is down. So hopefully they'll have themselves a solid shot going towards that finals. But semifinals is where we're focused right now. I Love Romania and Single Bind are going to be duking it out one after the other. Like Single Bind is one of those teams that is always so close to greatness. They were able to touch that golden light once, but then no longer. So being kind of gate kept from the gates of heaven. I Love Romania, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be the SAP 7 team, the EU team that's going to be hanging out with us over on the NA servers. They looked very good. We saw them in the last, Summer Bash that we had together. So I'm curious to see what they're able to do now.
Yeah, I think SAP 7, kind of one of the previous winners in the EU tournaments with that roster, been very successful there. Curious to see how that kind of works out here today against this Single Bind roster, who's been just pretty consistent as of late. And curious to see how some recent changes and maybe to the meta has shifted things. Maybe SAP 7's God Pool is a little more on the nose, so to speak, with our recent int changes to the int items and the flat pen added. I feel like the Yanis has risen in priority across the way. Moswell's Merlin, I think, has also gotten a little bit of a buff because of the recent changes.
And you know what's interesting? You mentioned the Giannis. It has been banned pretty consistently so far today. Like, we haven't seen a Giannis hit the field at all.
Good.
And you're 100% right. Like, Unstable Vortex hits like a truck. He's got a ton of mobility. When is he going to get through again or at all? We're going to find out. Picks and bans are coming at you really fast here. And what else has been taken off the board, Book, has been the Aphrodite has not been able to see the light of day, but Kronos has been able to slip through the cracks, but not always picked up.
Yeah, I think Kronos just isn't in the best spot right now, not kind of in the best spot for ADCs. In ADC, you don't really want to be farming a whole lot, and that's what Kronos has to do right now. I think is spend a lot of time farming. Kind of fits into that style of Jingwei where it wants to get a ton of Devo stacks online and then be relevant, but just isn't as effective in that state. He kind of wants to spend more time farming, get some of those, little passive meters up, get a little bit more into the one. But you mentioned it, kind of been banned, kind of been picked, kind of get left alone. This time it's going to be banned by I Love Romania.
True. And again, there's that Giannis ban on the other side, single binder, taking that
Smart.
off the board. I mean, we know for a fact that Sap7 can slap with that pick. Noteworthy. One of the other picks that we've been looking out for that I've been hearing rumblings about is a Ra. I've heard word that Ra in the EU is very valued right now, so I'm kind of hoping we get to see Sap7 pick it up for himself, knowing that he's really good at some of these line ability characters. But with Aladdin and Huyu off the board, it is going to leave some picks open for first pick.
Yeah, traditionally we'd see Sap7 once Yanis was off the table lean towards that Poseidon. I wonder if that might be the angle that he also looks towards, but you mentioned that this character's been banned all day. Aphrodite taken here, and I love this already. Just probably going to go into the support role. We've seen it a lot there as of late. Can lean a little more on some cooldown, and int items can probably play more towards that damage role if they need to, but can also just lean fully on the, support style, getting in that Cersei's, potentially going for a shell as well, leaning towards a lot of cooldown to just spam those heals. I like this identity already for this I Love Romania team. Just a solid first pick.
And I wonder if we get a chance to see the Pwash at all for single bind. I know Moswell likes to slam that ever since it came out. I feel like it's like an okay pick into the Aphrodite, but the response from single bind is going to be the Thor and the Jormungandr. So a lot of CC to be had.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. A lot of zone control as well. A lot of AoE CC, like you mentioned.
You want to talk about that real quick? I think that's worth talking about.
Yeah, I think so. I think Nuwa is in a good spot right now. I think has some recent changes because of the int items, obviously. Flat pen a little more relevant, makes the ability to deal more damage to squishies, which I think for a while has been one of the issues I've had with her is, if the game goes late enough, she'll do good damage to squishies, but not to the extreme you would like out of a mage. This time around, though, I think the Nuwa going to do a ton of damage, and just free hits. You need to buy an Aegis here if you're the carries on the side of single bind. If you don't, you are going to receive half your health taken away by this Nuwa. But that does mean I Love Romania's mid laner has to spend a lot of time in the mid lane just farming it out, getting items online, getting that flat pen, getting the eventual percent pen online. Sap7's going to have to spend a lot of time just farming it out, and single bind have a composition already drafted here that wants to scrap and be active in the early mid game.
Morgan Le Fade Uller is the answer from single bind after I Love Romania drafted Nuwa Bracket. I feel like Uller's one of those characters that also benefited from these flat pen changes, but we haven't had a chance to see him too much today because he was banned earlier and not picked. So I'm very curious to see how single bind follow that up as I Love Romania respond with Susano and kind of deliberating on their last pick here.
On her, I think that makes sense. I mean, I Love Romania. They need some early game presence, and the dual lane being that lane that you can maybe lean on, I think is a good idea here. The Susano can rotate to that side of the map, maybe put some pressure there. The Cabrakan lane as well, also a lane with a little bit of CC. So between these two characters, they can try to play to lock down the Yorm. The Susano in Tegvir really has to lean on these side lanes to be effective, really wants to let Sap7 kind of be on a bit of an island for a while and just solo farm as much as possible.
So, Book, I have a question for you, because you look at Single Bind's composition, and I'm seeing some overlap here, right? I mean, the big elephants in the room, Morgan Le Fay and Opwash on the same team, but you also see Jormungandr here. So I'm kind of curious as to where the pieces being shuffled.
MLF support. I've seen Aurora play it before, and so that's going to be my prediction here. It could also be Thor support, but then you kind of run into the world of, is it Jormungandr jungle or Morgan Le Fay jungle, and then it gets a little wacky. I think Lairs being on the Thor makes the most sense. It's one of his signature characters as of late. Yorm, I imagine, going to go into the soul lane, and then probably Morgan Le Fay support. Could be Alpwash, though, and I wonder if that might be the angle here for Aurora, so that he is in the lane specifically against the Aphrodite, could maybe lean towards that aspect.
Well, we'll have a chance to put our eyes on it in just a second here. As we head into the game, it's I Love Romania versus Single Bind here in the quarterfinals. So we get a chance to kind of put our eyes on it all. It is, in fact, that Morgan Le Fay aspect and support that you mentioned before, Book.
Yeah, just one of those characters that kind of doesn't really die once they get some of their, items online. They're just so tanky and also puts themselves into melee range a lot. That ultimate as well can cause such havoc in team fights. I like this idea here for Aurora, and I've mentioned it before. I've seen him play it once upon a time. I believe it was either OSL or AGL that he pulled it out, and it looked pretty solid. I think for a while it's a character that was seen in the soul lane, but I like this idea for Aurora. I am curious, though, why not go for something a little more traditional? Maybe the idea here is that, Int is kind of the way to go, more towards these, Spear of Desolations, a little bit of a Spear of Magus in there somewhere. Maybe that's the idea here for Aurora, just getting eventually some damage online to be a little more relevant in the team fights.
It's kind of reminiscent of how Aurora would be constantly slamming like Scylla support, where a lot of your value just comes from like killing the other guy, right? You're like, oh, range root, Scylla crush, bomba, I got you. But the other thing that I'm noticing here too, Book, and you mentioned it before in picks and bans, because Sap 7 is playing this Nuwa, there's a lot of Aegises there for Single Bind. In fact, it's all Aegis or Shell.
Yep. They need it. They need it. And that does allow Tegvir to be aggressive a lot. His damage isn't going to be the most effective, but the CC combo that he can pull off with this Nuwa, the On Her, even the Kabrakan as well, will be very effective come, early game skirmishes or gank timing windows. I like this idea here for this I Love Romania composition that they've really drafted for themselves. This Nuwa really does just put a real wrench in the side of Single Bind and their relic choices. They have to go this Aegis, lest they lose a lot of their HP as the game goes on, but they have to win out in the early game, I think, still, before that Nuwa really starts to become relevant in this game.
Speaking of Nuwa, I mean, we know a lot of the mid matchups that we've seen back in the day, but Nuwa versus Opwash is not one that I think we get to watch too much, and I know you've been dipping in that bin lane a lot recently. I mean, in your eyes, hold up thought, there's a shell popped by the red buff here in the dual lane. Any Q duking it out here, Aurora, Donut Dog vying for space, but looks like Happen and Benny Q are okay. The shell did a lot of work there. But between Nuwa and the Opwash, like, who kind of wins out in the lane? Do they get bullied, or are they just chilling?
Yeah, it's going to be dictated mostly by the junglers, where Lairs and Tegvir are on, and whether they decide to impact that lane or not. I feel like Sap 7, for a bit, will just be bullied out by Moswell, who should have the early game advantage and just is more relevant in this early game. But eventually Sap 7 just is able to full clear the wave with that fog and maybe throw a couple of clay soldiers out, the shiny metal on the melees, and the wave is just full cleared. Once Nuwa gets an item or two, it's just very easy to be irrelevant in the lane, so to speak. Not to say that you aren't able to make an impact, but your impact is just that you're clearing the wave, and then that's it. You don't really need to do a lot else after that. You just have to keep up your farm until you get to that late game team fight stage.
Very quiet start for everything so far. We had that early skirmish there in the dual lane, but nothing really came of it quite yet. With that 3-minute mark on the way, it does kind of allure us to the fact that rocks are going to be spawning. That's why you see Tegvir hanging around in this right side, kind of goading Remakami to walk forward a little bit. mentioned that CC chain that Tegvir has and the lack of beads from the team, but doesn't look like anybody's willing to bite quite yet.
No, and Ramakami has to be a little careful because he doesn't have beads, but more importantly, he doesn't have Aegis as well, or ultimate, so he can be susceptible to a gank here. Tegvir being here first means that they have the clear prio, but you can see Lairs trying to hover, just deny Tegvir that pathing, but ultimately, these two are going to be at the rocks first, but look to mid lane. Will Moswell be the one to rotate out, or is he going to keep pressure on Sap7 and stop him from rotating on over?
Zav and Tegvir are kind of hanging around that bottom part of the fire pit, while Lairs gives it up entirely, opts instead to confirm the blue buff for Ramakami. And both teams walk away from the firebrands to confirm their own blue. They're not ready to risk anything. Single Blind will eventually have the brands for themselves, so you can see the mid laner slowly but surely walking over there.
Yeah, I think that's how that should go anyways, is hold that Doug and Aurora looking for an invade.
Jump away, Benny Q trades places with Donut Doug. There's a stun out on top of Happen, but no level 4s quite yet, so the chase potential not that great. Solid pillar. So it seems like I Love Romania are able to, well, they can't confirm their own buff, but they can at the very least keep their lives.
Yeah, that's important at the end of the day. They try to get an answer back there onto Aurora and Doug, but still they're able to just walk away. And this 2v2 can be very aggressive, but also really safe. They have a lot of peel tools on Aurora on this Morgan Le Fay. And speaking of Aurora, could get caught here. Tegvir's nearby.
Alted away. Aurora should be okay. Tegvir was going for that pluck, but it just didn't pan out. Looks like I Love Romania will settle for the small objective there, being able to get that neutral buff on the left-hand side. Feels like the kill potential across the board is just not quite there yet. I mean, you mentioned that the CC potential from I Love Romania is here, but I kind of noticed that the people that you want to CC do have some CC immune ultimate, so it's kind of hard to lock them down for now. What's like the tipping point? How do you get across that finish line?
I think once some of these players start to get some of their first items online, you can see Lairs now has that Jotun's Wrath, which means they can start, or sorry, Jotun's Revenge, so they can start to be active across the map here, you know, using that ultimate kind of whenever, and just be effective, I think. And like already you can see hovering this left-hand side, looking for a potential play, doesn't really spot it out, so he goes back to farm, and now could look towards mid lane. Sap7, I gotta imagine, is a prime target for this Thor. Or on the right-hand side, maybe looking for a play onto Zav. Again, lockdown CC between this Thor and Jormungandr as well is very effective between these two. An interesting idea here for Tegvir has gone for the cowl as their starter item, just a little bit more mobility once they're not really nearby anyone. I like that identity here. An Avenging Blade first item for a Sasano, one of the characters we think often as a character that wants to lean on a lot of, you know, CDR and just be effective, instead going for just a high strength item. He's always fighting in the jungler because he is the jungler, so he's going to get the full passive benefit of this item. And Susano, one of the characters that wants to be weaving in the auto attacks anyways. So I like this idea here. Tegvir, I think one of the premier Susano players is hold that. Remember Kami.
Thor up, Thor down, wall out, spin to win. The damage isn't there. Zav barely hanging on. Shoutouts, percent mitigations for Cabracket passive. But, like you mentioned before, Book, you got that Jotun's Revenge, so the ultimate will be back up in no time.
Yep, already ticking away. That blue diamond on the right-hand side for Lairs will be ticking back up. And I think Lairs actually just took his own Soul Laner's blue buff, if I'm not mistaken. I'm curious to see if we can spot that one out, because he did drop it. And I'm curious to see if that's just because he wants to lean a little bit more towards more cooldown. No, he did not get it. Okay, I thought he did, but actually it was invaded, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Zav's got out on his belly. It's under some duress. That solo side, walking him out. Meanwhile, on the left side, around that Gold Fury pit, Aurora's pretty low. Forced to ult. Tegvir's on the chase. Typhoon finds the knock up. Damage good. Sap7 helping out as well. Finally, first blood. 7 minutes in the game. It's 1-0. The gold a little bit in favor of Single Bind by 400. And now some video games get to be played because it's going to be a Gold Fury pull on the left-hand side.
I feel like Lairs has done a good job of putting pressure on the right-hand side, but Tegvir has been in left for a while now, was able to get that neutral speed on the left-hand side, and now A first blood over here onto a roar. The purple buff invade as well, and now a gold fury. So while Lairs has played well and right, Tagvir's doing an equally, if not better job on this left-hand side.
But Single Bind in the meantime are able to win the ritual to look for some pushes across the map. So they're maintaining some level of pressure over the map state. Thor just ulted in solo lane. Zav's in a bit of trouble here. Lairs on the chase, but Zav throws the ultimate out. It catches Thor. Remikami spits on Zav to put them down. Lairs is still alive. It did cost the shell from Remikami, though, in order to keep Lairs up. But Single Bind are able to split the map even just a little bit.
Zav with a great wall there, but a better shell from Remikami just to get their jungler to safety in that moment. I feel like Lairs was just dead there. I mean, if that shell did not come through, Lairs was dead to the tower because of that dive. A nice heads-up play from the soul laner on the side of Single Bind, and nets them their first kill of this game here. And off to a good start. Our Single Bind on the right-hand side, but again, it's a battle between these two junglers, and every time we kind of see these two junglers go up against each other, it really is just a battle between these two. And yeah, members like Moswell will get involved, or Happen can make a relevant play in some capacity, but it's always these two junglers that are going head-to-head specifically on trying to make the better impact across the map. And already, I feel like Lairs has gotten the edge here. You can already see just a small experience lead for the Thor over the Susano will kind of even out as more camps are taken by the Susano, but just a small lead here for Lairs. And again, to me, part of it comes down to the fact that they have this Jotun's Revenge. They can be active across the map, look for plays as soon as their ultimate comes off of cooldown. You can already see he's hovering this left-hand side, looking and fishing for something because his dual lane wants to back off. He can afford to do so as well. But this game overall, Musy, it's been so slow paced, it feels like. Just slow, methodical gameplay. Almost like the classic EU style, if I'm not mistaken. You know, Sap 7's in the game, sure, but there's still, what, 9 North American players here still as a roar. Being aggressive on a Happen. He's on his own here, though.
Stunned out. Happen and Benny Q look to follow up some damage, but the Morgan Le Fay, very tanky. They've got that Gauntlet of Thebes and the Vive Charm, so a lot of health to be had if we're lacking a little bit of protections. Now Single Bind walk up towards this purple buff. Benny Q disperse in right next to Donut Dog, pinned against the wall. Tagvir loops around the top side, looking for Donut Dog. The damage just barely off the mark. Shell and Aegis used, so Uller, barely staying alive, gets caught out by Susano ultimate. So I Love Romania find themselves another kill. Death by 1,000 cuts, and that was cut number 2. Something that I noticed, Book, Tagvir's build, right? The Avenging Blade. Yeah, we're going to weave in autos to get that Manchu bow and Hunter's bow. Are we building Dagger of Frenzy Susano?
I think so. I feel like Tagvir, again, to me, it's not the cooldown builds. It's all about weaving in those auto attacks in the build and how you are most effective in that aspect. And I like this idea here for Tagvir. It's just so different for what we're used to seeing on Susano. He really is, to me, the premier sort of Susano player in Smite 2. You know, he pioneered the Barbed Carver into Reaper build that we saw for a while. And now this is just the next step of that identity and going towards what's next. And clearly it's Avenging Blade and a Dagger of Frenzy, I would imagine, here's second for Tagvir once he gets it online.
Pyromancer was confirmed earlier by Single Bind. We saw Lairs, Remikami, and Moswell group up for that. So while Single Bind are losing a little bit in terms of kills, they're actually, ever so slightly up in gold by like 1K. So, yeah, taking a knee, but it's not the worst thing in the world. As I'm kind of taking a look around some of these builds here, Book, I do see the World Stone online for the new, so anybody who's played against her kind of knows what they're in for. So it looks like there's a grouping on the left-hand side. Gold Fury is pulled, but Happen and Benny Q pincered in. Walled out, Aphrodite ult, forced away, and Lairs is up. Looking for the opportunity to go in. It's off the mark. Trapped in no man's land. Forced to Aegis. Where are the boys? Looking for some follow-up damage. He's going to hammer away. As Single Bind keep I Love Romania off of the Gold Fury. But now I Love Romania are looking to be the aggressors. Dagger Frenzy popped. Damage pumped into Aurora. But they're going to be okay. Contagion healing. little bit of HP 5 on that. So they're going to be all right. They're just going to take a couple of steps back.
Layers with a huge Aegis there just to immune all the damage once they went in there in that moment. Just avoiding so much damage from Benny Q, from Sap 7. And you mentioned it, the World Stone online for the Nuwa. An important pickup here. Flat Pen, a lot of power, and 30% off of your ultimate cooldown. And so that just means that eventually in this game, Sap 7 will outpace these Aegises on the side of Single Bind. So he can pop one ultimate before the fight starts, just kind of in no man's land. The team can kind of force a bit of a scrap. They can back up. Those Aegises are down. As soon as Sap 7's ultimate is back up, you re-engage, force another fight. There will be a small window for Single Bind come late game where they can look for play and not be threatened by this new ultimate, but it will be quite small.
One of the, I think an aspect of Nuwa Ultimate that I really enjoy is the fact that you can also use it for a little bit of vision, right? Like,
Yep.
Where are they right now? Do we have a Scorpion thing to pop? No? All right, well, Sap 7 has World Stone Spirit Deso. Can you pop 4 Sap 7? Where are they at? Oh, they're nowhere near anything. Okay, cool. All out, right? So I just love the amount of utility that can be found in this character. So it does make me excited to kind of see it have a bit of play here.
Yeah, I feel like she's one of my more favorable mages. I think she's a lot of fun to kind of see the small things get played right, as Happen being aggressed on. But Single Bind, again, it's just a scrap over these small objectives right now. There's no major ones being pulled. Oracle's being looked at here by Tegvir. The scrap over that neutral blue on the left-hand side. All the while, Sap 7 has been allowed to free farm in this mid lane as a Nuwa. And Single Bind, I feel like, have missed an opportunity to be aggressive onto this character. She has been allowed to free farm. 3 items completed here now, Musi. The Rada Tahuti is online. This Nuwa is gonna be swinging in the next fight around this Queen Naga that's due to spawn any moment now.
20 flat pen, a bunch of intelligence, and Queen Naga on the board. It does feel like I Love Romania has quite a few power spikes that they've hit here too. Interesting item talk here. What is Chinsblade doing being built second by Benny Q there? Am I out of the loop on something? Because that's a little odd to me.
I mean, look at Aurora's build, right? Like, it's just all health. It's all health, and he needs a way to eventually kill Aurora. And one of the ideas, you kind of mentioned it before the broadcast of how I'm playing on a team in Smite Conq and whatnot, and on that team is Hinduman. And when the flat pen changes went through, Hinduman mentioned, hey, one of the counters to flat pen is health. Well, one of the counters to health is, percent health pen, and that's what Kinsblade does, just more bonus damage on characters with more HP. So Aurora has built all this HP to deal with Sap 7's damage as the game goes on, and Benny Q says, okay, this guy is building all this HP, I need a way to deal with that HP. I'm going to build this Kinsblade second here. That will eventually allow us to kill this Morgan Le Fay. It's not enough just yet, though. I feel like Benny Q still needs another item or two, maybe a Titan's Bane eventually at some point. Could maybe lean towards that Executioner as well. Another item we've been seeing a lot more in ADC as of late. But for now, Benny Q, again, on this left-hand side, just needs to spend more time farming it out. But neither team, you could see small groupings here, but neither team seems to feel comfortable pulling this Queen Naga at all.
No Queen Naga pull. There are some ults. On the left-hand side, Benny Q forces Aegis out from Donut Dog. The auto is good, so On Her wins the 1v1. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the crypts have been opened, Single Bind, by a lot of space, so that they can maintain victory over that mid ritual. That means pushers are going to be coming down here. That could be the opportunity that Single Bind need to look for a bigger play. Layers, walls out, hammer in on top of Happen, who's knocked up by Aurora. They don't have Undying Love, but they do have a lot of protections. They're going to be able to walk away from that. Single Bind just taking a step back.
Your right tower is under attack.
Stampede was burned as well, but again, Single Bind, despite getting this pressure in the mid lane, these advantages, they don't also seem to feel too comfortable going towards that Queen Naga. In fact, they're hovering the left-hand side, looking at these oracles. Probably not even going to go for this Gold Fury, though. There is a bit of a grouping. No, the call is made. They're grouping to pull this objective, and Outwash has good burn in this ultimate and great secure with the explosion.
6k health on gold, single bind, drop it. It's like once they saw I Love Romania walk up, they were less interested in taking the fight. Ultimates were just coming online, not quite available on demand like maybe they would have hoped, and the patience plays out for single bind, who's ahead anyways, right? I mean, it's 18 minutes, it's 3-1, but single bind maintain a 2k gold lead or so. And they're happy to sit with that. Nobody claims the Moonlight Queen Naga, the consumable. Ripe for the taking there. Looks like I Love Romania should be able to get the Moonstrike ritual for themselves. So, at least they get a small victory on that end.
Yeah, interesting that neither of these two teams are prioritizing that. Maybe both of them are just saying, look, it's all about the late game. But if you're single bind, I worry a little bit in that idea because, again, there's a ticking time bomb on the other side in this Nuwa, who's only getting stronger, working on this Soul Gem next, which will start to do good damage, provide a bit of extra, cooldown in the build. Sap 7 only allowed to get stronger here as a Roar on his own could get looked at.
Gonna ult away. Looks like Benny Q jumps in after them. Not quite able to close the gap, though. It looks like Benny Q did also beads in that engagement. An aggressive use of purification there to try to get there. Single bind, as easily as it looks like they can be caught, they just as easily slip away. And it looked like I Love Romania also had popped that Moonstrike ritual too. Kind of anticipating a fight. Anticipating Benny Q ult. Donut Dog, force the Aegis. Turning around though. Why? Because Aurora's here too. No ult in hand. But Layers making that rotation over. The question is, can we get there? The answer is no. We're just kind of backing off. As I Love Romania pushes forward, goading single bind into an engagement. It's all just posturing. Nobody actually wants to fight.
They do have an advantage here to I Love Romania with Donut Doug backing the base, and that Aegis being down here means there is a window that they can look to be aggressive, shove out this left-hand side, maybe look to rip the objective. Important to note as well, I kind of mentioned that this Nuwa is scaling, so is the On Her. Devourer's Gauntlet versus this Transcendence build on the side of Single Bind and Donut Doug. And Donut Doug really has been a proponent of being as strong as possible in this early game. And that is the difference here, is eventually Benny Q will outscale this Uller. Again, he perma-scales because he continues to last hit minions, just slowly build up a little bit of strength over time. Just continues to get stronger and stronger. Donut Doug is stronger right now versus Benny Q, who will eventually just become unstoppable alongside this Nuwa. Single Bind need to start being a little more active, I think, in this early game. Start to pull a few more objectives, because again, the game's just going long here. Neither team seems comfortable fighting.
I Love Romania are happy to take some of these engagements too, because Happen is just connected to anybody who takes a bit of damage. Aphrodite is able to heal them up, and we see the doublet of binding there as well. So not only are we kissed, we're wearing the same shirt. So dampening to their connected target and healing to whoever they kiss. Looks like some damage comes out here. Aurora takes quite a bit. Zav comes through, stuns out Layers. They're forced into the sky with their ultimate, and they're gone. So, Single Bind, I mean, seems like they don't want to take a fight. Shards? Good lord, that was 500 damage on a new ultimate. She's so back. Let's go.
Yeah, and she's not even full build yet. 4 items, still only getting stronger here. This Pyromancer will be pulled by I Love Romania. Remakami's nearby, though. Can he find the spit?
Destroyed the Pyromancer.
Looks like Remakami can't seal it away. Tagvir confirms it out for I Love Romania. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Donut Dog and Benny Q. Looks like for a second there, Benny Q could have been in a tough spot, but Donut Dog misses the axe, so not quite able to find the kill there. As we sit here in 22 minutes, it's 3-1, Single Bind, still up 2k gold. So, you know, for all the fighting that we're not doing, at least we're farming well. We're pulling Gold Fury. And we're dropping it. All right.
This is just the slowest game I think I've ever casted. And I casted an hour-plus long game. Good wall there from Layers. Forces the ultimate out of Happen. Nice little victory there, but will it amount to anything with the pacing of this game? I'm not so sure it will.
Your right tower
Probably not.
under attack.
We're chilling. A lot of cooldown in that Aphrodite too. Happens like hanging out.
True.
So it is very reminiscent of watching some of the EU games where the pace of it was like very slow, very methodical. We are playing for the late game where both teams have an understanding of we're just gonna play for EFG. Whoever gets to win that gets to win the game. All right, sounds good, guys. You know, we're just hanging out until that moment. You all damage check.
Ooh.
It's all right.
A little less that time around. I think that's because these players, some of the, especially the tanks, are starting to get a little bit more protections online. Aurora has that shell online, and you know, just not enough damage right now for this Nuwa. Needs to spend a little bit more time farming. I think still, it's just going to be very difficult. I think for a while for I Love Romania to really play for that one shot. You got to imagine Sap7. Curious to see what he's building next, because at this stage, I'd say, you would go an Obshard. You know. Obshard is a great option here for Sap7. It's a ton of power, ton of percent pen, will deal good damage to these tanks. Maybe leaning a little bit more towards just the raw damage identity here for Nuwa, less of the idea that, hey, my job is to deal with the front line. Clearly, that's going to be Benny Q's job. Has the Demon Blade into a Titan's Bane, so has his percent pen online. Sap7, I think, is leaning on the idea that, hey, my first ult, it's going to be the one to pull Aegis's, and then my second ult, that's going to be the one that does all the damage to the backliners, and they're not going to have an answer for it.
Do you think we see something like a Dreamer's Idol?
Maybe. That's what I was wondering, if that's the idea here, because mages right now are in an interesting spot where they can't really get that capped 40% in theory. You have to get a Dreamer's Idol in the build to make it happen. In this idea here that Sap7 is going for, he's not going to get the full 40%. And I think that is the smart play for mages. I think your job right now is to really deal with carries and one-shot the carries as uninteractable as possible. And yeah, I think that is what he's going for, Musi. You can already see that first component online. And with that,
so, yeah.
you know, the gem pickup here, I think it's going to be a Dreamer's Idol here next for Sap7, which means, again, there is a window for single bind to start finding a victory, because this item takes a while to build. It's very expensive, but single bind, again, they don't really have a way to start a fight effectively outside of this Thor, the Thor wall and the Thor ultimate. It's the wall's not too committal. The ultimate kind of is. And I worry a little bit for single bind that they're just kind of sitting on their hands a little too long here.
It is kind of hard to jump on top of I Love Romania, isn't it? Because, like, so many beads and Aphrodite ultimate as well. Mid pad is where we're fighting. Aurora took a little bit of poke here. Zav makes the rotation. Thorwall out. Just kind of dumping some damage into Aurora. Taking a bit too much. Gonna ult away. I Love Romania has control of the point. Empty the Crypts comes out. Single bind, not quite ready to give it up. Now we get to see some major grouping, though. Tagveer on the left side, looking for a flank. Romania won the ritual. It's an opportunity here, though, for the pushers. Remember, they still got to get more of those rocks. It looks like Romania just has to back off here. Maybe they pull Pyro.
Yeah, I think this will be a Pyro pull for single bind. I would like to see them maybe rip Fire Giant here. You just got that Aphrodite ult. Or Gold Fury. I think you have to pull something here and bait a fight while that ultimate is down. You know the backline can be exposed here. Despite them both having access to beads, there's a shell for Happen as well. So maybe it's not as clean as you would like. But again, I Love Romania. They're just continuing to scale up. They're only getting stronger as the game goes on. And yeah, you lose a mid pad, sure, but you're going to end up having to deal with these, you know, Naga minions pushing down all three lanes. But that's not the end of the world. And now you just got a red buff invade. Arm taken away from Moswell that's going to you is great for I Love Romania. Small victories that is just putting them in a good spot. And now Benny Q on this right-hand side, he wants to be nearby. He wants to be at this around this Fire Giant so he can be relevant if single bind pull, but he also wants to keep farming. And so I love this idea for I Love Romania that they're putting their carries in lanes, that they're able to just farm and keep getting stronger, keep getting the gold, and keep getting the important stacks for if you're Benny Q.
BDQ also looks like they finished up their Titan's Bane, so we do have percent penetration available for ADC, as well as health shred, as well as crit damage, so all the pieces you want in your damage carry to just hold left click on top of somebody and take them off the board. I Love Romania and single bind 3-1 at 27, about to be 28 minutes. Single bind slowly but surely extending a gold lead. It's now 2,500 instead of the 2,000 that it was before. The chart slowly but surely ebbing downwards, but like you said, Book, I feel like this is a place where Romania is comfortable. They are
100%.
well within the zone of playable gold. Damage check. Look pretty good.
It's getting there. It's only getting stronger. And I think that idea here, you mentioned it earlier, the new wall ultimate can be used just for vision, and only 50, like a little more than 50 seconds for this ult cooldown. I feel like it's under a minute here now for SAP 7, now that they've gotten, you know, the Deso, the Soul Gem, and the World Stone online. This new ultimate is just going to be up so often, every minute or so. You can just kind of pop it, not just for damage, but for vision as well. Look at Moswell now building towards a little bit of defense, realizes, hey, the longer this game goes, the stronger this new is going to be. We have to have an answer to it in some capacity for our carries. I'm going to build some sort of defensive item here as single bind grouping for the Fire Giant. Their burn is not that good, though, with this Uller, and he's not even nearby yet. Again, it feels like I Love Romania have slowly just outplayed this early game. Single bind are going to have to win through some crazy team fights, I think.
Or you could find SAP 7. Looked like Donut Doug was able to get some damage there. Empty the crypts out from Moswell. Donut Doug follows it up with a lot of damage. Undying Love forced away from Happen. And Single Bind very decidedly tell I Love Romania to back off for a second. They're going to pull that Pyromancer. Zav walks up with Benny Q. Pyro down 1. Hey, health. Layers confirms it. Zav's in the mix. Remakami taking some damage, and Tagbeer off to the left side and the other side of the wall. It's going to throw away that ultimate. Shell forced away. Zav was using their ultimate. So Remakami is able to get their team out. Benny Q follows it up with an ult of their own, but not quite able to find anything. Aurora a little bit in the back. And with no boys to help them out, just barely ekes it away. Good lord. Single bind, backing up. I Love Romania, giving chase. Who's in the back? It's Aurora. Sundered out and put down. Unfortunately, I Love Romania was able to cross the distance and get there, but Layers is up? Where are you going? Group up for Thoralt. Who's the target? It was Aphrodite. Undying Loved away. Now, Thor forced to Aegis and put down. Layers is out of the game for a bit. Single bind still looking for a little bit more. Can we find SAP 7? Spit out from Remakami, gives up the chase, turns around, realizes he's got teammates behind him that don't belong to his team. Knock up, damage onto Tagveer. Zab putting the damage into Yorman Gonder. Can't quite get the kill. Moswell finds Tagveer and Benny Q off to the side. Tries to avenge their friend, burns the beads. Moswell jukes left, jukes right. SAP 7 jukes into an arrow from Donut Doug. As Donut Doug jumps after Kabrakin. Yo, chill! That's not your game, dog! But it won't be enough. Donut Doug picked off from Happen, and Zav running away as fast as his little Kabrakin legs can carry him. Remakami spits. Remakami walks after him. An inevitability that the Kabrakin will die. Single bind. We're able to walk away with a couple of dubs.
So does I Love Romania. And at the end of the day, it's kind of a wash. No Gold Furies taken. No Fire Giants taken to hold that. Aurora wants to change that idea as Remakami is the only other damage dealer alongside him until Layers shows up. Actually, Moswell nearby, so this Gold Fury should go the way of Single Bind. So a victory at the end of the day for I Love Romania. Or sorry, for Single Bind at the end of the day. My apologies. I Love Romania, again, they're just kind of taking it easy. That Dreamer's Idol online for SAP 7.
Gulp.
I feel like there's, well, yeah, I feel like they're still okay losing this gold. They can afford to lose this. Okay, Happens nearby. I thought he's gonna go for it.
Said it. Happen steals the Gold Fury. Oh my goodness! Single bind, screw up the leashing, and it's stolen away from I Love Romania. My God, she looks good in a bathing suit. She looks good with a second Gold Fury pip. Shoutouts Happen. Scoreboard.
Big steal for Happen there. That victory I just kind of mentioned for Single Bind all of a sudden doesn't go their way, and there's a lot of standing gold on the map for I Love Romania to take. A tier 1 in mid will go down. Tier 1 in left also available for I Love Romania if they want to go for it. And suddenly this team is looking good and feeling comfortable.
Moswell is dead! Empty the crypts, not enough to save their life. I Love Romania are now ready ready to walk it down, emboldened by a Gold Fury steal, now ready to post up around a Pyromancer. Beads forced away. Ramakami has to get out of dodge. I Love Romania look at the Pyro and start the burn. Ramakami hanging around that right side, looking for spit angles as Donut Dog walks in, trying to find an axe. Beads from Benny Q, the ultimate there to CC immune. Zav walks up to buy some space. Jormungandr ult back towards the back line. I Love Romania sticking together, looking for their opportunity to go in. Zap takes a ton of poke there. Happen will kiss them. And Tagveer will confirm the Pyro, so it's a win for Romania overall, and Moswell will think twice before stepping up.
I feel like I Love Romania got to be careful here. Single bind are grouped in the area, Fire Giant available, and yeah, this is a window. They have to try and go for it here. Moswell's up in 4. Wonder if he has fast available to him. He's got to get here quick. I Love Romania trying to contest.
EFG pulled and then dropped. I Love Romania walks up, Stampede. So now we're running up. We're sprinting in there. Kabrakin and a pull from Tagveer. It's good. Zav taking a bunch of damage, but tanking through just as much. Layers is up in the air. The crypts have been emptied. Moswell gets some damage in there. Layers in the back, falls down and gets blown up. Zav, in turn, will lose their life. It's a tit-for-tat situation between the two teams as I Love Romania fall back.
Layers needs help going to the back line here. I feel like Ramakami has been helping out his carries pretty consistently here, but it's just left Layers on an island when he's diving forward aggressively, trying to lock down a target. At the very least, Layers buys time by going in like that, forces the members of I Love Romania to back off, have to hesitate and worry about a Thor ultimate, and that puts Zav in a bad spot on his own where he's trying to dive the other back line and he falls as well. So a 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day, and it all comes out in the wash. Single bind here for the mid pad will look to get it, but Happen and Sap 7 are nearby. But I don't think they can contest just yet, Musi.
It's not quite there. No teammates to back them up. Man, I mean, it has been back and forth. I will say this for Single Bind. They've been keeping Romania in check, which is an odd thing to say because at this stage of the game, we're really looking at Romania to be the ones that kind of are winning.
Yep.
You know, these fights, it kind of feels like. But I feel like there's been some small adjustments from Single Bind to make sure that I Love Romania doesn't completely run away with things. But you're 100% right. Layers need some help diving into these backliners because of the redundancy. The amount of beads and CC immunity from I Love Romania is very hard for the Thor to play into.
Yeah, for
Wait,
sure.
are we
As
just
Tagveer
blinking
goes in.
Oh my gosh, he went for the pull. He's going after it. Donut Dog is down. Tagveer charges up the ultimate, knocks up some people, and Layers is in the sky. Thor looking for his way in. Where is he gonna find? Nothing but a coffin because he was locked down by Zav. I Love Romania find 3 in total because Moswell's down. Jormungandr and the Morgan Le Fay on the task with the defense, but those two characters are not enough to keep away the strength of I Love Romania. And the call is, do we go for EFG? Do we run it down mid? We have new minions, so we're gonna run down that mid lane, get ourselves a tower.
Roar trying to flank here, just trying to deny the potential Phoenix siege here. Is able to walk away, get some health bars fairly low. But with the sustain from Happen, you got to imagine I Love Romania, they're going to pull this EFG. Tagveer still frontlining, and Tagveer shows up huge in that fight, just gets so much damage off before it can be immune. And then Sap 7 with their ultimate fishes off the kill. EFG getting low, but health bar is low on the side of I Love Romania.
Oh, Roar getting pushed out. EFG 5k health, Ramakami, no ult to their name, jumped on and destroyed. Single bind. Now only have one defender, Aurora, to try to stop this EFG pull, but a bomb secures the fate of I Love Romania. They get that EFG. Benny Q has the dagger, and it's time to reset, refuel, and walk it down.
Yeah, with the items completed as well, Sap 7 has backed and is at full build here. Soul Reaver is their last item, and I love it. With all the health being built on the side of Single Bind, they're kind of like, hey, we can build these items to just kind of immune what's being built by this new all the damage she's going to have for the flat pen, especially to us carries. If you're Moswell, who's gotten for the Gauntlet of Thebes as well. And now Sap 7 has just said, okay, I'll just build the health percent pen item, you know, in the Soul Reaver. That'll kind of help me with that. And Sap7 doing important damage here. 53,000. Gonna add a little bit more now to that one.
Whoa.
Make it 56,000 here. And I Love Romania have reached that late game here. Full build for Sap7. Full build for BennyQ. It's the Avatar's Parashu that he's built last item here on her. A ton of strength in the build here is just going to be swinging.
Coming to 38 minutes. It's 12-5 in favor of I Love Romania. They just got their third Gold Fury, an Ancient Gold Fury as well. And not only are they up in kills, look at that gold chart spike. 8,100 gold difference there for I Love Romania. We're looking to jump on Cabrakan. Donut Doug putting damage in. Cabrakan pretty much dead to rights. Bomba? Any day now. Bomba? Any day now. There it is. So, we got him. Now it's going to be a 4-person push on the left side. I love that play there from Single Blind. Just trying to get whatever they can there.
Doug pushing back. He can actually go for this if he wants to. No, I realizes that members are going to back on the side of I Love Romania. He has to get a back off soon. And a great cross map play there for Single Bind. They know they have to find a pick before I Love Romania group on the left-hand side and siege the Phoenix because they know they can't take a full 5-on-5 against a team with Enhanced Fire Giant. Now for only less than 2 minutes away before this this buff runs out. In Single Bind, they have tempo to be aggressive here with the 5v4 situation they've really gained for themselves as BennyQ hunting here.
Ooh, looks like BennyQ wanted to jump in after Aurora just to show some presence and be like, listen, man, I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of any of you. Single Blind go back to splitting the map. This time Donut Doug's over in the left side, but 4 strong with EFG for another 80 seconds. I Love Romania are still feeling very strong.
Oh, for sure. But what do you do now? Because there's no towers to really take outside of that right-hand side tier 2 that's already weakened. They might just go knock it down. But, I mean, gold is not irrelevant, but it's getting to that point. I mean, 6 items for the carries on both sides. Only the frontliners and the jungler of Lairs having to finish up that build as Tegvir gets stunned.
Oh, Ramakami is there for a knockup as well, but Tegvir is still connected to happen, so they're healing up quite a bit. Undying Love is still an option. EFG still ticking away in terms of keeping their health bar up. So Single Bind are just kind of hanging around here. Maybe they hang around a little bit too long, though. Ramakami, no more Submerge. Is I Love Romania going to go for it? We're kind of waiting.
Sap7 has a 3k pot in hand, just now popped it.
Okay. Ultimate is down, though. Aurora's behind them. BennyQ's half disperse over the wall. And Jormungandr, World Serpent in. Blink forward from Susanna. We can't find Donut Doug. In the back, BennyQ picked up. Moswell shuts down Tegvir. It's a good fight for Single Bind, but it's turned around on top of them. Donut Doug is going to fall. Happen chased away by Ramakami and Aurora. Eventually, Aphrodite crumbles under the pressure. The lone survivor is Sap7. A beautiful defense from Single Bind.
This, I don't know if it's game necessarily, but they're dead a long time on the side of I Love Romania. Wonder what Single Bind can do. There is an open Phoenix here. A tier 1 in mid still available. I don't know if they can go for this, but I think they might try. At the very least, they're going to go for this Phoenix on the right-hand side. Only Sap7 to defend. Ultimate available, but I don't think it's going to be enough to defend this Phoenix. Has to focus on the Titan, I think.
The Titan's going to have like 10% damage mitigations. It's 2% for each structure that's up. So that thing's nigh unkillable, it feels like. 10 seconds till everybody's back on. You're right, Book. They get that bird. They get out of dodge, especially because EFG is going to be coming up soon. Nuha Ultimate. Ow! That was not very nice. But it'll be down for the next EFG fight. A Single Bind look to that Pyro.
They need this quick. They need to find some more secure. They've got 2 bombs already. They need to get this one, and they need to back soon because I Love Romania are on the map first. They still haven't backed. Just now getting some of their backs off our Single Bind. Doug dying on the left-hand side there was really important. I feel like with Doug available, that Phoenix on the right-hand side goes down a lot quicker. And maybe you can threaten an end, or at the very least, you wipe the map of even more towers. There's still that tier 1 in the mid lane here for I Love Romania. And a big fight at the end of the day, like you mentioned, for Single Bind. They're kind of the team that gets outscaled a little bit here, and still they were really relevant in that last team fight. Killed off 4 members, only Sap 7, the lone remaining one, able to survive. I feel like BennyQ needs to maybe look towards an active Aegis. Is there one of their options here to just try and avoid all the damage between Layers and Remikami? The Aphrodite ult will not be enough, I think, to survive all this damage on the other side.
It does feel like whoever Happen is connected to, you go for the squishy that isn't connected to Happen, right? Like if Happen's playing with Tegvir, we're going to look at BennyQ. If Happen's looking at BennyQ, we're going to look at Tegvir. Maybe we'll look at Sap 7, like whoever we can get on in the backline. And Remikami's got the ult to make it happen as Single Bind in Ancient Gold Fury. It'll hit tier 2s, but it'll get more gold. That was a lot of damage.
That was a lot of damage to Doug specifically. A little less than half his HP, but at the very least, Sap 7 isn't getting any stronger now. Has the 3K pot in hand, and actually Doug on his own
Left side.
would get looked at here. His back was stopped.
Oh, Tegvir's on the chase. Donut Doug. He is able to get away. That was scary for a second there, because if anybody dies, it is explosive in its consequences. A bird is exposed. The Titan is exposed for Romania. The EFG's up, so positioning is very important.
Happen had to use the ultimate and the stampede as well in that moment. Doug is able to just kind of walk away after that little skirmish, is able to keep the relic intact, Aegis available to him still, so he's not really under a whole lot of instant threat from this new ult, as Aurora just walking forward as Layers just wants this red buff.
Playing for red right now. Getting a little bit of poke off. Single Binder able to get away. Oh, Zav ulted. That's not good.
Do they
One
know?
less tool down. They must have heard it. Oh, we paused. Everybody freeze. So, no Cabal. Posted up around this EFG. This is a lot closer than I think either team was comfortable having. Like, it is neck and neck.
Yeah, very close between these two teams. Zav doesn't have ultimate, but everyone else on the side of I Love Romania does. Same with Single Bind. They'll feel comfortable. They just want the Pyromancer. They want a 4th bomb before they go and rip another Fire Giant. But right now, they're just kind of sitting in a comfortable spot. Zav is nearby, doesn't have that ultimate again, is slowly ticking that diamond back up here. Pyromancer will spawn and will likely be looked at here by Single Bind. Remikami just playing bouncer here around this corridor.
Enemy team has destroyed
Donut Doug confirms the Pyro there for Single Bind. Small thing to note here, there are pushers on the map right now in that left and mid
True.
lane for I Love Romania. So Single Bind do have to acknowledge that before we can really play for the EFG at whole, but it feels like I Love Romania are not quite ready to go for it yet. 4 bombs in pocket for Single Bind, Book. Wow.
Yeah, I think that's why I Love Romania don't feel comfortable going for the runic or going for the Fire Giant. They don't have, they have some secure tools, right? They have a bomb themselves, but they're not going to outconfirm 4 pyro bombs on the other side. And yeah, some members of Single Bind are splitting up across the map to deal with the Naga minions that are pushing, but Single Bind can get there pretty quickly. You have a lot of mobility in this composition outside of this, you know, Outposh that is just the only real immobile target here. And so Single Bind, they can afford to slowly split the map. While I Love Romania, we've seen it time and time again. How long now have they just sat in that bottom right-hand quadrant of the map, right? Like how long have they been in that specific quadrant of the bottom right-hand side? It's been a while now for all 5 of these members.
See the hover for the Gauntlet of Thebes, it just clicked for me as well. So Boswell has a bit of health to go for themselves. Oh, we're pulling EFG.
Sap's
Are we
ult.
actually pulling EFG? Sap, no ultimate available. We're backing up. What you mentioned before, Book. Health is the answer to Flat Pen. I do like this pickup from Moswell. I feel like Thebes does quite a bit for this upwash.
Yeah, I think so too. The Soul Reaver was the attempted answer here for Sap 7, but you can already see Sap 7 not doing as much damage on this character anymore. I feel like the Ob Shard is really, the lack of Ob Shard specifically is really starting to hurt Sat 7. I think he might need to look to invest in that item as Fire Giant being pulled here by single bind. No new ultimate available.
Hold, burn, down to 8k. Romania walks
Dreamers?
up. Pop that Dreamer, but we don't have ult to follow up with. We're just pressing buttons. Single bind picks up EFG again.
It's down.
Zav walking forward, kind of trading places. We still have 4 bombs. 8k health. Are we committing? Nua ultimate? That is a pause. Question.
Unlucky there. Sap 7,
Unlucky.
no Dreamer's Idol. Yeah, really unlucky. No ultimate now. I feel like this Nua is just going to sit dead in this team fight now. And I'll tell you what, the other side has been doing a really good job in single bind. They're doing a great job of just slowly pulling the objective, backing up, re-pulling, backing up. It's now around 8,000 HP.
Very patient.
Do I Love Romania pull here is my question. Are we going to hop out of this pause and are they going to the ones immediately pull? I don't think they can afford to commit, but might they bait the attempt at, hey, let's go walk up and pyro bomb, steal it. And then immediately I Love Romania is like, okay, fight. Let's get in there. Let's make some plays. Let's be active here. We've kind of just sat on our hands for a bit. I think I Love Romania need to start being proactive. They need to start forcing stuff. They've kind of sat on their hands, like I mentioned, for a while now. And ever since that fight that doesn't go their way, where they're trying to siege and then trying to find Benny Q, it feels like it's just been, trying to find Donut Doug specifically on the left-hand side. They found him, but after that, it feels like I Love Romania have just kind of sat back and let the game go to single bind.
Yeah, we talk about missed windows of opportunity, and where, single bind had windows of opportunity to maybe put some extra pressure into I Love Romania before this new one was able to get back up. Now it kind of feels like it's reversed. So when you're I Love Romania in this moment, you had a very powerful window that maybe now we missed. And this is kind of something that I think we both almost expected going into a matchup like this, where we said it earlier. Both these teams are very comfortable going all the way to like hyper late game and burger flipping an EFG to win the game. Because they are that confident in their objective fights, right? When you are that confident in how well you can fight and play around an objective, that is where you want to be. That's where you want the game state to be. So both of these teams, we're sitting here like, we are very good at playing around EFG. We're very confident in what we can do here. Like, and this is something that only like good players can really manage. Most people don't know how to play around an EFG. I don't know how to play around an EFG. That's hard, right? I'm like, yeah, we got to play the zone. We put him in the zone and we take him out of the zone. He's like, right? But that confidence can come back and bite you, because the other people on the other side of the water are sitting there like, yeah, we can do that too. Like, I'm not afraid of you.
Yeah.
I can make that work. So at some point, you have to stop being the baited and start being the baiter. Like it's about throwing out the fishing line. You reel it in, right? You got to start reeling. If you're not reeling, you're just littering in the ocean, right? And we don't like litterers here. So
no.
I really hope that this pause ends soon. So I'm out of metaphors. I don't really have too many more going in here. That's what I got.
I was here for it, Musi.
There's another set later.
You were going on and on and on, and I'm just like, I'm here for it. And it's just finally the wheels.
This
the
guy's
wheels went
just
off the
saying
train,
words. What is going on?
I do think we're in an interesting spot though, where we are at the hyper late game, and this Nuwa that I think we expected to be doing more isn't, and that's really interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like her numbers, just her base numbers, are not in the best spot. And that's been my biggest critique, where, we don't infinitely, permascale where we used to keep into this hyper late game early days in Smite 2, where you continually buy 3k pots and only get stronger because it just continually stacks up more and more int or more and more strength. And eventually we reach this game where one ability will one-shot the carries on the other side. Well, that's not the case anymore. Devo gloves and some couple of character specific abilities are the only things that kind of perma stack right now. And that does
Yeah.
put Benny Q in a good spot. But I feel like Benny Q kind of showing that he's not the most comfortable in this role. I feel like he should have a lot more stacks than he does right now. I think he's at around 118 if I'm not mistaken, which at this stage it should be more. We should be at around the 130 140 mark like we see a lot of Jingwei's do. Now granted, it's on her, not Jingwei really much more of a farmer versus on her really wants to be a little more scrappy and fight a little more early, doesn't want to focus as much on farming, wants to be more relevant in the early mid game. But if you're going to go on her, you're going to go Devo gloves, and you are going this specific Devo gloves. Really, at this stage, I think you just put Benny Q in a lane and start letting him find some stacks. Maybe prioritize a few objectives, because again, you can stack it off of the odd objective as well and continue to scale the strength of your on her to try and match what's on the other side of single blind. Because Donut Doug right now is swinging two abilities. Donut Doug is basically another mage for the single bind team, and he is doing so much damage to the carries on the other side.
It really does feel like there are some opportunities where if we're not ready to really commit around an EFG pit, or, you know, maybe there's some space we can play with here, like you mentioned, just splitting the map a little bit. Like, obviously you can't give up EFG, but, you know, how much do you need around that pit in order to effectively dissuade a team from actually committing on top of it? How much threat presence do you need? Because if you think you can get away with sending away your on her, sending away your Nua, you know, sending away your Susano, maybe that's what you kind of have to do in order to put pressure on the map as a whole. We even had a situation where there were pushers on the map, which is kind of one of those, like, hey, if we've got pushers on the map, we can pull an objective. Because, oh, they have to acknowledge the pushers, right? That pulls their attention. But even in that scenario, we didn't really see them have an opportunity to go for any major objectives. It really was just, it's, you know, hanging around, standing around. Just, it's kind of aura farming on top of each other and being like, man, we're just going to chill, right? Speaking of chilling, we're going to figure out some of these technical issues, and we're going to take a quick chill. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back in just a second. Welcome back, Smite Prime Gamers. My name is Busey. I'm joined here by Spirited Book, Tastai, Morton Man, Jithens. We're going into pick some bands because there was, unfortunately, a game-breaking bug. Lobby go boom. But that's okay. We're going to remake the game, and all will be well again. A little bit more Smite game action, and honestly, that game was too close to call. I mean, and we were sitting here talking about it, like, even during the game, of like, man, it's just even. Yeah, like, the moments of opportunity were there, and they were gone, and then we're back to eternally dancing around an EFG to flip it. So, W remake. I'm here for it. Here for some of these picks and bands.
Yeah, I mean, it could have gone either way. I feel like this is the most fair for both these two teams. You know, one had a bit of a goalie, but one had a Phoenix down. It would just be most fair, I think, to remake for both these two teams, and they get to run it back. And yeah, picks and bans yet again. I feel like both these two teams might be looking at that last game and saying, how can we change how things kind of went, I think, a little more in the early game. Both teams very clearly content on farming it out to late. Wonder if one of them are going to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't do that because clearly this team was a little better in the late game. Maybe we kind of changed things up a little bit. I'd like to see maybe a different mid pick here for SAP 7. I think as the game went on, that Nuwa damage really started to fall off and single bind really optimized well into it, itemization wise, especially for Moswell with that Gauntlet of Thieves. I'd maybe like to see something. I'm obviously Yanis, but that one's banned away. Maybe the Poseidon would be a better option here. Have a little more utility in the early mid game.
Looks like Jormungandr is going to be a little bit of a different band as opposed to the last game. So no Jormungandr for the single bind here. The single bind sit to themselves and go, who do we want to ban? We'll ban the Nuwa. So SAP 7 will not be playing it regardless. But it's still going to open up that Aphrodite first pick for I Love Romania.
Yeah, I was totally down for an Afro ban here, I think, for single bind. Instead, clearly they're happy to go through the trade of, hey, if you're going to get Afro, we're going to get Thor and something else. Maybe, I mean, just the Nuwa is an interesting idea. I mean, look, it sucked. It sucked in the late game, and it sucked in general to have to go all, 3 sets of Aegises to deal with this character. And so that does open up a little bit more versatility in terms of the relic options here for single bind. And maybe that's the idea here for this team of saying, hey guys, we can go for some different options here now if we want to. Maybe the Susano ban even for Tagveer, just denying a little bit more of that burst damage would have been a better option. The Nuwa, it's different, but it is a bit of a head scratcher for me personally. And that leaves Aladdin open as well. And clearly, neither of these two teams are really prioritizing it to the extreme, but it's still available. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Tagveer leans on it, or even Benny Q.
Single bind lock in the Thor again, as they are deliberating what they want for their second pick. As they start to mull that over in their heads, I'm kind of wondering if we see the Uller again for Donut Doug, do you think? I feel like the Uller had its moments. It was looking pretty good, but you mentioned before that you lose a little bit of that sustained image that maybe you need to burn away some of these objectives.
Yeah. I think that was a big deal, and that's why single bind never really felt too comfortable pulling anything in front of the side of I Love Romania is, yeah, they had great secure, especially for the Outwash. It was a good option there. Even the Uller helped with the secure, but that burn damage, the ability to just take objectives just never really was there for single bind. I think they could really benefit from a different ADC potentially as well. But that being said, the Uller was doing good damage, especially once they got full build. Donut Doug was swinging, nearly one-shotting carries, doing good damage to frontliners as well with their abilities and their combo specifically. Maybe it is the option to just go back towards that pick and say, hey, look, it's still going to do well. It's still going to do well once we get a couple of items online, be effective, some CDR as well. And I think that's why we saw it really struggle in the early game. It really just didn't have any CDR in the build. And so I wouldn't be surprised if the Uller just kind of really is picked again. Like you mentioned, will it be picked again? I think it will be.
And then, of course, for I Love Romania, no more Nuwa. So where are we looking to instead for mid laners? And I really feel like we're in a meta right now where you can play just about anything. you could play anything your little heart desires. It really feels like they're all pretty good. Like, if Agni was able to be picked today, that's another one I'd be looking at. Discordia, I think, is really strong. But even like Poseidon has a lot of value. I think Kraken on a low cooldown is really good. You can even look towards something. Again, I haven't seen the Ra yet. I really thought I was going to see a Ra from SAP 7. I'm kind of holding out to put my eyes on something like that. Even some of the mages that are more, solo lane or support oriented, like Iset or Baron, I feel like could have a chance to shine given the opportunity. Like, there's room to play with these picks. You just have to draft a comp around it, right? So it kind of opens up the viability for a lot of different things. So I guess what I'm looking for is, what are you trying to accomplish now that you don't have your Nuwa? I feel like you have to rethink your entire draft, because you won't be able to slot something in that can do exactly what the Nuwa was doing, as opposed to something like, I could just throw a Disco Agni into anything and it just kind of works.
Yeah, I think Discordia being available is an option. I mean, SAP 7 to me hasn't traditionally screamed to be a big Aladdin player. And with that pick being open, and Tegvir, I got to imagine, is the player that would pick it or have to pick it here for I Love Romania if it's open. Is that going to be the option for him? I'm not so certain it is. I feel like Tegvir continues to be more comfortable on the picks like the Sasano. And it's still available and was clearly being very effective in the last game, being incredibly mobile, making plays across the map. Aladdin needs to spend a little bit more time farming. I would like to see it maybe be a Sasano and then a Poseidon. Lots of lockdown into a CC combo, into big burst damage. But you mentioned the Ra as well. That can also work well alongside the Sasano. The Sasano will not be here this game, I think, to be the setup character. I wouldn't be surprised if he's here to be, will not be here to be the damage character. Wouldn't be surprised if he's here to be the setup character. Look for a pull into the damage from SAP 7.
We do see the Loki lock-in, and the question here is that like Loki aspect solo, or is this Loki in the jungle? And then we have Houyi as well. Single bind, fire back. They're going to have themselves an Iset and a Morgan Le Fay. Probably Iset solo, Morgan Le Fay support again.
Yeah, I think that's the idea here is the Iset will go into the solo lane, into the hands of Remakami, and the Morgan Le Fay will go into the hands of Aurora yet again. I mean, Aurora was not dying a lot in the early game. I think he was doing a really good job of living and being effective, being in the face of the I Love Romania composition and not really being punished for it until the damage got online. I like this idea again for single bind their comp. A lot of CC setup and CC chaos for their Alpwash, I think, to get good damage off.
So we do see the Susano locked in for I Love Romania. We're waiting for the last pick here. Benny played the On Her before.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. We still need a pick for SAP 7. I was like, On Her was picked in the last slot in the last game. I was like, what's Benny gonna play this time? We already have Ula there. But we do have the Akate for SAP 7, and Donut Doug is going to run back that Uller. So the comps are a little similar this time. But for as many things are the same, many other things are different, right? The Gabracket isn't here, Jormungandr isn't here, and the Nuwa isn't here. So I feel like that is going to change up the dynamics of these teams just a bit.
Yeah, I almost like I Love Romania's comp a little bit more than their last one. I like the Hecate more than the Nuwa. I think she can provide a little bit more utility and team fight potential, and I do think Hecate has gotten a lot better with the item changes. A character that can really swing onto the back line, but also can play front to back. A very versatile mage. That ultimate is huge. A great way to pull beads as well. And now you have good damage dealers in the Sasano and the Houyi that will force single binds carries to make decisions like, okay, do we go beads or Aegis? Last time around, it was, okay, we all have to go Aegis. This time, there's a choice, but single bind, their carries have to make that choice and be comfortable with that choice. And they're just going to have to live with it at the end of the day. And Doug, I imagine, will have to go towards the beads, especially if Benny Q goes towards non-aspect, which I think is the better version of Houyi personally. I think we're seeing a lot of aspect lately, and it's great damage, but I think adding more layered CC to the combo from your whole team fight makes Houyi non-aspect a little bit better.
Well, it's time to do the time warp again. I love Romania versus Single Bind as we head into game here. The semifinals between these two teams. It's me, Musy, it's Book. And Book, I feel like we kind of see everything where we expected to see it.
Yep. No craziness. I mean, it's Loki aspect in the solo lane, ESET aspect in the solo lane. I mean, Aurora's once again piloting the Morgan Le Fay. There's no shenanigans with Moswell playing anything weird like this Morgan Le Fay mid, and then Aurora playing the Alposh in support with the aspect. No, it's just everything is where it's supposed to be. And Musy, there's no real crazy frontliners this game. There's no tanks. Last game there was a Jormungandr. This time it's just kind of everyone's a squishy that's going to prioritize, and some of them will prioritize some health and defense and utility items, and some of them will prioritize a little bit more damage. It's a very interesting spot in Smite 2 right now where there's one team with let's see, 1, 2, 3 mages. The other side has 2 mages and 2 assassins. So curious to see which team kind of comes out ahead with this very different style of play that we're used to seeing.
It is interesting too, like the Loki aspect is known for building like a ton of tank items, but yeah, you're right. He's not like a frontline tank. The Loki is not making space in the sense of like, oh, I'm going to get in front of everybody. I'm going to brawl with this tank that might be in front of me. We're going to duke it out. No, I feel like the Loki is definitely a little bit more accustomed to playing as Loki is a little bit more used to being, where you're like, I'm going to find an angle, I'm going to harass, I'm going to put pressure on this area by simply being here and threaten with my assassinate. Holy damage, though. Good lord. As level 1 in a dream. Don't let that guy get behind you.
Yeah, a lot of damage there in the early game from this Loki, but that does mean Remakami hits level 2 first and is able to have first clear priority on the right-hand side, just continuing to pressure out this Loki. And this is kind of the ranged versus melee early game matchup that is expected when you see an E set in the solo lane. And if you don't really find a way to match it with a mage of your own, you're kind of forced into this weird spot where you know the E set's going to clear early as Tagbeer finds first blood onto Moswell in the mid lane.
Oh, blink and you'll miss it. Where did Moswell go? Unfortunate that mid 2v1. Moswell looks like they used their beads as well, Book, so a repeat gank from Tagbeer could lead to some pretty big things.
Yeah, and so much earlier action this game compared to last one. What, it was like the 3, maybe 5 minute mark before we saw action. And right side, though.
Oh, that was so close. When I saw that the Spirit Ball happened before Zav had used their Flurry of Blades, I thought for a moment that the E-set was going to be cooked, but the Shell will keep them alive. Meanwhile, Layers hoping to harass out the dual lane. Unlike last game, Book, we are not playing as patiently as before. Both of these teams just got done playing for like nearly an hour. They're ready to wrap this up within the next 20.
Yeah, I kind of mentioned between games of, hey, like, wouldn't be surprised if this one's like a 20, 25 minute game because, yeah, like you mentioned, it went so late last time and neither team really had a clear-cut advantage. Now it's all about this early mid game for these two compositions. Hecate can get active once she's level 5, already there, has that diamond ready to go because the early kill in the mid lane as these two dual lanes are scrapping it out, but I feel like Doug and Aurora getting the little bit of the better end of it right now, but of course Happen has that sustain available. Tagveer, though.
Solo side, Tagveer comes out of the bush, finds the pull onto the E set. Wingut's not good enough. Remakami
Another one
is put down. Now, that will give I Love Romania priority over these rocks, so it'll be an early win for Order side. I mean, you know, last time we saw this game, it was really, really chill. Now, we already have a couple more kills that we did at like 7 minutes, right? Like, it's pumping.
Yeah, Tagveer adapting really well to what happened in the last game where, you know, it was, I believe, Lairs that was, no, Tagveer was there first on the right-hand side, finding another kill onto Remakami, who just respawned and was walking back to his tower. That is a toughie. Now Sap 7 scrapping as well.
Moswell didn't have beads, but don't need him. Walks away from the open the gates, and Tagveer cleans up that red buff.
Level
Complete
6.
ownage on the solo side of the map, right? I mean, single bind, they get those rocks, they go for invades. Now they'll have the timers on that side too. So you could expect some repeat plays from Tagvir. I mean, Iset doesn't have beads. She gets pulled in by Susano every time.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like so much different from game number 1, where we talked about a little bit about how it's always a battle between these two junglers when they go up against each other. More damage, more fighting on the left-hand side.
Happen. Undying Love used. Aurora, whoo, not able to get the kill off the last swipe from their ultimate. They're chasing after them, though. Damage out. No mana. Aurora has to back up. Happen just barely holding on. Thank you, Aphrodite healing. There was a healing, and it happened in the duo lane.
See, though, Lairs trying to find something here on a Benny.
Oh, Benny jumped up, down, back in. Tagvir now. Dashing forward, finds the damage onto Lairs, pieces him up. That is 4 kills for Lairs at 5 minutes in the game. Coincidentally, it's 4-0. And Isle of Romania command a 2.4k gold lead right out of the gates. It is a drastically different landscape from before.
I mean, Tagvir just being active so much more in this early game compared to last game, looking to make plays, just being proactive, making small moments happen. As see Moswell taking it back here on the right-hand side. I mean, just so different already from Tagvir. And part of it comes down to the fact that he was active early, got first blood, and used that leverage to gank right, and is doing it again.
Yeah. I watched Tagvir walk over to solo lane. I'm just like, well, Ramakami's dead again. Alas. Right? One of the big parts about what makes this Iset solo so good is the damage she's able to get through with her autos and her utility. But I'll tell you what, if you just kill her over and over again because she didn't get beats into Susano, then you do just kind of own that lane.
Yeah. I think part of it is too Ramakami just not respecting that rocks timer in particular. You got to imagine with how the early game went, Tagvir was there on the right-hand side, being aggressive to make sure that his team had priority to get to the rocks first. That's what happened in game number 1. Same thing happens in game number 2, but Ramakami's not ready for it this time, is in that alcove on the right-hand side, and Tagvir just ganks him, kills him, goes to the rocks, gets the rocks, is back for a repeat gank pressure. If he gets the kill, it's great. He did. But if he didn't even get the kill, he gets priority for his solo lane, and now he's just going to corner camp here. Ramakami's probably in trouble.
Yup, pulled in, Iset ult, Loki ult afterwards. Ramakami cannot stay alive. It's cooked. And that's a play that happens all the way back from getting those early invades. Dual lane, though. Lairs throws out the wall. Happen, forced to ult. The sun's come down. As Benny Q throws out some autos, but no kills. Single bind. Just cannot find a win in the duo side. We're going to translate it, though. We're moving towards that Gold Fury pit, knowing that we still have all of our ultimates. Aurora, he's out by the corner, and we're giving it up. I mean, Aurora's ulting, but to what end, right? Just to make space.
Aurora might be in trouble here. Tagvir and Sap7 walking to this left-hand side, and Tagvir is very quick right now. Sap7 with priority in the mid lane means they actually haven't been spotted, I don't think, until it's too late.
Oh no, Sap7 walks up, finds damage onto Aurora. Tagvir's here to follow up, picks off Aurora on a rampage. Suddenly, this Susano just is on a roll that seemingly cannot be stopped. For every play that Single Bind tries to make, I Love Romania just swoop in and find a little bit on top.
Yeah, Tagvir just putting on a clinic in this early game, being proactive everywhere on the map, translating that lead that he's built for himself from the right-hand side now to the left and getting himself a kill there onto Aurora. It's none of them good pressure. Single Bind need to slow down the pace of this game, continue to farm up, get some items now, because Tagvir is in a very scary spot. He's got first item completed here, the Avenging Blade, yet again, running back that AA cancel build. And even Lairs here, trying to get these rocks, and isn't here in time to really commit to them. Lairs ulting now.
Thor looks for Loki, pops him in to the Iset ultimate, but Tagvir here to clean up after the fact. Ult and autos are good! Double kill for Tagvir as he just continuously adds bodies to the canister. The solo lane harbor butcher, Tagvir, is just going crazy.
Yeah, continuing to gank. That right-hand side is ready for layers. A double kill going the way of Tegvir is huge for the Susano. I feel like Zav is happy to take that trade where it's like, yeah, it's a, you know, a 1-for-1. Oh, then it's a 2-for-1. Yeah, I die, sure, but my enemy soul laner is 0-5 and I already have a 2-level lead. It kind of doesn't matter if I die there because it's Tegvir the one that has that shutdown gold available to the team, that if Zav dies, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, he's very okay with taking an early dip there. Especially because, I mean, when you're low-key aspect with the lead that you have, the E-set is just, you know she's going to die again. You, like, know it's going to happen. It's like an inevitability. You're not too stressed about it. Because, you know, big boy Tegvir is going to come over and own them yet again. But first, we're going to pay a visit over to duo lane. As Tegvir and Happen pick up that Gold Fury. Benny Q dukes it out with a roar. Knocked up. Putting damage in.
Whoa.
Roar answers back with an ultimate. Forces the leap away from Benny Q. Meanwhile, in the Gold Fury, Tegvir confirms it. Looks like Donut Doug wanted to go for a steal, but not enough mana, not enough gas in the tank to really play for it. But it's going to be a skirmish in the mid lane. As Tegvir gets in there, looks for some damage, and crosses back. It's the crypts that have been emptied. And Thor that ults in to his death, by the way. Sap 7 decides to take one home for themselves with the shield explosion. And I Love Romania seem unstoppable.
Lair's going in there just trying to force something off of Tegvir, but then immediately gets blown up. I feel like Lair's just playing a little bit tilted now almost, just kind of trying to force something to go his way, and nothing has gone his way so far in this early game. It has all been Tegvir so far, just continuing to be proactive, looking for a roar now as well.
Here's Moswell with the chase. Damage onto the Susanoo. They'll take the wind spread away, and they are safe. So, very, very slippery character from I Love Romania. It's 11 minutes in, 10-1. I Love Romania are up 5k gold. Meanwhile, dual lane. Benny Q ults on top of his head for beads. But he's okay. Like I said before, 5k gold lead there for I Love Romania. The question is, now you've got this crazy lead, where are you pushing it?
Probably this right-hand side. You can see the members of Tegvir and Zav just continuing to get more and more rocks right now, just continuing to try and build their lead. Tegvir having this lead is huge, but I mean, despite the lead kind of going his way, you can actually see it's not, it's components, right? It's not a full item lead just yet over Layers. Layers is still kind of trying to keep pace where he can, continuing to try and find farm, hovering around those rocks, seeing if they're up. Okay, they're not up, and there's no real jungle for him to go for right now. I feel like in the next minute or so, that's where Tegvir can really start to try and build a lead, and that's why Layers is trying to make something happen.
Open the gates. Layers looking pretty low. Empty the crypts. The Thor picked up. Tegvir is here for the team. Ultimate's out. Taking a lot of damn though.
Oh.
Whoa, we took the gates in and passed. Running away. It baits the team so that we can put some damage into Aurora. And Susano's got the mobility to get away, so he'll be fine. Now Happen's walking up a little bit alone. Fleeting Breath, Corpse Explosion. The damage isn't good enough. I Love Romania. Woo! It was close, but they got in and got out.
Here's again, just trying to force something, and it doesn't go his way again. And he's really struggled. Aurora on a crazy flank here under this tier 1. Might go between the towers and look for a push.
But Tegvir is back. They took the lane teleporter. Layers in the air, looking for a target. We found it. It's off the mark, though. Thor Hammer finds Sap 7, but locks him to death underneath the tower. So Tegvir finds another kill. They are divine. Let's add one more to the body pile, says Happen, who scoops it up and takes it away from Tegvir. You have 9 kills already. You don't need more. But at the very least, Layers was able to find some shutdown gold on top of Sap 7. I Love Romania look to the Pyromancer.
Yeah, they got the shutdown, but they lose 3 members for 1 kill. A Pyromancer going to go the way of I Love Romania as well. At the very least, Doug was able to solo kill Benny Q on the left-hand side. Donut Doug is officially the saving grace for the single bind team. He's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting on this Uller in the mid game, I think, because the rest of the map is just losing and struggling right now.
It's hard. It is hard, and you really have to wonder, like, how do you get yourselves to a position where you were before, where you're able to stand around EFG and kind of hang around? Because I feel like last time for single bind, they were, slightly ahead in gold, maybe losing a little bit in terms of kills, but still staying relevant. This time around, Tagvir's just been allowed to go crazy, right? You look at these experience charts, you look at these gold charts, 5k gold lead for I Love Romania, just about. Maybe if you find some damage onto Benny Q here, Aurora chases after them, Benny Q jumps away, yeah, it's cooked.
This three-man core unit of Tagvir, Sap 7, and Hapid just roaming together around the map, getting pressure in mid lane and translating it over to the left-hand side. Tagvir nearby wants to kill Doug. He knows that Doug is going to be the saving grace here. A great wall, though, onto Tagvir. And a great ult from Moswell in the mid lane, but Hapid just walking forward.
Yep, down they go. Single bind are in the area. Wondering if maybe they can pull something here. Feared away is Tagvir. Still looking to get some damage off, but this is all a ruse. It's all a bait book because gold here is going to be what's pulled. And the left-hand sides have made the rotation. Even though Aurora's here, cannot go for the steal. Tagvir confirms it. And I Love Romania continue their snowball.
7,000 gold 15 minutes in is pretty diabolical, I'm not gonna lie. We're pretty much at that point in this game.
Territory.
Yeah, we're getting close. Lair's hunting again here. I feel like you just gotta find farm at this point. Aurora and Lair's really want this play.
Open the gates is out. Thor's in the air. Sap falls back. Where's Lair's gonna fall down on, though? Falls down onto Sap, who beads. He gets out just as quickly as he got in. He leaves in a body bag, actually. Tagvir walks up, looks for damage on top of Remakami, open the crypts to buy space. It's not enough. Moswell now trying to make their grand escape, but Loki's on the chase, gets damage on and slowed away. Hapid follows it up with some birds, pulled in by Tagvir. Down they go. Double kill. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Benny Q up downs on top of Donut Doug, who fires back with some autos of his own. The mark is on, but no stun. Jump in, beats Axe. Who's gonna come out on top? Donut Doug finds the kill. 2-0 over Benny Q. So while I Love Romania gets to win the rest of the map, Donut Doug confirms the lane for himself.
Doug is screaming team diff right now. The rest of Single Bind just struggling everywhere. Queen Naga gonna go the way of I Love Romania and this mid pad as well. Nice play there. Again, it feels like Single Bind are just saying, yeah, let's just look, who cares that their jungler is up 3 levels over me? Let's go for a fight here at their red buff. What are they gonna do? Stop us? And then they all die again and again and again. Single Bind have gotta slow down and just find farm. Play like I Love Romania did in game 1, where it was just the slow, methodical play of farming up to late game, because you've kind of locked yourself a little bit out of this game.
It feels like there's a bit of impatience this go around. The mental drain of having to... Yeah, I think so. I feel like there's a little bit of impatience in your head, and Benny Q, dead? Donut Doug. Pulls it up. You got that in you? Bomba. Down they go. Well, who's going to tell the Tagvir's around the corner, though? I'll miss you. Down they go. Shut down. Oh, the tactical feed from Benny Q to fatten up Donut Doug so that Tagvir can loop around and pluck them like a fruit off a tree. A juicy peach devoured and consumed. Tagvir is massive. Like, ay.
Roar and Lairs are hunting here. Again, the lead is insurmountable almost, but they're still taking this 2v2. Oh no! Godlike
Tagvir caught the Thor hammer with the kiss. That's insane. Now Tagvir stunned, knocked up by Aurora. Is he gonna die? Don't ask silly questions, because he's just fine. Moving up is Sap 7 and Happen. Find a lot of space. Moswell emptied the crypts, but to what end? Did not really find too much. Now I Love Romania continue their reign of terror across the map. It's a Pyromancer.
Yeah, why not? Just keep building the lead, keep getting more objectives. And yeah, I mean, Doug knows that he needs to find stuff on the left-hand side to make it work. And 18 minutes in, yeah, let's go for it. We got crit on our ADC. We got the damage. We got a crazy lead. Only Remakami nearby. No Sunder available. Let's just go for this objective.
6k health on fire. Moswell is dead. Single bind. Did you know there's a Tagveer behind you? Susanoo. Walled off. Takes some poke. Reset ult on the ground. It's popped. Fire Giant. Abandoned. Remakami picked off. Happen looks for Aurora. Damage in. Benny Q picks up the fire. Layers falls down. Open the gates. Catches the ankle of Aurora. It's a double kill for Sap7. And I Love Romania continue to walk it down while Donut Dog tries to find any scrap of farm they can in the left.
Hey, crazy what happens when you pair Susano alongside a mid laner that can do things in this early game and in the mid game. Oh, this Hecate is looking pretty good for Sap7 all of a sudden, where he's able to make plays and look for those ultimates to impact at this stage. And suddenly that allows Tagveer to just be massive and roam around, do whatever he wants because he doesn't have to spend time babysitting his mid laner in the mid lane. And Sap7 level 19, Tagveer level 20 at 20 minutes. Only Benny Q, the one that's kind of really behind. Donut Doug level 19, really trying to get something going the way of his team, but with everyone else losing, it's just tough. But Single Bind, they're grouping here and they're gonna take this fight again.
They have to go for it. They're gonna try. Gold Fury confirmed by Happen. Open the gates, comes out. Single Bind surges forward and eats a ton of damage. Happens low in the back though. Dagger pop by Benny Q just to get some extra damage off. Tagveer goes in, comes out, Layers comes down in the background. Zav! Oh! Is fine! Layers picked off by Tagveer! Oh no! More damage coming out from I Love Romania. Donut Dog trying to get anything across, but level 19 you may be. The rest of your team is level 5, and Aurora is falling down as well. Moswald, the lone survivor, the one to go home and tell the story. Wait, where do you think you're going there? Upwash, I'm gonna get you. Down you go. It's a deicide, and I Love Romania loves to walk it down in this mid lane.
Yeah, they might go for an end here at this point. 1 second on Layers means they probably can't fully commit just yet. The respawn timer is still too quick for Single Bind, and instead they'll spread the map. It was a great look for Single Bind. They're just too far behind. Imagine if you just spent that time farming in the early mid game instead of continuing to fight and fight and fight. You could have won that team fight there. Be a little more relevant in that moment. Instead, they're just too far behind. Layers gets one shot trying to dive in there, and Single Bind just fall apart as soon as their jungler is dead. All the burst damage already came through, and then there was no more after that. They didn't kill anyone. And I Love Romania, it's officially beyond uh-oh territory. We're in a scary spot for Single Bind.
Is there anything that can be done if you are Single Bind? I mean, there's got to be something you can do, right?
There's always a way, Musi, as I've learned. I recall a specific moment where I said specifically about this team that they had a less than 1% chance of winning, and then they won that game.
He's gonna die. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he's dead. Remakami's dead.
Yeah.
There's nothing he can do. But there's always a way back into the game like this. The problem is, does Single Bind have the tools and the mental fortitude to find that way? And I'm not so sure they do this game in particular. I think they're tools that lead them well into the late game. I mean, look, that time it was Gibalanque with an aspect. This time it's Alpwash that's 0-6, level 17. I don't know. This is certainly a toughie. Zav is not here, though. And this is a 4v4.
Open the gates, comes out. Doesn't hit. Forces beads. Aurora's at the back. Taking a lot of damage. He'll be the first to fall. It's a rampage for Sap. Take the portal in. Phoenix dead. Sap taking a lot of poke here, but dealing just as much damage. Catches Donut Dog before they reach the fountain. Remakami gets the shutdown, but the damage has already been dealt. I Love Romania are just gonna walk back away. Got some towers on the left side to clean up.
That's a big shutdown there onto Sap7, though. Some gold at least going the way of Single Bind, something to their name. And I recall a time where I said this team had a less than a 1% chance of winning. And then a play kind of similar to that happened where someone, I believe it was Happen, was jumping away, accidentally hopped in a Hecate portal forward, died, and then Single Bind were able to turn around. Shades of that game potentially, but I Love Romania just so far ahead. You're going to have to make multiple, clumsy mistakes like that if you want to get back into this game for single bind. And down the right hand side, Phoenix, they have to do a little bit of homework before they get to the, even try and contest this fire giant that's due to spawn. It is a tall mountain to climb here, Musey, if you're single bind. But at the very least, you've kind of started to punch in some of the holes that you need to get your hands and feet into to start climbing that mountain.
24 minutes. Remakami. Not looking good. What? Holding on for quite a bit longer than I might have suspected. So they're picked off. Now it's going to pull the FG, is where I Love Romania's attentions are. But Single Bind will respond by taking a look at the Ancient Gold Fury on the left-hand side. Zav and BennyQ stick to the FG. Aurora chased out by Tagveer, Happen, and Sap7. So it's going to be a trade across the map. 25 minutes in, Book. 33-6. FG for I Love Romania. A gold lead. Bigger than any amount of money I've ever held in my life. Single Bind have to prepare the final defenses.
That's a toughie there, Muse. Not gonna lie.
That's a toughie. It's a toughie.
That's a cell phone right there if I've ever heard it. But
yeah, well,
Remakami's up. It'll be a 5v5 at the very least.
Here at the burn. Happen walks in. Oh, found the blink stun. Health bar low for Donut Dog. Picked up by Zav. Open the gates. Swaps places. Remakami eats a ton of damage. Suns come down. Bird as well. 5 still strong here for I Love Romania. Layers. Oh, the ult is off the mark. We have to hammer away. BennyQ dashes after them. Pulls them in. 1,000 damage crit. BennyQ claims Layers' life for himself. And we get ready to walk towards this Titan room. Moswab doesn't have the ultimate available. Buying for space is gonna be tough. We Cersei's Hexstone in. Aurora leaves just as quickly as he entered. He died as he lived, pressing W key. Now it's just Remakami and Moswell. Health bars for I Love Romania looking pretty low. Open the gates, it's off the mark. The Titan down to their half health. Moswell still throwing out damage. BennyQ jumps in. Eset is dead. Moswell is next. And I Love Romania clean up the game.
Tagveer goes deathless there. 20-0 by the end of that game on the Sasano. Just hyper carrying that entire game. That is a toughie, to say the least, for the side of Single Bind. And especially because they were so resilient in that first game. It's just an unfortunate situation, and they have to remake, and now they end up losing. They're out. And it's the other side that's going to go all the way up to the finals. And that is a scary performance if you're the team on the other side just waiting for this series to finish. And you see that performance. I mean, I'm spamming the button. Ban Sasano. Guys, ban him. Top 3. Get him out of here. Let's force something crazy to happen and say it was a bug so he can just be comp banned. Get this character out of our game. We don't want to deal with it.
He did a lot. And just think. Aladdin was open and available. Kali, Dodgy. I feel like there's a lot of junglers that are looking pretty solid here. You try to ban out Tagveer, you just find out that he plays everything. So it's scary to be sure. You know that Tagveer and Sap7 are playing really well together, and that is a very scary thing to have going into your next set. But, gotta have a plan, gotta have a contingency ready and available for you in the back seat there.
Yeah, I think that was a good game. And it kind of makes me wonder, like, in our classic circuits, Tagveer, switched to ADC. They put Rat Milk in jungle, but Tagveer showing like they are a top jungler for a reason. And it kind of, I feel like, hurt that team a little bit in overtime, or to switch it, Tagveer out of the jungle and into ADC. Just what could have been, man, and what still could be. This team looks very spooky right now, Muse. I'm kind of curious to see what exactly the picks and bans for our finals are going to be.
Well, we'll have a chance to see them, but first we're going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Smite Prime will be back right after this. We're back. It's time for some more Smite Prime here in the NA Conquest Summer Bash. My name is Musy. I'm joined here by Spirited Book. We've got Testai, Jithens, and Morty all behind the scenes to bring us the action. And action there has been. Last game was a heater, and Tegvir went deathless and insane. But why are we going so crazy all the time, Book? What are we playing for? Let's get down to brass tacks here. Talk about the prizing. That's right. 2,000 big ones to the winning team if they're able to pass through the final gauntlet that we have coming up today. Speaking of said gauntlet, that bracket coming at you real quick here to see how the day has been progressing so far. And remember, it's a summer bash, so there's no losers bracket or anything like that. It's just the here and now. So we have I Love Romania versus Hydrogen Bomb in the finals, who was able to win out over Bread. But because we are switching to finals, it's a best of 3. That means we have some extra rules. Book, what are vault bans?
Vault bans. So once a character's been played on either team, neither team can then go back to that character. So if Thor is played in game number 1, he will be just permabanned for the rest of the series. So games 2 and potentially game 3 if we go that far. If a character is banned away, obviously in the picks and bans, that character can obviously be played in games 2 and 3 as the series goes on. It's once a character is specifically played from start to finish of a game, that character is banned for the rest of the best of 3 series.
So, you heard him. You play your character, that's all you got. So should it go to that best of 3, we're really reaching in deep for the pool of what is available to pull out. But there are some picks that I think are very much worth mentioning in terms of how scary they can be in the here and now. So what are we prioing in some of these first games? We're going to find out about it. Picks and bans coming at you really quick here. Book, is this the set that Giannis slips through, or is he perma-banned forever and for all time?
I got to imagine Hydrogen Bomb are saying there's no world we let this pick through, especially against SAP 7, one of the premier players of this character right now. It's probably not getting through Musy, I'm going to be honest. Maybe there's an answer from the side of Hydrogen Bomb. Maybe they're the ones picking the Sasano. I mean, Sunprod has played Sasano before, and a character that does really well into Yanis just because of that mobility, the ability to chase through the portals because of that 3 ability. I wouldn't be surprised if it is picked that Sasano is picked very quickly after by Hydrogen Bomb.
Yeah. I feel like one of the other things, and I was kind of thinking about it between games, this Giannis looks even more appealing because we've kind of seen Tsukiyomi fall from grace a little bit. Ever since the Transcendence Book of Thoth changes went through, we haven't been seeing much of Tsukiyomi, and Suku was like the prime Giannis killer. But Giannis hasn't been banned yet. In fact, it's Bastet, Aphrodite, Kronos. Hydrogen Bomb is thinking to themselves what they want to get rid of. It's going to be Horus in response. So if you're going to ban Giannis, it has to be on the next ban. But it's going to leave up picks like Thor, Discordia are going to be available, Kali, Daji. I feel like there's a lot of really good junglers. Aladdin is still up. Jormungandr banned away. So this has got to be the moment.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what the idea here is. I mean, Yanis, is going to slip through, but I Love Romania, I can't imagine they take Yanis first pick. If they do, it'd be pretty spicy. Sobek, I think, makes a lot more sense. But now Hydrogen Bomb, Kaidon has played this character pretty consistently once upon a time. I'm not sure if he's been playing it as of late, but curious to see if it's taken away here by Hydrogen Bomb. Maybe try and snatch that one up and just be more relevant than SAP 7. Not only is this game important for, getting ahead in this series, but like I mentioned, once a character is played, it's taken away for the rest of the series. Take that Yanis away from SAP 7. Do not allow him to play it for the rest of the series.
Hydrogen Bomb instead are looking at that new one. That feels very early to pick. I know we saw I Love Romania offer the Nuwa fairly early on in the last game. But to see it here for Hydrogen Bomb, I'm kind of curious as to your thoughts.
I mean, the thought I think here is it scales really well, and it does really well in the mid to late game, as does Jingwei. And it seems like the meta right now is get to that late game and be relevant. But the Susano has now been locked in, and if you just saw how that last game went, you're worried about that specific pick and saying, hey guys, maybe we shouldn't have allowed Tegvir to pick Susano. Well, they haven't said it yet, but they might say it if they lose in 20 odd minutes like, Singlebind just did. But right now, Hydrogen Bomb, their comp is to scale. And if I Love Romania do decide to go for this Yanis, I think the Nuwa can do decently well into it. You don't necessarily have to chase the Yanis down once he's low. Just pop those fire shards and be relevant and deal damage that way. Try and finish off some kills. And you'll have good damage from this Jingwei alongside it. It's a very interesting idea here for Hydrogen Bomb. I just worry the fact that both the mid and ADC are so reliant on scaling. You can't pick a team fight for a long time.
Ardio and Scylla are the response here for Hydrogen Bomb. Probably Ardio solo and Scylla support there. So...
yeah.
Right? Surely. Right? Yeah.
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 I'm just not
like
sold
the
on these
Ardio
two
into
picks
Susan.
as a whole, like...
Yeah, I feel like a Scylla mid fries. Especially with the changes to pen and everything like that. I saw, what's their name? There's a Smite player on Twitter that like dedicates themselves to playing Scylla, and I saw them tweeting about Scylla in the most kind possible way, like this character's back, and that told me that it was a good patch. So like that told me Scylla's in a good spot. So I would love to see a Scylla mid at some point, if only for them, so that they can see Scylla mid on the big screen there.
Ooh, Daji is the final pick here for Hydrogen Bomb going to Sunprod. Really excited to see that one, especially against what's on the other side. You mentioned the idea here for the RDO to deal with this Asano, and I like the Daji even more to help add on to that. No CC immunity for this mid 2v2 means Sunprod should have a field day at the very least, but the Nuwa just is so irrelevant for a long time. I worry a little bit again for where this Daji really goes. And also another character that I think isn't very pressure oriented. You look across the way and you see Sobek on her. Okay, that's so much pressure, right? You're not going to be able to deal with it as a Jingwei Scylla for a long time until you scale up. You see across the way, okay, Loki versus Ardio. It's kind of a stale matchup, but Loki also decent pressure, especially once Susano rotates over to help secure that pressure for that first round of rocks. Hakate versus Nuwa, definitely going to go the way of the Hakate in the early game. Hydrogen Bomb, it's all about the late game, but they just have to survive to get there. And if you saw what Tegvir was able to do last game, they're not going to let you survive. I Love Romania are going to hit the gas pedal and be active in the early game.
Well, the game is upon us. It's going to be game one. I Love Romania versus Hydrogen Bomb. It's Musi, it's Book, Tastai, Morton, Jithens behind the scenes. And again, like you said before, Book, we're running it back. Tegvir and Sap 7, Susano, and Hecate offers so much at the start of the game.
Yeah, so much, especially with the flat pen changes, I think, to int. I really think Hecate has gotten a lot stronger since the last patch. I think the ability to play that sort of almost like Thor, right? Where you can play that front to back style or that dive style of going all in. Hecate can kind of do the same, using that third ability, that shield, to throw out onto a diving character. In this case, it's going to be Tegvir or Happen to just deal damage to the enemy carries. And that flat pen, once he gets some of those items online, will start to do work for Sap 7. Across the way, you also have access to that Mez, where you can just kind of allow your carries, peel for your carries, but also the other form of that one ability to just shred some, mark your targets and then let them deal more damage to that target, excuse me. Especially Benny Q alongside the Sap 7 character and Hecate. They'll just shred down targets in front of them.
On her with that passive that lets him shred away protections on hit, the physical prots. So it does offer quite a bit. Yeah, you said it before. I mean, Happen and Benny Q playing Sobek and on her give you so much kill potential right away in this lane. I guess the one thing that kind of keeps it in check is that ranged cripple and root from Baby Gut, maybe to stop a pluck, but I'm still kind of scared of what could happen to this lane.
Whoa.
What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Where? What? Why? Huh? All right, rise up, Snad Nation. It's first blood for the Ardio.
Zav didn't even use the shell that they had access to. Zav just not expecting that damage in the early game from Snatty. And already the Ardio off to a good start. He's huge for this team, especially come time for that first round of rocks that are spawning on the right-hand side around the 3-minute mark. Expect both junglers to pay attention over there. Though maybe Sunprod uses this as an opportunity to be relevant in the mid lane. Make sure that Kaidon is the one, because he's low pressure, is able to rotate to that first round of rocks.
You saw Snatty hit the back there immediately, so we got a medallion and an axe, so some extra stats to help out with laning will help Snatty deal even more damage to the Loki. You got the Bluestone online and a ranged root. Man, the Loki that was frying in last game is having such a hard time in this matchup.
I mean, I think you mentioned it. It's matchup dependent, right? Against an E-set, and Tegvier was over here pretty early on, made an impact, and already Snatty's just able to abuse this early game sort of assassin character and pick him apart. Zav has to kind of stabilize this lane really quickly, not allow this Ardio to get out of hand. I feel like Tegvier might abandon the right-hand side, specifically the play for the rocks, and just elect to play the left-hand side. Maybe look for an angle of ganking out this Jingwei Scylla. But again, these two characters are so safe. I don't think you can. Tegvier gonna back to base, look to fast mid, I imagine, and make a play for pressure. No, instead, just farm out the right-hand side. Try and get to the rocks in time. I don't know, Muse. This might be a toughie for I Love Romania to really contest this first round of rocks. I think they have to maybe prioritize something else.
Well, when you look at the mid laners, right, between Kaidon and Sap7, who's going to be able to out-clear their lane and make that first rotation from mid?
Sap7, 100%, as already see Tegvier's here, but Sunprod here as well.
Damage coming out. Rooted is Zav. Taking a lot of damage here. The shell is popped. The bleed is not good enough. So Tegvier is next on the chopping block to soak up a lot of that damage as Hydrogen Bomb, the solo and the jungler, kind of getting ready to move towards those rocks, or at least try to bait somebody over there. And like you said before, Book Sap7 has pushed Kaidon underneath their own tower, so no help is coming from the Nuwa.
But Sap7 was forced to use the ultimate, so their team fight potential around these rocks are not going to be effective versus Kaidon, who has already popped the ult just for vision to give the members of Hydrogen Bomb an idea of where everyone is on the map. But Hydrogen Bomb see the rotation coming through, decide to back off, secure their own blue. That gets Sunprod level 5, and then they're going to take their time. Oh, Baby Gup's so low.
I'm a Monster comes out. Benny Q has the Aegis. The last hit from I'm a Monster is a little bit off the mark. Shell was popped. No level 5s for Benny Q or happen yet. Now they've got it. But it looks like Hydrogen Bomb dueling too far away.
Whoa.
Zav picked off by Sunprod as Hydrogen Bomb double dip over in that solo side.
Usually I feel like we're seeing a repeat of last game, but this time it's Zav who's the one getting ganked over here on the right-hand side again and again. Sunprod paying attention over there immediately after they secure the rocks. Take down the soul lane Loki. And Snatty has that first item completed. Not even 5 minutes into the game. Snatty in a good spot. Kaidon in trouble, though.
Tagveer hits the ultimate. It'll be enough to take Kaidon off the board. Now Tagveer is able to get themselves a little something to get the ball rolling for I Love Romania. Coming about to that 5-minute mark here. It's 1-2. The gold lead, pretty much dead even. Hydrogen Bomb are up 200. Not too much. Benny Q under duress. Baby Gup dash in. Hits one auto, but it's not enough. We didn't have the cripple to follow up with. Going to be okay. Something that's occurred to be Book. You know, for the same reason that ESET was having some trouble in the last game, Zav, no beads for the Loki does make them a prime target for Dodgy.
Yeah, has access to a CC Immune ultimate, but it almost doesn't matter in this case. You kind of want to be using that ultimate to be aggressive in the lane, secure yourself pressure. But now that Zav is so far behind, I think he just has to use it as a safety tool and just avoid Sunprod's ultimate. But there's so many tools between these two that can force those beads. I mean, Snatty has so much CC in terms of that root, the stun as well in bear form. Sunprod can show up once Snatty has already secured the ultimate from Zav as Sunprod hunting this left-hand side.
Ultimate in hand. Sunprod goes
Good block.
in on top of Benny Q. Happen tried to block. Not quite there. The strike. Down goes Benny Q. We were on that parallel, but not quite able to find anything after the fact. So Happen might be low, but Hydrogen Bomb were able to get their kill and now meander over towards that gold side. Meanwhile, by the fire pit, Snatty looks to bother Tagveer, just trying to make themselves look juicy to hold their attentions because Gold Fury is being burned away on the left-hand side. Tagveer goes after Snatty, but can't find anything. Gold Fury, 1.5k health. Snatty's dead, but so is Happen, and on her ultimate, off the mark. Gold Fury, less than 1,000 health. Sap 7 is here. Open the gates, unavailable. Gold Fury dropped, picked back up by Benny Q. Dropped again, picked up. Hydrogen Bomb, it's down, it's low. Baby Gup confirms it with the crush. Tagveer off from the right-hand side. Picks apart Kaidan. Benny Q disperse in, but can't find anything off of the disperse. So I Love Romania have to take a couple of steps back. Woo, it's tit for tat.
At the very least, they're able to take down Kaidan, and Snatty took a spill on the right-hand side as well. That's allowed Zav to catch a little bit back up on this right-hand side. And so slowly but surely, I Love Romania finding wins, but ultimately it's Hydrogen Bomb that find the better wins. They get the Gold Fury as well to their name, but is it going to be enough? I feel like Tagveer did a great job over there on the right-hand side. Got the rocks, played aggressive onto Snatty, found that kill, and then rotated over to contest that gold, secure themselves another kill. So they're not getting the objectives yet, but they're finding wins.
I'm a Monster is used. Benny Q has the Aegis. Now Baby Gup, maybe a little too deep for their liking. Pieced up by Tagveer. Their greed was punished. Meanwhile, solo lane, Zav getting dove underneath the tower again. Paolau will be enough. Sunprod picks apart the solo laner. Meanwhile, back over in left side, Tagveer taking a look over at Hydrogen, who doesn't have mana to get away. Aegis popped. Tagveer covers the option. Oh, but a good dash. Oh, but a better ultimate. Tagveer releases it immediately so that it can charge and just barely catch Jingwei out of her dash.
Hydro had ultimate, just needed to use it right away. Instead, allows Tagveer to get those combos off the Avenging Blade auto attacks into the combo. Now Tagveer, has he stepped too far forward? He's fighting this.
Oh my gosh, going in on top of Sunprod, but with no ultimate in hand, we're relying on the Sobek to find the Sobexecute. Oh, boom goes the shield. Sap 7 finds Sunprod, and now Hydrogen Bomb look for revenge. Sap 7, no mana, getting chased down. Tagveer off the side, not good enough to save their friend, but maybe good enough to get some damage. Hydrogen is dead again, chased after by Baby Gup. Crush, boom, damage, good. Kaidan finds the kill, and now we're turning our attentions back towards the mid.
Kaidan needed that kill. They finally shut down Tagveer. 5-0 at that point. Now 5-1, a big win for the Nuwa in particular. But man, this I Love Romania team being aggressive Happen. Taken low, but Baby Gup can't commit that third ultimate there onto the Sobek, and he's able to get away with its life intact. Lovely play there between, the members, Tagveer specifically on the side of I Love Romania. And again, we saw there that little combo where the dive is going in, and from a distance, Sap 7 can just throw out that shield onto one of his allies, and it does amazing damage at this stage onto the backline, especially with these two items, the Deso, the Chronos Pendant online for Sap 7. This Hecate, so much CDR, can just spam those shields on her frontliners.
Yes, and it's constantly up. You want to talk about cooldown? Kaidan's finished up their World Stone as well, so the Nuwa ultimates will be frequent and many. Hydrogen Bomb and I Love Romania are both feeling pretty good about the game so far. 10 minutes in, it's 7-7. Hydrogen Bomb are up by about 2k gold or so, but 2k is very, very playable for I Love Romania. This feels like kind of a repeat of the slow game, but maybe with a bit more action packed in there, because it's a game of inches.
See the Scylla hovering the left-hand side, but do want to take a quick note. You mentioned the World Stone for the Nuwa. Take a look at the relics for I Love Romania. It's 2 beads on 2 carries. Sap 7 and Tagveer will start to take a lot of damage to this Nuwa the later the game goes, especially once she gets that Soul Gem online. Kaidan will be swinging on the backliners. Just Benny Q there to avoid that damage with the Aegis. So Tagveer and Sap7 might have to think about a couple choices in their itemization. Do they lean a little less on the damage and go towards a little bit of defense, as I believe Happen was able to steal away that blue neutral on the left-hand side. Hydrogen Bomb aren't picking it up.
What a great look. Happen will come collect his prize. And I wonder if
Nice.
maybe the reason Sap7 doesn't go Aegis is because they have like their own magic shield, but even then.
Sure.
Oh, hold on. Solo side. Tagveer looking on top of Snatty. Zav's kind of low. Can Snatty trade? Yes, they can. They take down Zav. Tagveer will kill Snatty though. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 among the solo laners. Hydrogen Bomb maybe looked to find something in the mid, but they ended up backing off there. So we're all back to the silence that we had before.
Back to the farming game, as it is Tagveer with the win at the end of the day, getting that kill. So he's continuing to be aggressive, which I like. I think sometimes when you're really feeling yourself, you're being aggressive, you're making plays, everyone in front of you turns to stone and just crumbles to dust. And then you take one spill and suddenly you kind of just slow down and say, oh, I can't be as aggressive anymore. I'm a little behind now, guys. I can't really make plays. And Tagveer just goes right back at it. Puts Zav in a good spot all of a sudden where, yeah, Zav is behind, but he's still trying to find wins over here. He's knocking Snatty down. Snatty's not getting further ahead when Zav dies at the very least. Still, it is an experience lead for Snatty that is significant. But take a look at the junglers. You know, Tagveer had a moment ago a 2-level lead. It's kind of balancing out to around a 1-level lead for the Susano. Sunprod is continuing to try and find farm, but it's Tagveer that's finding the kills and farm as well. So Tagveer has done a good job of being, you know, trying to accelerate his lead here in this early game.
Ooh, Baby Gup forced to use their ultimate.
Ooh.
Took a lot of poke there. Meanwhile, back in the solo lane, that's where all the real action happens. Tagveer's looking for a gank, and Sunprod's already in the mix. You want ultimate to start. Snatty's got the stun. No cripple available, though. Sunprod waits in the bush, waiting for his moment to go in, wondering if it'll ever actually be there. Tagveer backs up. Sunprod walks away. The mouse did not go for the cheese.
I love Romania, though. They're grouping 4 men strong for these rocks. Only Sunprod in the pit now has to dash away defensively or risk losing their life. At the very least, I believe they secured the golden experience for all of those rocks. It was Tagveer who picked up some of the rocks at the end of the day. So some, you know, extra damage going the way of Tagveer, but the farm and a gold eventually going the way of Sunprod.
Game's kind of leveled out here. All's quiet on the Smite 2 front, but where does the next piece of action happen? It happens just kind of watching him. He's like, well, you got that.
Yeah.
No worries, big dog.
It's all yours. I mean, these two have laned against or laned with each other for a long time. They're kind of used to each other's little cadences, right? Like Happen once upon a time, the support for Hydrogen. Now laning against each other, it's Happen who gets to run at Hydrogen and say, yeah, you don't get to play the game because I'm going to stop you from doing that one. Hydrogen going for an interesting build here. Devourer's Frenzy, and I believe that's a Rage next, as Kaidan will use the ultimate. Just trying to get vision around these oracles. Both teams really prioritizing the small things. Happen goes in?
Link pluck off the mark, forced to go underneath the waters. I'm a Monster comes out from Baby Gump, but again, not really finding anything. The support's ult, and then everybody backs away. Meanwhile, solo lane looks like Zav was forced to ult away from Snatty, who's definitely owning on this RDO pick, feeling very comfortable as the Moonlight Queen Naga starts to spawn.
80 seconds here for the mid pad, and curious to see what the side lane rotation priority will be here. You got to imagine Snatty with this lead over here on the right-hand side wants to start roaming and making an impact on the map. Translate that lead for the rest of the team. But already Hydrogen on this Jingwei, wouldn't be surprised if he backs here and immediately flies over to this Queen Naga. This is what Jingweis do, but instead actually prioritizing left. So I wouldn't be surprised, Musi, if both teams, kind of similar to what we saw earlier, don't really prioritize this objective. I say that, but Snatty and Sunprod are at it. And why not? Use this RDO to her advantage, the advantage she has accumulated for herself, and try and get this objective, but they're not going to go for it just yet.
Nobody's quite ready to make that commitment. I always like to talk about how this 15-minute mark in a game for Smite 2 can impact the next 5 to 10 minutes depending on how it goes, right? If you give up Moonlight Naga, then you end up giving up Pyro. That puts yourselves in a really, really rough spot. As it is picked up. You want ultimate?
And he's here.
Hydrogen Bomb, no. 3k health for the Naga. Snatty's in there. Pops Nemean, stands in front of everybody. Taking a bunch of damage. But dealing it back. Where's the rest of the team, though? Happen. Looking for a pluck. Can he find it? NEQ backs up. Hydrogen Bomb picks up Moonlight Queen Naga, and Hydrogen's looking for the flank on the left side. 2k health left for the objective. Passing it back and forth. Waiting for our go buttons. Here it is. Hydrogen Bomb walks away with the Moonlight Queen Naga, and they go in with the open the gates. Everybody on top of each other. The Powwow from Sun Prod. Who can we pull in? Sap 7's very low, but nobody can find the last bit of damage that they need. In fact, it's going to be Snatty that gets turned around on. Great disperse in. Kaidon walks away in the fog, and Tagveer pulls them in. The bead's a little bit too late. Tries to respond with some damage, but Tagveer's got plenty of his own. Loki scoops it up. Sun Prod in, looking for Benny Q. Can't find it. Benny Q responds by taking him off the board. Now the Loki's getting even more value off. Not enough. Hydrogen really cleaning house there. It'll be 3 for 3 at the end of the day, but Hydrogen Bomb walk away with the Moonlight Queen Naga.
Hydro allowed to free cast there on the backside of that fight, makes it happen, and ends up winning that little trade there between him and Zav. Comes out of that 1v1 with his life intact. And so Hydrogen Bomb, they get the Queen Naga at the end of the day, and so the objective goes their way, and at the end of the day, the fight is a bit of a wash. It's a 3 for 3. But all the while, more kills going the way of this Jingwei that's slowly starting to get himself a bit of a lead here. Level 17 to the level 15 of Benny Q. The Jingwei that wants to scale, that wants to get to this late game, might be getting a little bit out of control here.
Got a ton online. Just waiting to get that Deathbringer and some penetrations. It's a rough game here for Benny Q, it feels like, so far. Because they just have not been able to kind of out-farm this Jingwei or make a big presence in the team fight. As opposed to the Jingwei, who, like you said before, Book, I mean, this is a late-game scaling character who's kind of having their moment now. You're having your cake and you're eating it too. And one of the concerns that we had for this Hydrogen Bomb team was they have a lot of late game scalers. How are they going to make it? Well, you know, at 18 minutes in the game, feels like they're kind of there, right? They've hit some pretty significant power spikes. They just got the Pyromancer. Now they're able to play off of it. So if you're I Love Romania, how are you shutting this down?
I think you're just looking to split the map right now and make a couple of little plays, find some picks. Don't really look for anything too crazy. I say that as Benny Q, probably in a bit of hurt here.
There's the ultimate from on her. Auto's a little bit off the mark, so Benny Q's still up. I'm a monster. Oh, that'll do it. Down goes on her. Baby Gup and Hydrogen get their kill and walk away. Benny Q will be denied even more farm.
Benny just too far forward on the left-hand side, and that allows Hydrogen Bomb to get there in time. Run down the on her. Not a lot he could do about getting away from all the CC and chase down potential on the side of Hydrogen Bomb. They have so much mobility really across the map. But aside from this Nuwa, really, the Scylla is incredibly safe. The Jingwei is incredibly safe. Tagveer haunting, though, for something.
Finds Baby Gup. All right, down they go. They are dead. You were saying? Yeah, it was a tank. Not anymore. Now it's a corpse.
He's full tank. Like, he's got no damage items. Like, how is that? All right, you know what? It is what it is. I mean, look, Avenging Blade, pretty good when you're weaving in the auto attack. Same with, like you mentioned, the Dagger of Frenzy is Kaidon in trouble here.
Oh, forced to ult. There's the pluck, forces beads. Under tower is the Sobek. Sun Prod plays the flank. Open the gates is out.
Whoa.
We're all going near that tier 1 tower. Powwow. Pull-in happen. But who else? Natty finds Sap 7. Now we're going on top of Zav, who's forced to ult away. Damage looking on. Whoa, Tagveer had a big pull into Benny Q's damage, but it wasn't enough because they were in the mix and standing on top of Anuwa. That is a hazard if I have ever seen one before in my life. Tagveer gives their life for Zav, Happen, and BennyQ to make their escape.
Yeah, but why are we? I mean, look, the play is nice there. You get Kaidon's ultimate, you get Kaidon's beads, and then you try and get out with Sap 7's ultimate. But you end up losing 2 members because of that weird dive between the towers. You have a lot of standing gold. Why not go towards the objectives and try and push down that tower, take it instead? Now Fire Giant, 21 minutes in, probably going to go the way of Hydrogen Bomb. Unless Zav can do something about it, but he can't.
Yeah, Loki's nowhere near it. First Fire Giant of the game in the hands of Hydrogen Bomb. Got some time to play with it, but where are you going with it? Dagger in the hands of Sunprod. 21 minutes in the game, 12-14, but Hydrogen Bomb are up. That is a number. Why can't I do math? It's not 9K. It's like 7K, right?
It's close to, yeah. Look, never do math on cast
8.4.
Uzi. I appreciate
Math is hard.
I appreciate that
I'm
you
just
just kind
not a
of
math
Hail
guy.
Married it, but yeah, no.
I was close.
Me neither, man.
I did like
You were.
approximate math. It was
Not far
bad.
off. Yeah. You did ask me a question though. Where do we see the members of Hydrogen Bomb take this Fire Giant? Probably mid. There's a tier 1 tower still available, so standing gold there. Pyromancer as well. Gold Fury available. Just take all the neutral farm and then take a couple of towers, I think. I don't even know if you can really end or even go for a Phoenix Siege on this Fire Giant. You're just using this one to start the snowball effect of taking a lot of gold suddenly and very quickly here. Mid tier 1 likely going to go down. Pyromancer as well. I Love Romania don't really have the tools to really contest these neutral objectives right now.
The enemy team has destroyed the
Pyromancer dead. Snatty harassing out Sap 7 makes a ton of space for their team. That allows Hydrogen Bomb to take out that tower and start walking down the mid tier 2. Open the gates. It's off the mark. Nuwa ult in response. We're pressing buttons over here in the mid lane. Hydrogen Bomb maybe looking at that bird.
They can. The members are split pushing for I Love Romania. They caught them sleeping.
Snatty crippled out the Sobek so they couldn't go for a pluck. I'm a Monster from Little Gup gives them some damage on the way out, but I Love Romania looked like BennyQ backed, so the threat of the Honor is here. Hydrogen Bomb are not going to continue with their push. Instead, we fall back towards that Gold Fury.
Zav on the way though, as is Sap 7. Kind of curious, Hydrogen Bomb, they were really focused on getting a pick to make this play a little bit easier. Gold Fury gonna go their way.
Gold Fury.
And it seems like I Love Romania, they're not really interested in fighting a full 5-on-5 right now, and I don't think they can afford to. So this is kind of smart, but at the same time, they're just letting Hydrogen Bomb kind of do whatever they want. The lead is just very difficult right now to fight into if you're I Love Romania.
We are very much so in that territory. Oh, we have ambushed Tagveer. Very good. For Aura and Aura alone. Maybe trying to force a relic there, spook Tagveer into thinking it was worse than it was, but yeah, I mean, it went from, we were talking and it's like, oh, it's like 8k gold. Now it's 11k gold. So,
Yep.
the math is, in fact, mathing. Hydrogen Bomb just got a back off as well. So we're finishing off some pretty important items in our builds. I saw an Avatar's Parashu from Sunprod not that long ago, so that's terrifying, right? Yeah, there it is. Good lord.
Third item.
But the upgraded shell for Snatty and Deathbringer, and it looks like Hydrogen just finished up a Titan's Bane. It's big power spikes.
Yeah, very big power spikes indeed for this late game scaling composition. Again, this is a comp that wants to do well in the late game, and I think they've been allowed to get there. Thanks to the help of Snatty just getting that early solo kill this game translated to a ton of pressure. Sunprod had a lane he could really lean on, put pressure there, continue to scrap over there to get themselves some kills. Tagveer tried to answer back across the map, but eventually the lead just got too tough, and the damage is starting to come through here from Kaidon as they siege the left-hand side.
Open the gates is off the mark. Baby Gup has the I'm a Monster. It's putting damage on top of Happen, who plucks out the Scylla. BennyQ, ultimate out, catches Snatty, but doesn't get the last bit of damage that they need, but it is enough to tell Hydrogen Bomb to get out of there. Baby Gup taking quite a bit of poke. Submerged underneath the waters. So Bexecute, is it here? It is not. Happen gets damage, but does not find any kills. There's no Fire Giant on the belts of Hydrogen Bomb. They are very vulnerable in this moment. Halal from Sun Prod scoops in Benny Q, and that is the go button for Hydrogen Bomb. Cripples off the mark, but we're still moving forward, trying to make sure that we can keep ourselves in a good space to play. I Love Romania. Looks like a successful defense on their end. Oh, wait, open the gates, catches Hydrogen, forces the Aegis, the Jing Wei is fine. The damage wasn't enough.
That was scary though, and already Zav still hunting for more. Fire Giant gonna be spawning soon, and Tegvir's up and available, trying to find something to go their way before this fire spawns.
Snatty finds Tegvir, cripples the Susano. Where's the follow-up? I'm a monster is good! Snatty finds the kill onto Tegvir, and now turns it around on top of Zav. Back up. Look for an objective. What can you find? It's Happen all alone. Pincered off, cut away from the boys, and no one to help them. With 2 people dead, Hydrogen Bomb look to grander things. Pyro and Fire Giant looking very tasty right now.
Yeah, and the mid pad as well could be theirs as well. They could look towards anything, honestly, right now with 2 members dead. Zav on the way to the right-hand side, but Benny Q and Sap7 saying, we can't contest this. We're just going to give this objective. You can see Sap7 trying to maybe look towards this mid pad, but Snatty nearby means that this Hakate actually might be in a little bit of trouble if he's not too careful.
Fire Giant confirmed by Hydrogen Bomb. Snatty walks Sap7 to the left side of their jungle. Now we're looking for some more backs. Looks like Sunprod has the dagger again. We're back on the Fire Giant power play, except this time we also have some pushers on the map here, Book, and an Ancient Gold Fury that's ready to be scooped up.
Yeah, why not? Go for it. I mean, look towards everything right now. There's towers available, Phoenix as well. Take everything off the map, specifically this Gold Fury that will weaken these Phoenixes for I Love Romania. And you could afford to play the split game with that right-hand side tier 2 tower available. Maybe send Sunprod and Snatty over there, and the rest of the members can just kind of hang out on the left-hand side, pull some members over, make it hard for I Love Romania to stay grouped right now, because their composition as 5 is pretty solid, but they keep getting divided. They haven't really, it really hasn't felt like they've had a full 5-on-5 in a hot minute, if not this entire game. It's just been so difficult to group up and just fight fully 5-on-5 if you're I Love Romania. They've just fallen so far behind so quickly that they haven't had an answer to the insurmountable lead that Hydrogen Bomb have built for themselves.
And you just look at some of the items, I mean, you see Tegvir is down like an item and a half from Sunprod, even though they are like 8-4 at this point. You're just like, well, that just doesn't add up. Hydrogen Bomb starting a siege over on the left side. Sunprod's covering the mid, keeping the attentions of Tegvir. Left bird is dead. Ancient Gold Fury debuff made it very easy to scoop away here. Hydrogen Bomb are getting ready for a grander siege.
Looking to group here in the mid lane. 5 men strong, trying to force this bird.
Happens looking for the pluck. Can't find it. Backing up. Hydrogen Bomb takes the mid bird. It's surgical. It's precise. Now we move to the tier 2 on the right side. Open the gates. Woo! Deals quite a bit of damage to Kaidan. Forces away those beads. Now we're wondering if we want to go in on it. Snatty, pulled in. Big stun. Big damage. This bird lives for quite a while and just about has Tegvir dead to rights. Pops the Nemean. Stays on top of him. Tegvir's still up. Where's the rest of Hydrogen Bomb? And there they are on top of their Titan room. Pulls in Happen Powwow from Sun Prodigy. Will be enough to confirm the kill there. But what can we do with it? Can we go towards that Phoenix?
They're grouping to this right-hand side. Pyromancer are going to be spawning soon, so once they get this, they can fall back to that objective and fully back up. But if they take some more kills, they could look to end.
Snatty's going back in, looking for Benny Q. Pulled away. There's the ultimate from the On Her. The damage is good on top of Scylla, but honestly, she shrugs it off. She's got that FG buff. Hydrogen Bomb, get the bird. They weren't able to get picks, though. So like you said, Book, now we're just backing away.
Back off to safety. Go towards that Pyromancer. Reset. Probably go for another Fire Giant. Hydrogen Bomb not looking to really throw this one away. They have themselves the lead. They have themselves all 3 Phoenixes on the side of I Love Romania. Just clean it out. Clean it out. Easy. Win. And make it clean. Don't make it too silly. Don't make it too complicated. Just wait for the next fire, and go for the end. I think that is the game plan here for Hydrogen Bomb. They're also still scaling, which is crazy to say because we're 30 minutes in, but Kaidan still needs a full item to complete. Hydrogen has the build finish at the very least, but is still perma-stacking these Devo gloves.
128 stacks on those Devourer's gauntlets. I mean, you look over at BennyQ, who only has 89 at this point. It's a very, very difficult thing to play into when you're missing so much power. I Love Romania have no birds to their name. 31 minutes in, it's 12-8. The goal difference, abysmal. Hydrogen Bomb is like 220k. It's tough. I Love Romania, though. I feel like they have the potential to win fights. It has to be there.
They're so close, right? It just feels like they're lacking that little bit of extra damage. Excuse me, a little bit of extra damage there to finish off some of these kills. And I think part of that comes to the fact that on the other side, you have Kaidan that just gets to free hit with that ultimate onto everyone. Again, no Aegis for Sap 7, no Aegis for Tegvir. And that damage is swinging now and will just continue to help out the members of Sunprod and the members of Snatty keep running forward and doing good damage to the backline.
Snatty's holding a corner here. Tegvir keeping their eyes open. Wondering if they can find anybody. Hydrogen Bomb want to bait a fight around this FG. The question is anybody gonna nibble? The line's out, the die is cast, but nothing quite yet. It's back to the dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy, the dance of the Fire Giant, and it is picked up by Hydrogen Bomb.
Your Titan is under attack.
I Love Romania. Left side bird's coming up. Titan under duress. There are minions in that Titan room. If you lose this fight, you're going to lose it all. Fire Giant, burn
Going
down,
quick.
4K. Here goes Solbeck in. Hydrogen confirms it happened. Left in no man's land. Open the gates. Whoa, pulls in Baby Gup, but Snatty's already in the mix, ready to take this fight. We're on the left-hand side. Sun Prod ready to join. Zav went for
That'll
the
do
gank
it.
ultimate, but it just wasn't enough. Down they go. Hydrogen Bomb have exploded on top of I Love Romania. A triple kill for Sun Prod, and the game in their hand. In dashes Hydrogen. In ults Hydrogen. Can we find BennyQ? That Lion had a health bar, and now they have a defeat screen. Game 1 to Hydrogen Bomb.
Big victory there for Hydrogen Bomb. A statement victory, specifically against Tegvir, who looked so good in the last game, was looking really scary this game, and then kind of the thing I was worried about and was, saying, hey, Tegvir's not doing this. He hasn't died once, then slowed right down. Feels like that's exactly what happened as the game went on. Tegvir really slowed down his play and didn't keep that fast momentum play, building and looking for more. Feels like he slowed the pace right down, and Hydrogen Bomb took full advantage of it.
Yeah, it felt like Sunprod, you put it perfectly, right? Snatty was able to find an early kill onto Zav in the solo lane, and we were talking all the way back in Picks and Bans, like, where is this Dodgy supposed to go? Who are we supposed to gank if we're Dodgy? Well, the Loki's already down, so we can gank this Loki over and over again, use him like a camp, get some extra gold and experience, and then that way, when it's time to rotate out and scale, we'll be ready for it. And Hydrogen was doing very well into BennyQ in the dual lane. Kaidan was holding their own against F7. Like, all the Nuwa really had to do was press 4 and not die. And mission accomplished, right? So, off of just those little victories, they were able to keep themselves heads above the water. And then even more heads above the water, they were able to confirm that first game.
Yeah, I feel like they're looking really comfortable, and their on field play just looks very good as well. They're syncing very well in their fights. Snatty's going in, Sunprod's with him. They're not like kind of going in one by one. I feel like some major adaptations have to come through here for I Love Romania. They look a little discombobulated in some key moments where I think they need to get a little more on the same page with each other to try and come back in this next game.
Well, next game is coming, and it's going to be here right after this break, so don't go anywhere. We're going to have some more Smite Prime back for you. I was muted that whole time. Do you want me to read? I'll redo it just for you guys. Hey, for real this time. How you guys doing? It's my Prime Summer Bash NA Finals. Spirited Book? Yeah. Cass? They don't have a cam. But Mort and Jithens are there as well. So you can imagine that they're right here behind us. But enough about all of that. Let's jump into some vault bans here.
Characters have been played. 10 characters will be banned away from this game number 2. All 10 of the characters that were specifically played. So Hydrogen played Jingwei, which means she's banned for this next game. And if we go to game 3, she'll be banned for that game too. Which changes a lot of the dynamic here for this game number 2, Musi. Feel like a lot of picks still available. A lot of picks off the table, though. I think a lot of important characters like the Sobek that happened has been so successful on. Gone. Yanis, still available, though, for SAP 7. Can he just look like a god on it?
We're going to find out. Picks and bans coming at you really quick here for game 2. And like Book explained before with the vault bans, there's going to be a graphic down below that you can see the gods that are grayed out down there. Or sepia'd out down there. They got a little bit of color. Will not be available to be picked, right? So, yeah, I know the difference between a grayscale and a sepia. Yeah, I know what's going on. Yeah, I took a graphics design class once in middle school, and it's been my passion ever since. But I'm with you. I want to see I want to see Yanis.
Yeah,
I want to see Ra. I want to stop gatekeeping me from Yanis and Ra gameplay. I need it. Please give it to me, SAP 7. You know that I've been waiting so patiently.
I wonder if it's to do with the fact that SAP 7 is playing on ping in this game, and Yanis is a character that you have to be so smooth with, right? You're throwing out the portal and then 2ing at the right time. So as soon as that portal damage comes through, they're also taking that unstable vortex to the face. Your ultimate timing has to be perfect, not necessarily of when you're firing it, but where you're firing it. Seeing your target walking a specific direction and then aiming where they're going to be by the time your ultimate connects is really important. And SAP 7 being on ping from Europe means that maybe this is a character they're not the most comfortable on. And Hecate, again, a character that you have to be kind of smooth with, but you could be a little more clunky, right? You have a big AoE circle you can throw from a distance and make an impact. You throw your shield on one of your allies and it makes an impact in the fight, right? So I wonder if that is the difference maker for SAP 7, where it's the idea here is just, I'm on ping, let's go for the big AoE circles this game.
Bastet, Aladdin, Kronos, Hou-Yi, Horus, and Aphrodite banned away. And again, we'll vault ban graphic down there, so those gods can't be picked either. I see Thor is available. I see the well, I guess the Jormungandr is available. The first one to be picked in here for I Love Romania.
Yeah, I mean, it was banned away by them last game. I'm curious to see how it works this time around. First pick overall. Really heavy prioritization for this pick in particular. I'm kind of curious to see how well it really works in the solo lane, especially because Zav really struggled in that last game. Are they able to be just as, more effective this time around on this pick? A character that can really just kind of stall and make the lane more of a stale lane, right? Where not a lot's really going on. They're just kind of clearing the wave.
And then Hydrogen Bomb's going to follow up. They have the Kerberos and the ESET.
Sorry,
Probably
the what?
going support and solo there. Oh, ESET?
Right. Moving on.
Yeah, I thought. And Xbalanque Hover for I Love Romania. Xbalanque Hover.
Yeah. Mid?
I Love Romania?
It is Benny Q and
played-
ADC. So I do wonder if Benny Q going towards one of a more comfortable pick, not the biggest ADC player. This makes a little bit more sense, though. I think pairing the Cupid alongside with the Jormungandr, just big AoE fields, will work really well in tandem with what's being drafted for I Love Romania. And this is an Achilles, and that's going to Tegvir.
Not too bad. Achilles is one of those characters that I feel like lives forever, especially with the percent prot increase items. And the fact that Achilles brings their own ridiculous item just in their passive
Yep.
means that this guy just gets a ton of protections, be able to keep up those numbers. So really solid pick there. Hydrogen Bomb are going to respond. It's Apollo and Discordia.
Yeah, I like the Discordia pick. I think Discordia, despite the items really changing to more of a burst meta style of play, I think she still works really well with the combo between the 1 and 2, the Strife and the Unruly Magic. I think it's just a ton of damage and tight AoE corridors. The CC it provides is fantastic, especially once it connects onto a backliner. It's so effective. Apollo into Cupid is an interesting matchup because Apollo, a character that when he's throwing the ultimate to avoid the Fields of Love from the Cupid, he's standing still. And in that moment, he's taking likely a heart bomb to the face, a ton of damage. That is your CC immunity tool to try and avoid this Cupid ultimate. Otherwise, you're having to burn the beads, dash away. That is how this Apollo lives from this specific matchup. And there's characters with CC immunity available. I'm kind of surprised that this is the identity that Hydrogen is going towards specifically.
Kukulkan and Yamoja
Love
are
it.
the answer from I Love Romania. And Kukulkan is a pretty neat pick in mid. I like seeing it, especially because I feel like he's got some fun items recently that really push him over the edge.
Yeah, I think Book of Thoth getting a few changes makes it a lot more viable of an option here, especially for the Kukulkan. And obviously Kukulkan, a character that works really well in sort of these burst mage metas. I think he's in a really decent spot right now. Again, I would have liked to have seen a Yanis into this comp against Hydrogen Bomb, but clearly Sap 7 not comfortable on this character on ping, and he's going to go towards this Kukulkan. But paired alongside the Achilles, the Yamoja, two characters with a ton of lockdown, really excited to see this pickup because that is a ton of damage that could just be dropped onto someone, and then that character does not get to leave that whirlwind. Is going to take a ton of damage because they're being CC locked down by Yamoja, by Achilles, by Cupid as well, by the way.
Yeah, it feels like there's no real way to run away from that Spirit of the Nine Winds as it comes barreling down across at you. Whereas Hydrogen Bomb, their last pick here, is the Pele, which I'm assuming Pele jungle for Sunprod, just because we already see the E set. Well, we won't have to guess too much, will we, actually? Game 2, I Love Romania versus Hydrogen Bomb. We're going in there, right? So without further ado, hello and welcome to Musie's Food Review. I'm joined here by Spirited Book. I've got Tess, Jithens, and Mort behind me. 2,000 big ones on the line. Hydrogen Bomb maintained a game over I Love Romania. And just like we thought, it is going to be Achilles and Pele in the jungle.
Yeah, Tegbeer going for the Achilles, again going for this cowl start on Achilles non-aspect as well. I feel like lately we've been seeing more aspect Achilles specifically in jungle. I think it works really well for him right now. Instead, going for more of just this tankier style, but still going to provide more damage, I suppose, in this early game. But again, a character that weaves in the auto attacks and fights, and so that's the identity that Tegveer is going for. It's not the full ability damage, it's the auto attacks that he's going to weave in with this cowl, and likely going to go Avenging Blade and Frenzy, kind of like the Sasano build that we saw in the last game.
It's kind of interesting because it harkens back to a time when Tegveer would do like a Lernian bow style on Achilles, or even like an aspect Hunbots. So it feels like he's always been that guy. I think you mentioned this a couple of games ago. He's always been that guy to really like look for ways to push autos in on some of these junglers, just to get in there and brawl. Which, excuse me, is a bit interesting because we did see the nerf to auto attacks not too long ago, where early game they are just not as effective. So Tegveer is just not at all bothered by it. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna go Dagger Frenzy and I'm gonna own anyways.
Yeah, and if Tegveer is feeling it, why not? I mean, we saw what he could do with a build like that 2 games ago. Last game, not as effective. Really struggling. And speaking of struggling, Bandiq already forced the beads in this matchup. This is a 2v2 that could be really aggressive right now in the Cerberus and Apollo.
You like, Cerberus has so much damage, especially since they've got that conduit there. The Gilded for Hydrogen. Extra basic attack damage. We're dashing in after Happen.
Ooh.
We're not level 3, so we can't find the Mez. But we do keep them away. If you're Happen and you're Benny Q, like, what's the best way to neutralize this lane?
I think just trying to prioritize the wave. Betty Q on the very first wave missed Heart Bomb onto the wave, and so their clear immediately was just kind of stunted and they couldn't really go for it. And because of that, it's slowly just kind of, well, it's put them in this scenario really, where they kind of can't really contest the second wave. There's so much kill potential between Baby Gup and Hydrogen. There's not a world I Love Romania's dual lane can step up and really contest.
See Tegvir all the way up by those backs. They were harassing Al Qaeda. Meanwhile, similar story here. Sap 7
Whoa!
taking a lot of damage from Sunprod. Luckily, Kukulkan and Smite 2 does have a dash. So if they were to use their movement speed ability while they're standing inside that tornado, they can get out. Very handy in that moment, because otherwise, it might have been a cooked noodle.
Yeah, a ton of damage there from Sunprod already on a Sap 7. Great stun connects on to Happen. Forced a shell.
Uh-oh, Yamoja very low. Stuns out from Cupid. Happen, health bar very low and dead. Hydrogen, the body blocks are good. Benny Q can't get the auto in. Hydrogen is able to find the double kill on top of Benny Q. And it's a devastating start here for Hydrogen Bomb. Like you said, Buck, it's a hard lane to exist in.
Yeah, very difficult. And Hydrogen off to a great start here on this Apollo, a character that can just continue to be aggressive, especially once they hit level 5, already working towards those Devo gauntlets. That's a good timer already for Hydrogen to get those components where they are. At the very least, I Love Romania. They have pressure in mid. They have pressure in right. They're going to get the first round of rocks going their way.
Nice. Kukulkan tornadoes are beautiful, right? You set it and you forget it. You're out of there. Question is Hydrogen Bomb or is I Love Romania going to try to go for invades after the fact? Looks like it's going to be a no, so all good. Not quite the same on the left-hand side, though. Baby Gup wasn't able to steal the purple, so they're going to back away. Almost 4 minutes here, Book. It's 0-2. Hydrogen Bomb have a small lead of about 500 gold or so, courtesy of that double kill in dual lane.
Yeah, it is minor, but curious to see how it translates. Hydrogen, because of these early 2 kills, will get this Devourer's Gauntlet online faster than Benny Q. And we saw last game already, Hydrogen, because he's used to this role, he's used to the last hitting of auto attack specifically and using the full power of this Gilded Arrow. Benny Q not really used to this role specifically, and how you kind of min-max the gold with the Gilded Arrow and the last hits really just stacking that item up, the Devo Gloves, to a point where it could just become the core power in your build. Versus Hydrogen, 4.5 minutes in, has that item completed and will already start stacking it up. That ticking clock is on right now for I Love Romania. They got to be careful of how quickly this Apollo scales, but Tegvir wrapping around the backhand side, looking for Apollo.
They're mezzed out. Hydrogen's going to walk away slowly. Tegvir won't be able to give chase too much. The great get off me tool there from Hydrogen, just to buy themselves quite a bit of space, means that Sunprod's going to be able to get the neutral farm over on the right-hand side.
It's a bait. Look at
Maybe loop
Sunprod.
around and take a look at Sap 7. Blink in, knock up beats, use Discordia Apple, Boomba! Sap 7 on Twitch is dead, and no one there to help him out.
That was just, like, I saw it. I'm like, this is exactly what's going to happen. Kaidan's going to walk to the left-hand side, make Sap 7 kind of look at him a little funny, and Sunprod just waits and waits, walks around. The wave is not there to spot him out. He blinks in, and immediately Sap 7's just gone, erased from the map. What a play from this 2v2. Sunprod off to a great start all of a sudden with a kill over Tegvir. And was curious, Tegvir makes that play on the left-hand side, has Blink, didn't use it. One of the things I feel like Dilo and I always seem to talk about is if someone has a Blink in this early game, they've gone for this relic as their choice. They didn't go Aegis. They didn't go Beats. Tools that can keep themselves alive. You got to make use of this relic. And so far, Tegvir, it's just sitting in his pocket right now.
Mid lane. The Cuckoo's getting jumped on, it looks like. Sap 7 under duress again. No beats to their name. Getting picked off. Chased after. They're dead. Kaidan finds Sap 7 yet again. Down goes the mid laner. Unfortunate. Hydrogen Bomb are having themselves a pretty cataclysmic start here.
Off
Where'd
to a
he
good
go?
start. And honestly, it's all because Sunprod makes that play. Oh, still looking for more. Benny Q has beads. Should be okay here.
They're all right. Fields of Love was used. Try to keep him off, but could this open up a Gold Fury?
Maybe? I don't think so just yet. The gold lead isn't crazy. There's no crazy leads as well, as I believe happened. Maybe he was able to secure that one. Nope, never mind.
Oh, no.
Maybe got picks that one up. Unlucky.
Rip. Nothing quite yet. Solo lane. Snatty, forced to use the ultimate. Tagvir's chasing him underneath the tower. Executes on. They got it. Sap 7's almost dead. What happened to you, buddy? Oh my lord. He'll back up. What? A small victory there for I Love Romania. It'll put Tagvir on the board just in time for this mid ritual.
Yeah, very important here. Mid ritual spawning, and curious to see if Zav, yes, fasting to the mid lane. They really want this objective. It's going to be up to Kaidon and Baby Gup to try and defend, but Steady's ulting.
Oh. Ultimate from the Cerberus. Connects, pulls the beads. But not able to find too much after that. The Discordia
wrapping.
apple came out as well. Prods are on the side. No ultimate available. Has Blink. Zav's here is too. So it looks like I Love Romania will be able to win that ritual. And they have quite a few rocks to their name. Meanwhile, dual lane. NQ versus Hydrogen.
Got
Hydrogen
it.
secured out the camp. They are good. Thought for a second that maybe he'd dash in and go crazy on it, but Benny Q will have ultimate up soon, so it would have been a very much so a gamble.
Yeah, I think also Hydrogen wants to just kind of not really fight because of the Devo Gloves build he's gone for versus Benny Q has the Avenging Blade. So right now, Benny Q is stronger than Hydrogen, and Hydrogen, being aware of that, says, all right, I'm just going to take the long trades and try and get this camp from a distance. He's able to do that with the So Beautiful, and then just kind of wants to keep farming right now. He doesn't need to fight. He's already got 2 kills to his name, and he's only getting stronger. Benny Q now on the clock has to be relevant sooner before Hydrogen gets to a point where he's just a true carry in this game.
But is that something that Benny Q is going to be able to do? Because before we would see that kind of struggle to make those early game impacts. Happens caught out here. Double stun. And the Riptide away. He's
Gold
okay.
Fury.
Sunprod picks up the gold. The rest of Hydrogen Bomb converge. Down to 2K.
Look at Snap.
I Love Romania walks up. We're committing to it. We got it. Ooh, what a solid apple. Bounces off the wall and ricochets, finds damage. Apollo's in the air, looking for a target. He's got someone in tow with him. Doesn't look like we're actually going to commit to it, though. There are pushers on the map that have to be acknowledged.
That was so sick from Kaidon. Not only use that apple to kind of bounce and get to that, backline really, but also use that sort of throw of the apple animation as a little bit of extra damage to secure the objective there. Nice little moment there from the Discordia player. Fields of Love used, but I don't think they can really dive this tower.
Yeah, the damage is solid.
Oh, Tagvir!
Actually, wait.
Tagvir!
Tagvir's looping around the back. Can he get there? Blink! Whoa, combat dodge! Finds him with the shield bash. Down goes Hydrogen. Tagvir goes the distance. Got another execute in there for you? No,
the
wait,
shell.
yes. Potentially the shell. It's gonna keep Baby Gup alive. Woo! But hey, the old hit and run tactic from Tagvir there works wonders.
Yeah, great play. And now Kaidon tries to ult. Sorry, no, Sap 7 tried to ult Kaidon in that moment, but Kaidon able to just kind of walk away to safety. Lovely play there from Tagvir. Wraps around the backhand side, is able to find Hydrogen. That's an important kill. Now trying to be a little more proactive at this stage. Has that first item. Working towards that Frenzy Dagger yet again in this character. Well, different character, but similar style. Tagvir trying to find small windows, because so far it feels like it's been Sunprod in this early game that's been a little bit more proactive.
Sunprod has definitely been the one to make plays so far, but haven't been too many plays to make. It feels like it's 11 minutes, 2-4. 2,500 gold lead in favor of Hydrogen Bomb. Courtesy of the Gold Fury that they got not too long ago, they're sitting with 1 pip. And it feels like this might be another game where we're kind of chilling towards that late game.
Potentially. I'm not so certain just yet. I feel like between the Pele, between the Achilles, and apparently between an Apollo Ultimate, I feel like both these two teams can be proactive at this stage. To me, it's going to be about what they're being proactive for, of course. Larocque spawning here, and you can see Kaidan hovering that direction, but I can't imagine he really contests Zav right now, who is level 12 on this Jormungandr, has 2 items completed, though Kaidan is on the way, and so is Snatty. Yeah, they're going to contest this objective and likely out secure it.
Say, no help there for Yorm. Doesn't want to face the 2v1. Now Tagvir's here to get some damage onto Snatty.
Odds here.
Stun's good. Here comes Sunprod. Can't block the ultimate. But Snatty
Tagvir
was able to
lives.
get their ult off. Tagvir just barely holding on. It's got to be a backup from Hydrogen. There's the ultimate from Discordia. Sap 7 taking quite a bit of damage. Sunprod goes into it. Finds Sap. Spirit of the Nine wins. Is not going to connect. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 overall. Does Hydrogen Bomb find the rocks and a kill?
Sap 7 just over aggressing there to trying to force that play, that chase there. As soon as you get the initial play, just back off. Your jungler lived. It's fantastic. You got to win. Back up. Sap 7 also going for a very interesting build here. Book of Thoth into Genji's. And if I'm not mistaken,
Breastplate.
Breastplate of Valor as well. More defense for this Cuckoo Khan. But it does convert to damage, which is crazy to say at the end of the day. Because of the passive, these are all items that give you mana. So there is this weird conversion where because he's building defense with mana items, he's also getting damage, more power to his character. But this does mean that Sap 7 is not going to hurt because of flat pen or percent pen eventually. Those items are going to be very delayed here for the Cuckoo Khan.
So what does that mean, too, for, like, I Love Romania's team comp as a whole? Like, where's your damage really coming from there? Because I feel like you need flat pen in order to keep up with everybody else. Oh, Snatty's dead. Looks like there was a rotation there from Tagvir. Sunprod hanging on the wings, just not quite there in time. So I don't know. It makes me kind of wonder where Sap 7 fits into everything if we're building kind of like a solo laner.
Yeah, he's still going to have decent damage, just not the eventual shred potential, I suppose, in terms of being able to take down a frontliner. Though you look across the way, there only is really one frontliner, and that's the Cerberus. And so maybe the idea for Sap 7 is, hey, I'm just going to have a lot of power in the build, and it's going to come from mana that I build up over time. I'm going to be a little more tanky. It's going to be hard for this Pele to really kill me, and I do think that's the idea, is this Pele does so much damage right now that you almost have to invest in some forms of defense if you're Sap 7 because you are a target. I mean, Sap 7 started this game, got exploded in the mid lane, right, by Sunprod, and immediately probably said, all right, this is a bit of a, we need to build defense here. We gotta immediately build defense. I need to not die. This can't happen again. I refuse to get exploded again. And so I'll lean on this defense. Eventually, guys, I'll start to swing when I get a few percent pen items.
And it definitely does feel like I Love Romania is trying to play for that later in the game situation, which maybe runs kind of counter towards how we're building everywhere else, right? Because BenQ isn't really building to scale either. We're building to play and fight for the here and now, but there hasn't been a lot of playing and fighting for the here and now. Moonlight Queen Naga is available on the board. But, you know, where's the grouping for it? We have to wait for our Cuckoo to catch up. Whereas it feels like, you know, Kaidan has got Soul Reaver, Deso, and Soul Gem. I'm ready to punch people. Let me get in there. Let me at them. I'm ready to fight.
I love this Reaver second item. It's not really something we see a lot lately since the change to flat pen and percent pen and the items of across the board. But you look at the composition I Love Romania have, it's a lot of just high health characters, right? Like Yamoja, you know, Tagvir on this Achilles as well, Zav on the Jormungandr, all characters that are going to have a ton of HP through just base health as well as through their items. And now Sap 7 as well, also leaning on a little bit of items that have some health to it. So he's going to be a little tankier. I like the idea here. Go for the Reaver. It's going to make your damage hit a lot harder right now.
Bit of an early spike there. You see Sunprod's build too. Barb Carver and Reaper. That's a lot of sustain for a Pele. And I don't see any anti-heal from I Love Romania either. I kind of wonder, when do you need that online? Or if we even see any anti-heal at all this game.
Yeah, I feel like anti-heal is in a very odd spot right now. I don't think it's a necessity. And so I wouldn't be surprised if neither team really goes towards it. I wouldn't be surprised if it's, the idea is, look, they can't heal if we just kill them, right? And that, I think, is the thought process here. Not only for I Love Romania, but also Hydrogen Bomb. You look across the way, there's the emoji on the other side. Achilles with a little bit of healing in the kit. And so anti-heal wouldn't be too bad for Hydrogen Bomb to pick up either. But you don't really need it. You have so much damage in between this Discordia and the Pele that they're never going to really get a chance to heal if you play your cards right.
Not too worried about it. Looks like Zav should be a little concerned, though. Some prods hanging around that solo side, but not quite ready to commit. The Moonlight Queen Naga is going to despawn soon, and neither team really want to look at it. Which is interesting to me. NQ's getting chased after in the duo lane. Paulo Altin. Mez, damage, Shell, good, picked him up. We bounce back over to solo, though, because we're underneath the tier 1 tower. Alting Snatty, take him out. Who's left behind? It's Sunprod, sticking onto Sap 7. And Zav, Shell popped. Spirit of the Nine wins. Sunprod lives forever. Bet you wish you had some of that anti-heal. But with Tegvir looping back into the mix, it'll be enough to put Sunprod down, but with so many people on the solo side of the map, it'll open up the Gold Fury for Hydrogen Bomb.
Yeah, Hydrogen Bomb will get themselves this objective unless Happen has something to say about it, and he is nearby, has some decent damage. Good ult, but
ultimate spamming abilities. He took it. Who's gonna have it? Oh, Hydrogen Bomb confirm it. And who? Happen got clipped by the Discordia ultimate. That was scary. If it wasn't for Shell, it would definitely be dead. I thought for a second Happen could take it because they took the leash from the gold. It felt like Hydrogen Bomb was going to try to disengage there, but Hydrogen Bomb were able to confirm that and confirm themselves the Pyromancer.
Yeah, big play there for I Love Romania at the very least, where they get the do they get the Pyromancer, or did Hydrogen Bomb steal that one away? Because neither I Love Romania, they didn't pick that one up, and I thought they were the ones that got it.
I am I can say with some degree of certainty that the bomb should be picked up by Happen right now.
Okay, there we go.
Bomba.
Nice.
Tegvir just didn't want to hold the bomb. He doesn't like hot potatoes. He's not interested. He's like, this is not my job. This is not my role. I don't pick up runic bombs. I pick up kills. Up top.
Is that what he says? He says up top?
That's what he says. 19 minutes. 6-7. Up top. 4K gold lead for Hydrogen Bomb as we start to translate towards more of those later stages of the game here, where you see some penetration picked up by Kaidon, Deathbringer there for Hydrogen. It feels like some very significant power spikes are being hit.
Oh, absolutely. And Hydrogen specifically as well, the crit being built here for the Apollo, gonna swing onto the backline specifically. You gotta imagine Hydrogen wants to play to dive this Cupid specifically. Everyone else has some form of little bit of defense in some capacity. Magi's picked up here for Tegvir, means he's got some CC immunity in some capacity. So the clear and obvious target is going to be Benny Q. You hop out of that Apollo ultimate, knock them up, throw an auto attack or two, and they're getting one tapped at this stage. Not just yet, though. Once they get the Titans Bane, that is when that will start to happen, as Benny Q is able to secure his own buff in that moment. But slowly but surely, Hydrogen's getting to a pretty scary spot in this game. 93 stacks on the Devos.
That's the scaler we were talking about. The damage is coming through. But so far, it feels like we're not quite ready to do anything with it. Although I do notice here that we've got a couple of blinks now. So Baby Cup upgraded their shell. Now they've got a blink engage for your Kerberos as well. So it feels like Hydrogen Bomb have a lot of really solid ways to start a fight and to get to that backline.
Yeah, I think getting to the backline is what they need to really focus on if you're Hydrogen Bomb. That's how you play the fight. As left side, Tegvir hunting here.
Oh, finds Baby Gup. Hydrogen dashes away. Tegvir blinks after them. The ultimate catches him out.
Big.
Hydrogen was not able to get into their ultimate in time. Unfortunate. It looked like Baby Gup or Hydrogen just didn't quite respect what I Love Romania was capable of in that moment. This could open up a Pyro or a Fire Giant.
Kaidon.
Uh-oh.
Kaidon's too far forward.
Oh no, Aegis pop, stunned again. Not good enough. Picked up. That's 3 dead from Hydrogen Bomb.
Fire.
And it felt so innocuous. It felt like it kind of happened out of nowhere, like we just died for nothing. Oh, you're dying for something. Fire Giant started.
Fire Giant is the target here. Snatty is nearby, so is Sunprod, but it's not going super quick, but it's getting lower and lower.
Doors open. Pele's hanging around. Snatty's here too. Fields of Love out on top of the
Aegis.
East set. She'll pop the circle of protection and the Aegis. Not enough to save her life, but some prod
Tegvir's
finds
dead.
Tegvir in the back. Spirit of the Nine wins. Finds damage. Fire Giant still
Single
leashed. 3k health. It's a burger flip. Who's gonna have it? Double kill for Sunprod. The Fire
is
Giant's
here.
still in play. Somebody, anybody. It goes to I Love Romania. And now you need to go, man, because the chase is on from Hydrogen Bomb. If they choose to go for it, they're gonna let them out. 3 strong with Fire Giant, I Love Romania, and a hectic engagement. Walk away, no way. You're gonna contest Pyro? Here they come, dropping it, picking it up. Appin will start it. Appin has the dagger, of all people. You wanna commit to this? You sure about that, Big Dong? I don't know.
Zav just too healthy there. Means the Hydrogen Bomb have to give it the Pyromancer, and I was worried a little bit for I Love Romania, where after, you know, they get the Fire Giant on 3 members, but they have to back off, and both neutral objectives are available. Hydrogen Bomb look towards the Pyromancer, but I Love Romania better aware of it. Are there to defend the Pyromancer. They don't lose that one. Gold Fury available to them as well. They can sweep the map of a ton of objectives. A lot of standing gold available to them, and Kaidon gets pulled.
Oh, there's the ultimate from Kaidon to offer some CC immunity. They need it.
The pull again.
Moja ult out. Catches him with the Riptide. Here's Tegvir. Spirit of the Nine Winds connects, and Tegvir finds the last hit on top of Kaidon. So the lockdown was good. I Love Romania walking it up mid.
They can keep pushing here. Sunprod nearby, but immediately fishing to the left-hand side. Knows they need to pick. That's the dash from Benny Q. Sunprod beaming over there. As only Baby Gup alone in the mid. They're going to lose the tier 2 as well.
Oh no, attentions are split. Left side, Apollo ultimate. Oh, the heart bomb caught Hydrogen. He's alive? Sunprod catches Benny Q dash. Down they go. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, tier 2 tower is dead. I Love Romania are not going for the push onto the bird. We're gonna fall back to Pyromancer.
Hydra needs to work on a Kin size right now, or a Kin's Blade, excuse me. He's working on a Titan's Bane, but look at the HP on the other side. Tegvir's built himself a Magi's and now a Contagion as well. Tegvir is so healthy, and he's got the damage already just in 2 items, as well as his allies gonna have damage as well. It's gonna be so hard to chew through this front line here on the side of I Love Romania.
How can you do it? How can you pull it off? Hydrogen Bomb were looking so good at the start.
3 gold.
Now, I Love Romania has been pulling ahead a little bit. 25 minutes, 11 to 10, starting Ancient Gold Fury. ESET ultimate. We'll confirm it. It'll be the 3rd Gold Fury pip there for Hydrogen Bomb. And Hydrogen Bomb will now be up 1k gold. So you know what? Even though I Love Romania got FG not that long ago, we're able to get the tier 2 tower in mid. It kind of feels like Hydrogen Bomb are shrugging it off a bit.
Yeah. I mean, that to me is a bit of a misplay. I feel like by I Love Romania, that Gold Fury being available, yeah, you get the Pyromancer, yeah, you get the tier 1 and tier 2 mid, but slowly but surely, Hydrogen Bomb have amassed their gold lead because of these Gold Furies and have somehow, accidentally, I suppose, gotten the 3 pips. And I feel like we talk about it kind of pretty consistently on the cast about how important that 3rd pip in particular is for the Gold Fury. It makes sieging so much easier. And yeah, you're down a fire giant, but you still took it off 2 members. It's about to run out. There's a ton of standing gold on the map. Tier 1, Tier 2 available in the mid lane, Tier 2 in left, Tier 2 in right. I Love Romania trying to find some of that standing gold for themselves now, though. Grouping on this left-hand side. Taking down the Tier 1, Tier 2 available, but I can't imagine they go any further than that.
Yeah, they definitely can't. The fire giant buff's falling off, and next stage of the game is just, all right, well, who gets to have the next fire giant, right? That's kind of where we're looking at this point. I feel like we haven't checked in on the SAP 7 build because we got to talked about it earlier. See the breastplate, Ratatouille, Oracle Staff, and Mana Tome. I'm kind of wondering, that's Soul Reaver,
Poly?
correct?
Oh, it
Poly,
might be
maybe.
Reaver. It's Poly or Reaver. I'm trying to remember the specific components. I'll be honest, Polynomicon is an item that I feel like people aren't really buying lately, so I don't remember the exact components for it. I do believe that is a Polynomicon being built here for SAP 7, an item that synergizes really well with Kukulkan already. Just, again, more mana, more power, and you're already throwing out that one, the spit. Yeah, okay, it's a Soul Reaver instead. Nice little look there for SAP 7. Again, there's a ton of health on the other side as well. That Gauntlet of Thebes picked up first for Baby Gup. Why not go towards that % health pen damage?
Meanwhile, Kaidon looks like they've got their Ob Shard to pair with their own Soul Reaver, and an Evil Eye means that they should have a Ratatouille around the corner. But SAP 7's already got their Evil Eye, so they're already ripping a ton of intelligence. Hanging around as Pyromancer, FG is spawned. Benny Q pulls, while SAP 7 is able to play Guard Dog because they are so tanky.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Tanky, and they do a ton of damage right now. Just throwing out that whirlwind and then daring your opponents, being like, hey, yeah, you can walk through this. You might lose a good chunk of your HP while you do, but yeah, you can. It's fine, right? You can walk through this. What's gonna happen? You gonna die? Oh yeah, you're dead. And so I like this idea that SAP 7 is able to play frontline, especially alongside Zav. We talk about Jormungandr and the AoE space control that Jormungandr can provide just with those little pools and whatnot that he spawns. It's kind of a similar instance for SAP 7.
Ooh, Snatty caught in the Fields of Love. There's the Aegis. Tanking quite a bit of damage. Still alive, honestly. Making their way out. Tagfear's gonna go cut off the option, though. Blink in, execute, connects. Hydrogen Bomb is down their solo laner. Baby Gup might be next. They're pulled in by the Riptide. Now they have to loop around. Tagfear's on the chase. Stun. Damage. Caught by the ultimate. Oh. But did not get pulled through. Unfortunate. Although, Hydrogen is split pushing in mid.
I was going to say Fire Giant has to be pulled here by I Love Romania. They have to go for it with Hydrogen split pushing here. He's going to get the mid Phoenix, but all the while, I Love Romania, they're on the Fire Giant trying to commit to the objective. Baby Gup's in trouble.
Jumps over the wall. Meanwhile, in the pit itself, it's down to 4K. Doesn't look like there's too many people that can kind of interrupt
Hydrogen's on the way.
Sunprod's trying to back up and get space. Kaidon's ult off the mark. Here comes Apollo. Benny Q confirms the FG, but Apollo finds the kill on top of Benny Q. Now Tagfear's looking to hunt out Kaidon, and Sunprod finds SAP 7. All the damage in the world, and no anti-heal, so the Pele keeps sustaining. Oh my gosh, sustained through that though. Good lord, what happened to your health bar? It's a bit of a wash. Fire Giant goes to I Love Romania, but I Love Romania loses their mid-bird.
I feel like it is a victory a little bit, depending on who gets this next Gold Fury. If Hydrogen Bomb are able to keep getting these objectives in particular, they can really stop this Fire Giant siege potential from I Love Romania. They are taking their time, though, not really going for that objective. Instead, they'll just take a lot of the neutral farm. Keep focusing on finishing up these builds. Kaidon just needs this Ratatouille, man. I mean, we mentioned the Ob Shard, how important it is for the build, but that Ratatouille power spike is so important for mages right now. He's just got to finish this item, and just now he finishes that item up. 5% pen, but a ton of int and more mana as well, some mana regen, so he's never going to run out of mana to cast some spells. Kaidon now all of a sudden in a really good spot for this next fight.
Ancient Gold Fury is picked up by Hydrogen Bomb. Happen will be the only one here to contest, and in fact, they're getting jumped on. So we're trying to decide if we're going to keep on this gold. The rest of I Love Romania are here for the rotations. We drop it. Snatty caught in the Riptide. We wing gust out and away. Wow. The damage from that Ratatouille is starting to show up big time. Kaidan still has their ultimate too. Hydrogen Bomb could potentially go for the chase here. Still deciding what they want to do. It looks like it's going to be a Pyro.
I think this is smart here. Hydrogen consistently now is splitting the map, not allowing I Love Romania to take these really fights, in all honesty, around objectives. Anytime they see them grouping for one objective, they just immediately head to the other. So Hydrogen doing a great job of splitting right now. Snatty and... oh, they get ulted.
Fields of Love is out, but it connected to a couple of tanks. Happen and Zav are here to back up any Q, but nobody with the damage necessary. Sunprod's on a flank. They're going to be behind them. They're going to be alone. Blink in, knock up. Avatar's Parashu, dash in, trying to find damage, but not enough. He explodes on top of them and is not able to find any meaningful return damage. So now Hydrogen Bomb definitely got to take a step back. They're going to have to give up that Ancient Gold Fury. The debuff will apply to the side towers and that mid bird.
Too far forward in the enemy jungle. Sunprod on his own with no real support nearby, trying to go for an all-in. Just isn't able to find it. That gives I Love Romania their first Gold Fury of the game. And still looking to finish off these builds. Hydrogen finishing up the build with a Rip Talon here as his last item. Consistently now has spent the last few minutes just farming it out. 112 stacks on the Devo gloves. He's still just pushing that right-hand side, trying to get as strong as possible here before the next team fight. Kaidan a little too far forward here.
Oh no, caught out by Tangier. The ultimate won't be enough to dissuade them. Baby Gup is going to be what we look at next. Emojo ults out, and they're executed. Baby Gup down, double kill for Tagveer. Snatty's off playing the side. But with two people down, Hydrogen Bomb, it's not looking great for their defense. I Love Romania doesn't quite have the wave to push in. You take a look at that bird, it's down to half. NEQ puts the damage in there slowly but surely. It's being chipped away. We're happy we still got our side towers that'll stop I Love Romania from committing onto a Titan. In theory, they walking up. They want this. Magi's popping tech here. We're inside the Titan room.
They're going for
Circle of protection from the inset. Sunprod's in, looking for damage. World Serpent from the Ormagander crashes down. Sunprod's dead. That's the pick that you need. But Hydrogen is pumping lots of damage themselves. It pushes out I Love Romania. Is there any chance whatsoever? Apollo in the eye. We did not crash down into Tagveer. Little bit off the mark. Snatty's still looking to try to keep up. Wing Gust to give movement speed, but it's just not there. I Love Romania find a bird, and that'll be it.
That's all they can get, but now I Love Romania, they got to be careful. Their health bars are low, and they're being chased out right now. Hydrogen Bomb are not letting them back because the EFG is about to spawn Musi, and right now they have the better health bars. I don't know if they can go for it just yet. They'll get the mid pad, and they'll get the Pyromancer, but still two important tools to make sure they can go for this next DFG. They'll have the Naga minions pushing all three lanes and a Pyromancer, their second one, to help them secure this EFG if they go for another fight.
And not to mention, those Naga minions are going to help keep their towers up. Because since those towers are disabled, they can't really defend themselves too well, but the pushers will be able to do that. I Love Romania immediately pick up the EFG. They call the bluff of Hydrogen Bomb, and they say, what are you going to do about it? We're on it, and we're burning it. It's 10K. Hydrogen Bomb are in the area. We're down to 8K. Hydrogen playing the door. Opens it up. Baby Gup looks for a stun. Can't find it. Looping around the left side. Sunprod wants to find the angle. Who's the target? The Hydrogen Bomb picks up EFG. Emoji walls are out. Down to 2K. Down to 1K. It is going to Hydrogen Bomb with the EFG. Sunprod in the back. Kills everyone. My God! The only ones left are Tagveer and Zab. Pushed too far forward. Kaidan gets blinked on. Wind Sprite back to their team. Scooped up by a Kerber Assault. Tagveer, sit down. It's time for real gaming hours. And they are all up and ready to rock and roll. I cannot believe that. That was awesome.
Sunprod with the flank of the century. I mean, I Love Romania, they just commit to that Fire Giant. And then they take so much damage from the fire field, from Fire Giant, lose so much of their HP on their carries. Benny Q is the prime target. As soon as Sunprod spots him, he goes for the all-in, and Hydrogen Bomb will take the tournament.
That's insane. $2,000 to the gamers with the insane play. Turns it around at the end. Sunprod, the absolute menace that he is, finds the flank of a century. And this time it pans out because there's no one to stun him out or keep him dead.
Snotty with the big EFG steal as well, I feel like was so important. Able to secure through all that damage on the E set. Again, that ultimate, yeah, you're not going to do the most damage with it, but still, it's a great instant damage tool to secure objectives. Even if you are, full tank, full kind of supportive style for your allies. What a moment for this team. And again, just looking so confident. Look at this wrap from Sunprod. No vision to spot him out. Oh, it is. It's just too late.
All the way around. Oh my gosh. Dude, and Benny Q and Cuckoo are standing next to each other. Dash in from Pele. Knock up. Done. Just
the knockup.
Destroyed. And then Kaidan zigs when Tagveer zags into the ultimate from Baby Gup. Like, you are kidding me. That could not have gone better for Hydrogen Bomb if they tried.
Yeah. I mean, what a final play there. And I feel like Pele, you haven't really gotten to touch on it this game, but I feel like we've seen Pele so much in the solo lane for so long that people forget just how much damage that character can do in moments like that. You have to play the spacing correctly. You cannot afford to stack up on each other as carries because that's exactly what happens. You just get erased by her.
Ooh. I mean, jeez, man. That was insane. I mean, that Sunprod flank was just crazy. I'm gonna be watching that clip for a bit. I'm gonna be show that clip to your comp teams. That's how your jungler needs to move. That's how they gotta do it. But the star is absolutely aligned. Like the fact that Sap7 and Benny Q were standing on top of each other essentially. And then there's a Pele behind you like, oi. I don't have words. I don't have words to describe that. That was amazing, beautiful, intense, wonderful. Those are the adjectives that I've got to put in the back pocket there, because holy, I mean, wow. All right, deep breaths. Let's recollect ourselves a little bit here. Take a moment. We'll take a breather. Have ourselves some time as we, kind of get ready for our, wrapping everything up for today. But man, that was a fun game at the very end there. That was solid.
Yeah.
That was a good set, I think, from Hydrogen Bomb. It kind of felt like maybe they were ready to kind of let that go, but that push from I Love Romania at the end there, I feel like maybe they got a little bit too overzealous. Brackets coming at you quick here as we get a chance to see how the day progressed as a whole. The journey that we took to get here.
Yeah, lovely moment here. So Hydrogen Bomb making it through the Kveka team, the Bread team facing off against I Love Romania in the finals in a 2-0 fashion. Just a very dominant performance from them. I mean, they're looking to be a very, strong contender here at Smite Prime. I feel like this is a team that's really found its form. Hydrogen being a fine addition to the roster, really rounding out this team and the unit of this team. Two strong side lanes in Snatty and Hydrogen. That's Sunprod, who can just outright carry games, but has strong side lanes that he can lean on.
Whew. And what did they win? Rising is what they won. $2,000 at the end of the day that gets split between the team there. We'll go ahead and add that to the Prod College Fund. Well earned. Really solid stuff. But we have more Smite Prime gaming for you in the future. Oh, it doesn't end here. Next week, it's going to be EU Conquest. Playing for $2,000 July 18th. So hopefully the EU gamers will have their time to shine. I Love Romania. I want to see them hit the field yet again.
Yeah, we'll see them likely or at least Sap7 on his other team. But we also have a Joust tournament coming up on July 25th for $125 in prizing. Really excited to see that one. I feel like our Joust tournaments have been pretty exciting as of late.
Not too shabby at all. I mean, love me a bit of Joust gaming. Why not have it on the other side of the river too? EU Joust as well. So we'll be able to see some excellent jousts for the NA and for the EU ping and off ping. So, whew, that's the future. Had a big day today. Gonna have some big days ahead. I'm excited. Also, I'm gonna say it. This new patch is awesome. This patch is lit. I love this patch. I'm a happy boy with this patch. This is a good, fun patch. So I'm gonna go play some more of this patch because this is all that we have for you today. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming by and watching the NA Conquest Summer Bash here for Smite Prime. My name's Musey, the Spirited Book, Testile, Mighty Eye in the Sky, as Dila likes to say, Jithens, Man Behind the Curtain, Morton Man on the cams. He was here earlier today casting too. Red Rosie Panda was handling the cams earlier before. So thank you so much, Prime Crew, for letting us do this. Thank you to the players for showing up and playing your hearts out. And thank you, normal, obedient viewer, I'm just gonna copy Dilo, for stopping by today. So we're gonna see you guys next week for some more Smite gaming. So hope to see you out there in those queues. You guys have a good day.